Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a very exciting day. We already woke up to surprises out of central banks in Australia. They did a surprise rate hike after pausing. That was a big deal. A lot of the earnings here, Uber came in very good. So did Pfizer. But believe it or not, it has to do with the watch list we made yesterday. Today is talking about earnings. Everyone's getting ready for what's going to happen. But now here's the crazy part. The debt ceiling and running out of money. We are 1 month away, and now that topic is becoming a little hotter. So we did get to hear even from Biden and even McCarthy. They're getting together on a meeting, so we'll see how those headlines play out. Otherwise, we got to take it in with earnings and then see what happens here with Jerome Powell on Wednesday. So you got a little bit of data at 10, and then it should be good. Coinbase is popping out of nowhere right now. I don't know. I think you guys see this one. Yeah, Lucid, Coinbase, they are all going crazy right now. But Chatadonia, don't let me get ahead of myself. Good morning. Oh, what's up? Oh, Microsoft is testing a private chat GPT alternative. Uh-oh. So Microsoft with their own chat GPT as well. All of this is coming out now, but good morning, Chatadonia. What's up, Riley Mack? What's up, Natalie Stafford? Yee, Smars, Hamid, Danny, baby. Oh, good morning. What's up, Nepal, Dan Kingsley, Sakati, Carissa Hines in the house, baby. Oh, what's up? What's up, Gunnar? What's up, William Ward, Uncle Terry, Luke Smith, Jeremy Diaz, El Jefe, Open Face Sandwich, baby. Good morning, Lucky Soldier, baby. What's up, man? How you living? Jerry Woods, you ready to play? Oh, Candy Upton is in the house. Let's go. Let's go. Tans, Greg, Time Lapse, Safari Star, baby. Good morning. Chiggity, Ari, Rez, Melon, Mayo, baby. Good morning. What's up, Jay Berg? What's up, Nook? How you living? Ansel, good morning. Rosa, Forever Tech, Tom Riddle. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Junior Aguilar. Oh, what's up, baby? J-Max, Matthew Bailey. I hope finals are good, man. Lori C, what's up? What's up, Lori? What's up? What's up? Oh, Laterals in the house. Wavy Gravy. Don't forget about Yatana. Don't forget about Match. Leg Spiked is ready to go. Mother Liquor is in the house. Payday Devo. Charlie in the tree. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Oh, what's up, baby? What's up, Dennis? What's up, Hailstar? Woodrow. Gordy. Oh, my goodness, Chatadonia. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And God bless and good morning. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my goodness. Look at the chat. We ready to go. You're here for Yash. Oh, well, I hope I don't disappoint. I don't know. I mean, I'm feeling good today. I mean, I hope we don't have to let out Yash. I hope we could have a nice, let's play a nice, clean game. Let's get to the end of the day. Let's get to more earnings. You know you got AMD after the bell, right? Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about it. But Chatadonia, good morning. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're ready for another exciting week. We're probably going to have a lot more, too. And again, even the news right now, Microsoft, Coinbase, they're all going crazy. But let us get into the news. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Morgan Stanley, they may axe about 3,000 jobs this quarter. People Familiar said roughly 5% of their workforce, excluding advisors and people supporting them in wealth management. The banking and trading group is expected to be hit hard. A major buyer of U.S. securities issued by U.S. banks to bolster capital cut exposure to regional issuers. Cohen and Steers sold regional banks preferred shares in recent weeks. Senior portfolio manager Elaine Zaras-Nika said the firm with the top 10 investors in exchange traded preferred shares by U.S. banks. Bloomberg data shows since SVB fell, exchange-traded preferreds by banks with market capitalizations under 10 have lost more than a fifth of their value. Credit Suisse AT1 bondholders sued the Swiss regulators over their $1.7 billion loss. Euro area banks curbed lending more than anticipated last quarter, an ECB survey showed. U.S. stock futures slipped while treasuries edged higher. The dollar was steady. Oil fell and gold advanced and Bitcoin rose above $2,800 or $28,000. BP fell after posting weaker cash flow and smaller buyback of $1.7 billion, slowing output this quarter. quarter also overshadowed a profit beat thanks to robust trading activity. Uber jumped after they topped estimates on strong demands from rides and takeout. Pfizer beat on revenue and reaffirmed their year-end guidance. Treasury notes and bond auction sizes will look familiar for another few months, dealers say. The department will preview their plan from May to July tomorrow, and dealers expect auction sizes to be unchanged from February to April. Increases will need to eventually if the Fed continues to cut holdings at a rate of $60 billion a month, but until Congress agrees to raise the debt limit. Treasury and Treasuries. Janet Yellen warned that the Treasury may run out of cash at the start of June, and Joe Biden invited lawmakers to a May 9th meeting to discuss raising the debt ceiling. The market is unsure about the timing. T-bill yields rose yesterday, and pricing shows growling concern over the default in June, but the highest yields in late July and August with rates are now above 5%, and this is getting big. Again, I made the video yesterday, but even just looking at the urgency now, I mean, this next week or two will be very big. So if we don't have any resolution, I would be prepared to hear a lot about this debt ceiling stuff. Again, it's only 1 month away. That's the thing. We said don't freak out 5 months ago, as everybody would. That was the first time Janet Yellen said June 1st X date, but now it's just like, it's getting real. It is getting real. So we are going to see. Euro area core inflation slowed for the first time in 10 months, backing the case for a less aggressive ECB this week. Headline inflation ticked up to 7%. The private sector is slightly better shaped than anticipated. The region's manufacturing PMI was revised upward from the flash estimate, though it's still contracting. In other central bank action, the RBA surprised with the 25 basis point rate hike. Apollo will open some of their funds to individual investors in Europe, Asia, and Latin America. Apollo Private Markets will allow them to invest in broad market semi-liquid fund as well as a U.S. private credit fund. BlackRock will auction failed banks' municipal debt today, starting with about $50 million of taxable bonds. People familiar said the firm's been tasked with selling $27 billion in securities from Signature and $87 billion from SVB. It kicked off the pool of MBS last month. In the IG primary market, around 5 companies are mulling new sales, underwriters said, and it should be no surprise that Treasuries are more volatile this year than the near comatose VIX fear gauge. The current level of the Bank of America Move Index is implied volatility relative to equity peers is right around the sort of heights normally seen when the Fed is at the end of a tightening cycle. So bond volatility is matching. Oh, look at that. 10 a.m., you're going to get March factory orders, durable goods, and JOLTS jobs openings. 11:30, $40 billion of 21-day CMBSs, U.S. April light vehicle sales, and then FOMC begins 2-day meeting. Earnings include Ford, AMD, Starbucks, Clorox, and Prudential. Milken Global Conference continues through Wednesday, and then BlackRock to sell failed banks' municipal debts. The listing starts at 9:30, and bids are due by 11 a.m. Biden is close to nominating Adriana Kugler to the Fed's Board of Governors and elevating Philip Jefferson to be the Fed vice chair, the New York Times reported. Kugler, the U.S. executive director of the World Bank, would be the first Latina board member. Ontario Teachers Pension Plan is looking to further boost their exposure to private credit, and they have been in discussions with banks about acquiring loans. CEO Joe Taylor said U.S. job openings may have slipped in March, while factory orders are seen as rebounding. UK shop price inflation cooled for the first time this year in April. British Retail Consortium and Nielsen IQ said, and Nationwide said house prices. Voice crack? That wasn't a real one. Nationwide said house prices rose for the first time in 8 months, halting for now the worst slump in 14 years. The measure rose 0.5 last month after a 0.7 drop. Russia will probably resume buying foreign currency for their reserves this month as rising oil stabilizes their finances. Purchases are possibly in May, and estimated volumes are equivalent to around 200 million in yuan per month. Site deposits at SMB fell by 14 billion francs last week, a drop that suggests Credit Suisse probably paid back some of their central bank debt. Hong Kong emerged from the recession in the first quarter after reopening their borders. The economy grew 2.7 year on year. That beat the 0.5 estimate and was the first quarter of growth in more than a year. South Korean inflation slowed to 3.7 in April, matching estimates and potentially creating room for a central bank pivot towards the rate cuts in June. Indonesian inflation eased to 4.3 in the slowest since June. Deutsche Bank closed their long yen call after the Bay of J stood pat. The new Governor Ueda disappointed your expectations. It said USD and JPY continue to track differentials, and the bank's yield capping policy reduces the yen's appeal, though the firm isn't inclined to get bearish. Saudi Arabia, their oil exports jumped to a 6-month high of 7 million barrels a day in April, with more cargoes going to the U.S., Japan, and South Korea. According to Tanker Tracking, Qatari shipments of crude rose about 7%. The UAE's daily outbound oil flows dropped to the lowest in more than a year. Copper advanced after Goldman said Chinese demand should keep increasing over the year. The bank maintained the target of a 25% upside over the next 12 months. In energy, European gas fell, even as Vital said it expects the markets to stay tight until 2026. Oil nudged lower. Wheat in Chicago fluctuated fluctuated near the lowest since 2021. Egypt is holding a tender for June and July wheat supply today that may give an initial sense of which export origins are currently proving to be more attractive. DuPont agreed to buy specialty medical device maker Spectrum Plastics from AEI for $1.7 billion. Anchorage Capital plans to raise $1 billion of fund focused on distressed debt in special situations in U.S. and Europe. T. Rowe Price and PGIM are expecting corporates to outperform treasuries in the next 12 months, boosted by strong margins. ICANN Enterprises fell pre-market after Hindenburg said they have taken a short position in some of the units. An ex-Merrill Lynch banker charged in Germany for his role in the Cum-Ex dividend tax deals is now cooperating with prosecutors. Coinbase executives avoided more than $1 billion in losses by using inside info to sell stock days after their public listing and before bad news sent the price tumbling, and investor lawsuit claims. Guggenheim will keep most of their Chicago offices shut and relocate some staff, the firm said. It's the latest symbolic blow to a city feeling the real of high-profile exits after Citadel. Tesla slightly raised prices of Model 3 sedan and Model Y in U.S. and China. Prices rose $250 on both models in the U.S., pushing the starting price for the Model Y to $47,240. Apple is one juror shy of defeating trade secret theft case. Kenvue IPO is set accelerating to May 3rd post-market. AI's long reach, Chegg's plunge, and IBM hiring pause. JPM strategists see rotation in defensives in the last Fed hike. United Healthcare loses battle against KKR's Envision. Microsoft names president for Africa unit and new South Africa unit. Janssen enters pact with CBMG. J&J sees negative hit to EPS. And A-Rod, he is channeling his inner Warren Buffett. If you don't want to lose your money, park it in U.S. short-term debt, he told Bloomberg's David Rubenstein. I would keep it in T-bills right now, said Alex Rodriguez when asked what to do with $100,000. Everything to me is still kind of expensive, he said. Hollywood writers went on strike for higher pay versus streaming royals streaming royals the industry. The Writers Guild of America, representing more than 11,000 writers, said their strike is effective today. The initial impact will be on monologues by the likes of Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel on their late-night talk shows, but autumn TV series and movie release schedules may be affected if the strike is prolonged. Choupette the Cat was a no-show. There was still plenty to entertain last night's Met Gala honoring Karl Lagerfeld. Many in the crowd, about 400, dressed in vintage looks from the fashion house where he worked, while others adopted his signature, including a monochrome palette, buccal fabric, and camellias. And Choupette wasn't entirely forgotten, with Jared Leto taking to the carpet dressed as a fluffy feline. I don't even, what the fuck are they saying? Tributes flowed for Gordon Lightfoot, the Canadian singer and songwriter who died at age 84. Justin Trudeau said he captured our country's spirit in his music. He rose to folk music fame in the early 60s, but eased into the pop scene by the turn of the decade, making his first appearance on the Billboard charts with 1971, If You Could Read My Mind. Finally, flights are about to get cheaper, although not until after summer. Prices have already fallen 12% since hitting a peak in May 2022, from struggling household budgets to long-awaited deliveries of new aircrafts. Oh, this one's great. I feel like we've read this one before. But on this day in history, the Loch Ness Monster hysteria was ignited by a Scottish newspaper report in 1933. An enormous animal rolling and plunging on the surface of the lake. That was the headline. It was the first modern sighting after a dozen references dating back to the year 500. Tourists descended, waiting for an appearance by the monster. They were disappointed. There was no scientific proof it existed, even after sonar expeditions in the 80s and 90s. Wow, yeah, didn't we just do Loch Ness Monster? I was like, this one sounds familiar. I'll take it, though. I'll take it. That's fine. We got earnings. You got surprise rate hikes. We have more to deal with tomorrow. You got the government running out of money. We have a lot to deal with, so that's fine if they want to repeat that, because we got a lot of new info. So we'll take it. We'll take it, Chattadonia. But have no fear, we still got a couple more pre-market movers here. Arista Network shares fall 8.1%. As analysts said, the cloud networking company in first quarter results and forecasts for second quarter were strong, but they flagged a lack of visibility for the second half. First Watch Restaurant Group, FWRG, that sounded like a bank, They rise about 7.5% after the operator of daytime restaurant chain raised their full-year guidance. Amantix, AIMTX, rises 37% after the company reported interim data for an ongoing early stage in study with patients of recurrent or refractory solid cancers. Lending Tree shares plunged 25% after the firm cut the revenue guidance for the first year, missing the average analyst estimate. Lilium, LILM, jumps 49% after the company said they plan to raise $250 million to continue the development of their Lilium jet at full pace. MGM Resorts dips by 1%, set to slip from their highest level in more than a year after the entertainment resort operator gave an update for the first quarter, which analysts said was strong thanks to the rebound in Macau. Still, they noted that the company flagged a slightly sparser event calendar for their Las Vegas business in the summer. Penn Entertainment, PENN, rises 3.1% after Roth MKM upgrades the casino and gaming company to buy from neutral. Pfizer shares gain 1% after the drug maker reported revenue for the first quarter that beat average analyst estimate. Shoals Technologies, SHLS, was lowered to underweight from equal weight at Barclay. Shares declined 6.4%. SoFi dips 3.1% after Wedbush downgraded the online lender to neutral from outperform. Sprouts Farmers Market, SFM, shares jumped 9.8% after the grocery store operator said first quarter beat estimates, as did guidance for second. Analysts are positive on the company's strategy and margin performance. Stag International gained 6.8% after the Dow Jones said that the real estate investment trust will replace Axon Enterprises in the S&P midcap effective before the market opens on May 4th. Stryker SYK drops 4.3% as analysts are saying that the surgical equipment maker raised outlook falls short of their expectations, noting gains ahead of the results. And then Uber rallies as much as 8.9% after the ride-hailing firm reported earnings revenue and a revenue that beat analyst estimate. Shares of Peer Lyft rose as well. And then Zoom Info rises up 8.5% after the infrastructure company reported first quarter results that beat expectations and slightly raised their adjusted full-year earnings forecast. Yeah, and Uber was phenomenal, actually. If you see the day, they have like a chart of how their earnings were. I was actually surprised. And again, Uber beat a solid comp, but a lot of post-market or post-earnings movers. Again, we have a lot of data coming here along the way, not only just today after 10 a.m., but we have Powell tomorrow, and then you get the rest of it. And then we have AMD, Ford, and a couple of others after the bell, Chattadonia. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the potty. We have great time right now. We have a lot of time to go over a bunch of things. Aramco said they're in talks with Sinopec on a $10 billion Saudi gas deal. But we're going to see what happens. I'm going to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And get ready for another 7 hours, baby. It could be very, very exciting. But I will be right back. I love you. Good morning.
The most immediate thing we can do is ensure the continued reliance of our economy and the financial system. The most important thing we have to do in that regard is to make sure the threat by the Speaker of the House to default on the national debt is off the table.
And what was your second question? Debt limit. The president still hasn't talked to me.
A new debt limit deadline turning up the heat on Congress. Secretary Yellen said in the X-State, writing in a letter to congressional leaders, the following: "We will be unable to continue to satisfy all of the government's obligations by early June and potentially as early as June 1. The House did its job. Now it's on Biden." That's the message from Speaker McCarthy, writing the following: "There's a bill sitting in the Senate as we speak that would put the risk of default to rest. The clock is ticking." The administration responding with an invitation calling top lawmakers to the table. A GOP aide confirming McCarthy will attend that meeting. For more, let's head down to AMH down in D.C. Anne-Marie, just some movement here in the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's really the opening start of these negotiations, Jonathan, but it is progress. You had Speaker McCarthy get this bill through his House. What that does is it does lift the debt ceiling, but it comes with fiscal spending cuts, and he maintains that he will not pass a clean debt ceiling. He has to make sure that he has spending cuts attached to that. But this is something that the White House says they cannot sign off for. They want a clean debt ceiling bill. But at the end of the day, the ball was in Biden's court after Speaker McCarthy was victorious in getting his caucus together. And now what President Biden is doing is not just inviting the Speaker of the House, who, yes, will be attending that meeting next week, but he's inviting all of congressional leadership. So what many are saying, this is progress. The big issue they have, Jonathan, of course, is the timeline. Even this week alone, we have the House in recess. You have Speaker McCarthy in Israel. And then when they come back, it's a very short timeline until they get to June 1st with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen saying.
It's wild. Again, the debate is heating up now. But Chattadonia, let's get it popping here before we get into the plays. Let's see what the chats have. Apple earnings gamble. Thank you for the FILO. Oh, yeah, my poll was, will AMD be higher after earnings? I just said, look at the price. Higher or lower? Higher or lower? Tell me what you got. Oh, Lord, my God, I'll exalt your name and praise it in the perfect faithfulness. You've done marvelous things planned long ago. I read that this morning, baby. Oh, we'll take it. Good morning. Good morning, Farnoosh. Apple earnings gamble. Thank you for the FILO yesterday. That hit home. Thanks for the flooding the bond market with even more bonds, BlackRock. I know, right? I think the market's holding up well considering all the drama. How long can it uphold is the question. When the VIX is low, look out below. Thank you, sir. Uber shares, UVXY calls for the week. Doing Yao Man's work. SPY calls to 420. AMD calls. Apple calls. Non-gap likely to bail out AMD again. That's a good point. We're 24 hours away from FOMC. We're looking forward to next FOMC. See what we could take out. Any sort of labor market projections while not in the S&P. I'd like to listen to them when Jay Powell talks about, ooh, you're right, because pretty much Jay Powell is going to talk right before the jobs report. I want some fire questions from the reporter, any sort of hard hitting, maybe bring up the yield curve. I think someone's going to try to get him to say the pause stuff. I like this. We should go over this post a little more. My takeaway, B of J's confusion up until I believe we see inverted yield curve produces. I'm thinking, does the B of J press with potential shift, aka raise rates while the shit's hitting the fan? I think they will for a couple of months. In this meeting, the first meeting with Ueda, they said they're going to be reviewing various monetary easing. Ueda said policy can change while talking this review, but emphasized they have done a specific policy or conclusion already in mind. Overall, dovish. Sounds like a pause. Skip the rate cycles. Yes, I think he's going to wait till the last moment. Timing will be imperative. Ooh. Stay in the game. It is now the bank will continue to maintain stability of financing, mainly of firms and financial markets, and will not hesitate to take additional measures. Honestly, you guys should be, if you are interested in the yen stuff, this is a great recap of everything that's been going on if you haven't been. So shout out to Jesus, man. Honestly, I think we could touch back on this throughout the day and we could dive deeper for those who don't understand it because this is important. Again, the yen stuff, and you even heard, was it Goldman? Somebody even came out with an update today on the yen as well. Coin shares for earnings, no options. MCHP, Apple 165 put for May. Amazon shares, Boeing puts, Uber calls. ABEV earnings, Euro area consumer prices rise 7, estimate 6.9. First by GOF and Uber calls. Not bad. You guys should read that one. Read that. Read the yen, baby. Because again, the yen is dropping, and I think in the next couple of months, we should be getting a nice yen play. So we'll see. But Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. I know you're ready. Show me you're ready. What's your first play of the day? What do you got, baby? Post it in the chat. What's the first play of the day? What's the first thing you are going to be playing? What do you have for me, man? What do you have, chat? Good morning, Danny. Good morning. TQQ, June 3rd calls. FRC, Netflix puts. Pfizer, AMD calls. LXEH, SQQ, MU puts. Bill, BONS long. 10% SQQ. Watching Coinbase, Bitcoin long. SPY puts. AMD calls. Live, PACW, Apple puts. SPY calls. Apple calls. Coin long. Netflix put. Tesla calls. ARDX, SQQ. Ford calls. SPX, WSB, MU puts. Waiting on Starbucks and Ford. TXM buys. Shorting ICANN. Meta calls. Long. Pickleball. Gold. SPY calls. Disney put. Costco calls. Watching my Uber. SQQ. SPY puts. TMF weeklies, cash, WSB, SQQ, playing the banjo, long on the peach, falafel, AMD all the way, bonds long, SQQ, AGBA, one big put, VTI shares puts, ARDX, people saying they still love the FRC, SPY, DraftKings, SVZA, NVIDIA options, looking for AMD gamble, Nikolai, JEPI, SRL dividends, PACW puts, ZVZSA or ZVSA, no rocket, SPY daily spreads, waiting on the data at 7 a.m., Shorten Raul, chat calls, I might do coin shares, Lisa Sue, the GOAT, Kramer Universe, Uber calls, God bless everybody calls, UVXY, SQQ, Home Depot, Airbnb, she held up, Amazon puts, NVIDIA options, Square puts, Upstart. Look at Microsoft in the final play. Amazon shares. Let's go. Yeah, Josh Biden, what about me? I'm back. Good morning. Let's get. I'm ready. I got a couple plays. I'll tell you what, I'm looking at Uber. Every time I go to the airport, I got to pick up my phone. And I call it the application. It comes and picks me up. I love it. It's great. I got a little food too, huh? Uber, I'm gonna watch them. That's a good earnings. And then Pfizer, you know I love Pfizer. Who doesn't love Pfizer, huh? They got good earnings, reaffirmed guidance. I watched them. I remember watching the AMD. Whatever happens with AMD. And why am I doing this so early? Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Let me snap out of it. Okay, and then I'm going to be watching AMD. Again, they have earnings after the bell. That'll be a big one to watch there. I'm sure a lot of you will be playing it. Apple, again, they have earnings tomorrow, so we'll see either big move today or big move tomorrow. Then JP Morgan and the bank still watching, as well as Ford. Then CLX, then Coinbase and Qualcomm. I do like Qualcomm after, what's it called? Qualcomm in conjunction with AMD. I think it will be good. I think it will be good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But did we hear Nikolai? That's why we did. Somebody wants to play Nikolai this morning. I saw that, yeah. Somebody wants to play Nikolai. I don't know. Flashbacks to 2020. I'll take it, though. I'll take it. But, Chad, that's what we got so far. You got like a minute or so. If you have any pressing questions, you let me know. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion. I have a weird feeling we're going to talk a lot about debt ceiling in the next coming days. But I hope you watched yesterday's watch list because that should prepare you and just get ready for the timeline with that. We're still waiting on any other updates here. You still got earnings after the bell, seeing what happens with bonds. And then again, 30 minutes after the bell, we will be getting a little bit of data. But Chatadonia, welcome to the cult. You know what we do here? Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very, very special group of people who has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even down to their families. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. I hope you know you're loved and appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show love and appreciation to all of your veterans out there. And big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, garbage men, people volunteering at the nonprofits, helping out grandma. If you are having a positive impact on your community, I want to say thank you as well, and I hope you know you're appreciated, baby. So God bless you all. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no. Let's go, Chad. Oh, it's game time. It's game time. Let's go. You got earnings. You got more after the bell. Lisa Sue and Ford and then Powell. Technically, the FOMC starts today. That's the crazy part about all of this, Chad. Oh, my gosh. Imagine not sending in the jets. I know, right? Well, thankfully, we don't have to think about that because the jets have been sent. So now I hope you liked the video. I hope you're subscribed. I hope you're ready to go. If you got any plays, you post it. You got any questions, you post it. You need to verify anything, you post it. And let's go. Let's work together. We got 7 hours. So hopefully I see you till the bell goes ding, ding. And let's go. Get ready. What was that? Did I just hear something? That sounded weird. Let's go. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. We already went over the plays. We went over the news. Again, surprise rate hike out of Australia. I think that was big, but we're probably going to ignore it for now. Bonds recovered a little bit, and then there is still these post-earnings runners, and then that Microsoft news got it pumping right now. So, Chad, get ready. We got about 50 seconds remaining. We love you all. Good morning, and get ready. Long on pickleball. Yeah, fastest growing sport in America, just in case you were not aware. Uber everywhere. Yeah, watch the banks. Again, I mean, just even then, FRC was still yesterday, so we'll see if there's any sort of a fallout. And then there's still going to be some bond activity, but 15 seconds. Get ready. Apple and Google aim to release production implementation specification alerts by 2023. What's that? And then tap beat across the board. All right, there it is. Round one. Fight. Bro, the high ticker went crazy at the open right there. Uber or Airbnb premiums went down. Amazon premiums on the downside went up, so they're opening there. We are down on everything, actually. So SPY's down a quarter, Dow Jones down a quarter, and NASDAQ down 0.13. Yeah, is everything in the red? I think now Apple flipped green, and Microsoft is green. PAC W, are they on the low? They're down 2.5. Again, regionals, I think, are still down 0.67. XLF is down 0.58. Tech is the only thing green right now, up by 0.08. Utilities 0.01. Everything is in the red. Financials, materials, energy, those are your worst on the day. And then again, that Microsoft is running. AMD down to 80. Where was AMD at the last earnings? Was it at this price? No, this is the high end of AMD's earnings. Stag, they got added to the what's it called, the Dow or something, the S&P mid-cap 400. Arista drops 10% at open, the most since August 2020. Bill, what are you doing? Clifford, Uber selling off. I forgot about them. Uber and Pfizer, Apple Pop. Yeah, Uber's already given up half. But even on the last earnings, I think it did the same thing, and then it started moving. So watch out. Uber is really prone for either sell it all off or just continue rallying a couple percent. So we'll see. Apple is going on the high. Tesla is Microsoft and Amazon. NVIDIA is on the high now, too. Again, AMD was in the red, but NVIDIA is still also red, too, but they're trying to move. JP Morgan, Airbnb. Oh, watch the watch list, my friend. MCRB's up 3. Oh, you guys both posted at the same time. What's up? Tesla keeps going. Apple's up on the high right now. SPY is down 1/3%, though, and the Dow Jones is down half. So believe it or not, I mean, you're actually moving quite big to start off. Again, we're already at 41.55 here. So just considering this is where we couldn't break out of the last couple of days. Once we got above there, we were able to run up to the higher levels, but we'll see. But SPY's down a lot, a decent amount. The Dow's even down even more. Meta, I forgot. Meta was running yesterday. Pfizer's running up 1.2%. They're coming off the post-earnings. KRE on the low. Yeah, KRE regionals down 1%. Financials are down even 1% almost, too. That's actually crazy. NQ up, ES down. Goldman even dropping. Yeah, Tesla's doing phenomenal. Netflix even on the high. They were down yesterday. Rum is all back and forth. Yeah, Netflix has a pop. Netflix hasn't been above 330, though. It can't get above there. That seems to be the final point. DoorDash, too. That's a sympathy. Uber's on the high. That's post-earnings. They're going up right now. Again, NASDAQ's only down 0.1 right now, but SPY and Dow, that's where we have a problem. Again, Uber was up as much as like 8.9 at one point, I think. So Uber still actually Uber has a long way to go. Really, I wouldn't get excited till it gets back to 36. Chegg on the bounce. Dude, Chegg got mollywopped. So Chegg is still down 45%. Wall drop. Tesla's on the high. Wall's down 2.9. Amazon's bouncing now. Contracts are still up, but they're losing some of their premium. Amazon's going green right now. Google's still red, but Google's about to go green. Meta's already in the green. I think everything else is green now. Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, Google, all your big tech is gone green. So tech is the only thing green right now. It's up 0.12. That's JP Morgan. And then see if bonds actually move again. They had a gap up. SPY's still at the low, though. So 41.51. This is actually pretty crazy. I do have levels, I think. Where are my levels, Habibi? But again, still the levels that got us here. But now you've given up like half of the last days. The last day or two, you've actually kind of given it up. Yeah, Bill is actually day number 2. It looks like Bill's on day number 1. That was yesterday, but you see it's only showing one day. But I think it'll work itself out. Tesla's running now. Tesla's on the high again. SPY just hit a little low there. Dow's the one struggling. Bonds have yet to move yet. Worst on the day is energy and materials. Then financials are creeping right behind. And then staples and everything else is just down less than 0.3. INC on the high, INCY. Tesla's still going. Again, Amazon was just bouncing. AMD pre-earnings run up. You just went negative 0.5% to green. Oh, Uber's still holding. Amazon's on the high. And Bradley Frizzle in the peach has just arrived. But wow, bright and early. Within 5 minutes. Horn, Peak Nation, get your ass off. Oh my gosh. Oh man. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. 5 minutes? 5 minutes? Oh man, he has to go too. Oh, he's in and out. That's it. The peach is in a rush. He said, in and out, baby. In and out. God bless you. You have a wonderful day, Bradley Frizzle. We love you all. Thank you for blessing us. Wow, peach for each. Tesla's going up. Tesla's up 2% right now. ABVI's starting to go up a little bit. Where's Altreza? Altreza is down. Let me see. Where's Uber? So Uber, the covered calls are still down, and now we have the gain on the shares. So that's beautiful there. Good walk, young Uber. Good walk. All right, you're actually hitting another low right there. Again, I'm trying to get you the levels here. There they are. So pretty much 41.49 down to 41.30, then 41.27, then 41.15, 41.19. All again, yeah, we were nonstop calling out these levels all last week. So you're back to last week's gulag in a weird way. So 41.51, just watch for 41.49 now, and then if 41.49 doesn't hold, we could be about 10 points lower, and you're already 10 points lower from the gap up or gap down. So the gap fill is like 10, 15 points from here. So there it is, new low on the SPY. Uber staying pinned. Again, big tech is just running it, but now Apple is coming down. So is Microsoft. I don't know about Amazonian. Amazonian's easy in the red. Tesla's just the one doing good. Again, Ford has earnings too. They're down. Netflix flipped. They're negative again. 322. All sectors in the red now. Yes. Tech just gave up on those three candles. Tech is red now. Healthcare is slightly above them. ATXG pursues collaborations with 2 textile companies for China digital transformations and AI. ATGX. ATX, is this a new, what's it called? New hype play? Obscure Chinese stock rally in wild pre-market trading. They had a securities purchase agreement on January 4th. So they've rallied randomly. That's all. When I look up the news, I just see all of their headlines over the last 3 months, just random, very, very random runners. Ascend is killing it, actually. So, again, we have another 3% on that one. That's the only biotech that did good out of the whole PDUFA list. So, I think if after Ascend, we'll probably break even combined with all of them. Loss on MCRB and then loss on the other one. The other two, like, stayed break even and then Ascend. I'll give you an update on that, though. But that's nice for now. There's Uber not moving. Again, Airbnb came down. Pretty much break even on the contracts. They're down. Ascend is running up still. Amazon, not bad. ACAT on the high, too. RY. I did not sell out of MCB yet, or McRib. What's RYI? Ryerson, they're on the high. Microsoft trying to fight back. Bonds are trying to catch a bid here, too. LXEH, ATXG. Again, that's the, this is the China hype play. Apple, little cheek lay. Just see if Tesla starts giving up. And then I think that's the only one we have working for us right now. And then China plays are on the low. Yeah, China plays are mollywopped. Again. NVIDIA down 1.38. Uber's trying to move. Again, Tesla just got a candle. NVIDIA did go down. Bonds are catching a bid. SPY is at the low of the day. It's about a quarter on the NASDAQ. 0.5% on the Dow. 0.3 on the SPY. Let's see. The Fed's higher for longer is a pipe dream. A key part of the yield curve is sending a clear message. The Fed's desire to keep rates elevated is unlikely to be realized. The 2-year versus the 3-month curve is inverted, and it's been there since the great inflation 50 years ago. The market expects the Fed will soon have to cut. The curve has never been this negative, with the Fed unable to keep rates at their peak for much longer than 1 or 2 months. Nevertheless, financial assets, stocks, and bonds typically rally after the last Fed hike, with bonds outperforming stocks. Ascend will get back up to 107. It could. Again, I mean, they had bad news, but they don't have to restart their trial. Chicle is like a little red. Like the gum Big Red. So like sometimes when you get a big red candle, we call it a big red. But sometimes if it's like not a big red, but it's like halfway, it's called a chicle. Like a chicle. Like you ever had a chicle? They like chicle. It's good. It's fire. Chicles are made with Arabic gum too. Y'all don't feel me. Anyways, but bonds are running up right now. Again, still same breakdown. I mean, NASDAQ kind of matched up a little bit with the SPY. Stryker, SYK, they're on the high. They're down negative 2.6. I think they had bad earnings, and they're coming up. Stryker's starting to move. Bobo is starting to move as well. FSLR on the high. Where's Enphase? Is he still destroyed? And then Microsoft's at the low. Boeing is on the high. Tesla's still your only big name tech in the green right now, and except Microsoft actually. Roblo dumping hard, and Apple too. And Amazon's holding right at break even. Again, SYK in the bottom right, that one's moving. My man's Enphase. FOMO Worldwide agrees to acquire Brookwood Media Arts. That's crazy. There's a company called FOMO Worldwide. That's beautiful. Pfizer popping, good call. That's post earnings. Bookings on the high, and Airbnb's not playing along. Yeah, Pfizer's went up another 1% from open. So bookings up 1%, Airbnb's down. I think that's a travel reaction there. So watch if booking keeps going, Airbnb might come along. And then watch Expedia as well too. Yeah, they're in the green too. Airbnb is just getting mollywopped. All in on FOMO. Amazon green again. Bonds are starting to rip now. Amazon, another one. Amazon's on the high ticker. And then Netflix gave it up. They're getting destroyed. Redfin on the bottom. AMD even came down. So remember, they're after the bell, so is Ford. Wall down. Honestly, regionals destroyed. Regionals are hitting another new low, down 1.8. Even big banks, it's not like they're doing good. Big banks are down 1%. So it's a big day in a weird way. You don't really feel it. I know the headlines weren't as aggressive as the last couple days, but, I mean, we opened up down 0.5%. So still a lot of room there, even with the gap up. Medtronic's on the high. Remember, they've been getting a lot of these device approvals. So see if they kind of do their own thing. Where's even healthcare? Yeah, healthcare is the only thing green right now. So it was tech in the morning. Tech went negative, and then healthcare's green. And actually, consumer discretionary, those have now just gone green as well, too. I think you might be able to blame Amazon for that. And then data is in what? Data is in 15 minutes. So again, all of the data comes out at 10. Jobs openings, factory orders, durable goods, all of that is released at 10 a.m. here. I think job openings will be more important, and then durable goods and factory orders in that order. The news today was just earnings, the government setting up meetings and kind of freaking out about the debt ceiling, then Australian surprise rate hike, and then China and Asia risk off ahead of the Fed. That's pretty much the quick summary. And then the stock market hates you. And we could just throw that one in there. Microsoft coming up. Airbnb, I don't know, man. I don't know. Especially with Booking and Expedia and Uber up, I think Airbnb is just getting the black sheep treatment from Wall Street. You're late, good morning. No worries, no worries. If Josh was interested in adding Snap to the long term, would now be a good time? No, I think you're better off waiting, because Snapchat is now, it's not at a stage where, you don't have a catalyst that's going to drive you up. So realistically, I mean, I think it's extremely low in price. I think it can go lower, and I also think it could go higher, but quite frankly, I would just wait till we get closer to their next earnings. and then you make that decision either before or after their earnings. But I would give it some time to let it do its thing. Again, out of any of the social media companies, their report was just not good. Pac W on the low. Yeah, Pac W's flood. Dude, Pac W's down 7 now. I don't know if it's the next FRC, but it's not a good sign. But it sucks, though, because they're all dumping. Like, Wall is down 7%, and Wall's earnings wasn't that bad. So, like, I like Wall. I actually genuinely like Wall comparatively with what we saw. So it's weird, though, but they're all dropping like that. So you have regionals left and right just falling off a cliff right now. Yeah, dude, regionals are down 2%. So day after, again, they went down yesterday. They didn't move too much, but it's just like, take a look. Their regionals are dumping day after this SVB stuff or this FRC stuff. It could be their commercial real estate exposure that they have, but it's definitely if it's Wall or Pac W, it's going to be a different scenario than FRC and some of the other ones. MCB down another 10. I think we still have those plays. I don't know if they're up or not. And then Microsoft's ripping. Again, Microsoft had AI news earlier. Yeah, Microsoft going up there. GE as well. Ameritrade won't let you short. Do you need the hard to borrow? Well, either way, Pac W, they're down a lot. Maybe you could go for KRE, but that's wild. Yeah, Microsoft's running up big. SPY is doing nothing. Again, you have a very big gap down today. Market's not down 0.5% on the Dow. SPY and Dow are now matching up a little bit, but we've had a pretty big move down and haven't really moved out of that. Bill is tweaking out for today. Bill's trading like it's day number 1 when today should be day number 2. It's just holding up I've never seen Bill go down. It doesn't even look like it's going down. It's just the same candle. Oh, and then MPW. Hold up. I'm surprised no one's talking about that one. I'm surprised MPW is down right now. I think it's because of all the REITs and the finance stuff. But MPW, they sold off Steward's Utah stuff. So you remember that one of the clients that they had trouble with, Steward, they pretty much got Common Spirit to buy out their leases. So that was one of the updates we were waiting on. It was actually a very good development for MPW. Nothing. The SPY's just staying pinned. Amazon's running. Amazon and Microsoft just had a pop. Amazon was on the low earlier. IEP by Clap. Oh, IEP is the Carl Icahn stuff. Yeah, China's been getting clapped all day. They had one little relief yesterday, but now they're still getting knocked. Uber's going up. Microsoft. If Uber could break out, that'll be good for earnings, but $36 is what we need. Lots of Google. I see Google on the low, actually. Carl Enterprise down 15. Carl Icahn, again, that was a Hindenburg short report. Google is flushing now, too. Google's down 1.28. I don't know. Microsoft up, Google down. You had Microsoft AI news. I don't know if that's one of those things happening. You think AI slowly melts the same way Metaverse? No, I think you're going to get like real utility out of AI. Obviously, it's not going to be as popular as it is now. Like, there's not going to be that many winners, but I do think that AI will have way more longevity than NFTs. But then again, though, anytime you see a hype hit the market and you start watching stocks go up for no reason, that usually sticks around for a little bit. I like your PHILO vibe. Oh, I got one for you today too, man. So God bless you. I like you, man. He said I like PHILO. As you know, I usually don't get those compliments. So thank you, my brother. Good morning. Amen. Amen. Microsoft doing it again. Again, Google down, Meta down, and then Microsoft running back up here. So I don't know if that could be an interesting trend. Amazon's going up here now. Medtronic again on the high. Nasdaq's only down 0.2. Tech is gone green again by 0.25%. Healthcare's up by 0.3, and then discretionaries are up by 0.13. SPY bounce. FOMC's tomorrow. Bonds are going up, though. That's the only difference here today. So we're still down a lot on the 2-year, but my 10-year is coming back up to break even now. But we'll see. We haven't moved at all. Again, this is a fat gap, but we are just not, like, intraday. You're not doing anything. Yeah, IEP, it's down another 5%. Carl Icahn Enterprise is getting clapped. Bro, Hindenburg is just swinging for the big dogs. This guy's just going after billionaires left and right. So, again, this was a Hindenburg short report. They pretty much said, like, if you look at the premium and the value of the net assets and what IEP goes for, he said it's a scam. He said they don't have that much money. He says their collateral isn't worth that much. You know, it's kind of a mix of fraud, and he's saying they have, like, a similar setup to the banks in a weird way where their collateral just isn't worth it. And then bonds are breaking out a little bit, so this is good. Again, we're about to go break even on the 10-year now. The 2-year is the only one that's struggling. So very interesting dynamic here. 3 red candles down. Again, IEP, I don't know. It's not even halted yet. So they have not even halted that. Again, IEP, short report by Hindenburg. That's down 5% in the last 3 minutes, 22% on the day. Leju unhalted. I think you guys are on that one. Bonds are going up. J-Alt saying banks. Yeah, XLF is hitting the low, and regionals are already down 2.5. Again, Wall and Pac W, those are 7 a pop right there. And then Microsoft still near the high. Nvidia hasn't moved much. SPY is hitting the low of the day, and AMD is climbing. So even McDonald's, Ronald McDonald, he can't. Oh my gosh, yeah. J.P. Morgan is bleeding out. So is Goldman. Some more than others, and then Bank of America, Wells Fargo are really weak. Those are 2% a pop. Rum is doing good. Again, there's a couple names still going up here. It's not like everything's going down. Even Shopify is on the high right now. But you have a lot of weird tech moves, and now we are going down. And then again, whether you notice it or not, it seems like the biggest story today is banks. Even though energy is down 2.78, banks, regional banks are already down 2.5. But that's nothing to balk at. So literally, energy's down almost 3%, and then everything else, is down 2.5, or at least the regionals. Very, very crazy, Habibi. So again, you hit 41.48. This is literally the level, 41.49. So again, this is the level we called out to you. Let's see what happens at 41.55. Like I said, if we can't hold 41.49, we start looking at 41.30, 41.17. If we bounce off here, you're going to hold the 41.55s all the way to the 41.60s and possibly fill the gap. So we'll see. And then IEP, they're not halting it, man. I think job openings should come down a little bit. That comes out in 7 minutes. So we're going to find out there. But if it should come down a little bit, but I'm not too sure. Again, we know the data is lagging. However, even with the data lags, we're getting very flip-floppy reports. So again, you got to realize yesterday's data was weird. Yesterday's data was very stagflationary, because remember, the other data we had before that in terms of ISM and orders and PMIs, they were all plummeting. They were all contractionary. They were all going down. And then yesterday's report, it showed an increase, but it wasn't a big increase. It was still contractionary, but then it was an increase, and then prices went up with it. So, that was very stagflationary. But pretty much what we've been getting in the last month and a half, 2 months of economic data, it goes very, very bad data, mediocre data, very, very bad, then good, very, very bad, then mediocre, and very bad, then very good. So, excuse me. But it's been a wild one. IEP now yielding 20. It's weird. The IEP was always yielding a lot. I remember back before rates were even high, IEP was yielding 10% or something. So I was like, I don't know about that one, man. So we'll see. JP, Shopify's coming down. Bonds are catching their bid now. JP Morgan is slowly bleeding. IEP, first bounce. Again, just watch some of the post earnings. Pfizer, Uber. Who's the other? Was like ST something. Well, they're not really moving much. Disney's starting to pop. And then SPY's still hanging out at the low. Again, 41.49, big level here to the downside. Just because this is the halfway point. I mean, yesterday you were looking at 4,200 almost, and now you're right there in the middle. Yes, Muhammad El-Arian is in the stagflation camp, and rightfully so. But that's what yesterday showed. 10-year bond play is in the green now. So you were down $1,000 on that. If you averaged, you should be back up. The 2-year is the one not moving, though. And JPM at the lows. Qualcomm on the high again. That's another earnings. MCB Turks. What's TIRX? Turks? That's fun to say. SPY hitting a new low, 41.49. This thing got up 153%. Looks like a China play. Was halted once and still going up there right now. Yeah, 41.48, new low. You want to learn macroeconomics? What would you recommend where I start? Start with balance of payments. If you really want to look, I don't know if you just want like a weird book recommendation, you know what I'm saying? Then I don't know. But if you really want to get into macroeconomics, start understanding balance of payments and trade balances and how that factors into the monetary system. That's probably one of the easiest ways you could start with macroeconomics that could give you a full understanding. Even if you go listen to the interview with me and Hugh, a lot of those concepts are coming up when we're talking about capital going here and there and trade and how it operates. The real basis of macroeconomics is global trade and understanding how that works. So if you could go learn what trade balance is, balance of payments, and what countries do to facilitate a balance of payments and how everything, moves, I really think that'll give you a step up on macro. Amazon's still running, man, and the bonds too. Carl. Tesla's been the best one, but now Amazon is catching up, and then Microsoft with that stupid pop. Yeah, regionals are down 2.5% right now. So again, yesterday FRC went under. We didn't really get a reaction, but now today, looks like day after, you're watching them all go crazy. Yeah, energy is surprising. Energy's down 3. So get ready, though. 2 minutes till data. JOLTS jobs openings, factory orders, durable goods, and cap goods. Most important will be jobs openings, and then factory orders, then durable goods, or then durable goods, then factory orders. And Apple is near the low. SPY's even near the low. That's it, man. 41.48.03. You're hitting a new low. 41.47 now. So just 41.38 will be the next baby level, which is about still 10 points below us, though. So you still got a little bit of downside. You said Pfizer's dropping? Pfizer is. They gave up about 1% of the gains there. Still doing good off post earnings. Watch if Uber gives up or anybody else who is holding. Then there's a couple of names that were down that started to go up. There's Schwab, VOY, MCB, PNC, PACW. They're all clap. Even big banks, though, too. It's not, XLF is down over 1% now. Schwab's not down as much. I think PACW and the other one are really bad. LVO, Chat GPT, search engine circulating. What's Live One? Live One? I've never. They're $1.50. They're moving, though. McDonald's again. JOLTS in 1 minute. 45 seconds, baby. Let's go. So get ready, Chattadonia. A bond market is going to move vicious off the data. Every other data set this week or the last 2 weeks has just been tweaking the bonds out. So get ready. You could even watch the regionals too. I'm going to throw those up here. All right, 20 seconds. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. 10 seconds. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Job openings haven't came out yet. Assholes. So factory orders came in. I don't have the jobs numbers delaying like we saw last week with the data. Jobs numbers came in below. There you go. That's bullish. There it is. So about 200,000 less job openings. Factory orders came in at 0.9. Estimate was 1.2. And then durable goods came in at 3.2 as expected. Factory orders excluding transportation fell more than expected. And then cap goods was negative 0.6. So, I mean, durable goods went up. The other data is borderline. I mean, it's not still like too expansionary, but it's actually pretty decent. But jobs opening 200,000 less, I take that as a positive. Let's see. And then the bonds are rocketing off of it. Why is it bullish? Because now there's 200,000 less job openings, which means you're probably going to get a weaker jobs report, or hopefully it could lead into that at some point. Other than that, though, everything else just didn't surprise us too much. Again, factory orders was good, but not too good. And then same thing with durable goods, but no real shocker out of that. Only thing good is the jobs. You're going to cut bonds. I'm going to cut one of them. So there, we're going down off that. Well, again, bonds are the ones taking the bull off of it, which is crazy. There it is. So you're coming down off there. Bonds are bullish. Stocks, no. Data just came out here. Let's see. We'll let you listen to them, and I'm going to go pee. Okay, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. And then actually, let me see. Oh, why is everything so slow? All right, I sold my 10-year bonds. I made $690 off of that after the average down, and I'm still holding the 2-year. So I'm going to close that out before I go pee. Data hooked this up. Well, that's good. I just, after yesterday, remember, we were down a lot on that play yesterday after that little damn scam. Okay. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. And we will be right back. Data just came out. I'm taking it as bullish, but it was bullish for the bullish jobs. Everything else was in line, but it led to a bullish reaction on the stocks.
Amidst factory orders up 0.9% for March. Again, rear view mirror sequentially higher, but a disappointment from expectations. But this all points to the same idea, right? We're chugging along.
Absolutely. So let's get a read on what is happening here. I'm hoping that Mike McKee has got the quits rate for me so he can fill in the blanks and tell us what is happening. Mike, your take on these data?
Well, separations, including quits, layoffs, and discharges, and other separations, look at this point like they have changed little, according to the BLS. 2.5% is the quits rate for the month. The number of quits did decrease in accommodation and food services, which tells us something about the need for workers there. The overall number has been important to the Fed because they argue with a lot of jobs open, it means the labor market is tight and people can't find workers, and that means they have to pay up to get them, which is inflationary. So they're watching the overall quits numbers, and they have come down significantly now. 9,590,000 is 400,000 smaller than the prior month, so that is a significant change within the month. But this is March data, as you said, it is in the rearview mirror, and there are also questions about it because there are duplicate job openings posted, and also there's a very low response rate from companies. So we don't know exactly how accurate these numbers are, but they are something to keep an eye on in the midst of trying to figure out what the Fed's going to do.
and the market kind of not really responding to it. Equity still a little bit softer here. You are seeing a bid into the bond market, but we did have a nice sell-off yesterday, so that might also explain that positioning. So, Mike, stay with us, because the other story that we're tracking today and that markets are watching is the debate over raising the debt ceiling, which brings us to the question of the day: data or debt ceiling? What are you going to be trading on? Bill Dudley, former New York Fed president, says this data limit standoff could be really disastrous. He said that in a Bloomberg opinion piece, so definitely check that one out. It was pretty alarmist. So joining us now, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern from Washington, and Mike is still with us. So Anne-Marie, we have the data.
Damn, that bathroom break. So the data, they're taking it negative. I'm surprised because that was one of the better job openings we've seen. I think this is the lowest amount of job openings you've had since June. So I think the durable goods stuff is getting the people a little bit more. Again, because it could be stagflationary, because last thing now that means yesterday's even new orders came up as well. Bad news is bad news. No, I think the jobs news is legit good news, because then if that was the case, the other stuff could have been good. I think this is another set of stagflationary data. That would be the only negative assumption I could take out of this. Besides, again, the jobs, maybe I'm a stickler for the jobs, because I think that is very, very, very good. Confused screaming. Packed out. Didn't you guys just say did Wall just get halted? No, I didn't know if someone was, that was real or not. No, Pack W got halted. Yeah, that's great. Again, down 16%. So we have another regional bank getting mollywopped right now. So again, I closed the 10-year bond. I probably would have made another $200 off that. Again, the bonds, every tiny move is a lot of money. But we still have the 2-year now. That one's starting to climb. And then now your earnings plays, though. Watch out for those. Again, whether they have earnings or not. Like AMD still doing good. Uber, I think, slipped a little bit. Actually, AMD's doing very good. So pre-earnings, AMD's still running up. SPY hitting a low, 41.39. That's it. You're flushing through the levels. 41.38's the next one. Baby level at 41.35. And then 10 more points lower, 41.27 down to 41.15 to 41.19. 10 years still going. Yeah, all of these banks are getting dumped on, and that's kind of the X factor here today, just not to mention. And now we're reacting to the data. That just unlocked everything. Again, regionals are down 3.7. So and energy is down 3. Yeah, Wall is down a lot. They're dying. They're down 16. But then Pac West is down 16% right now too. And then even MCB, a lot of them. There's a lot of banks. If it's like a smaller regional, they're down about 15% right now. If they're a little better, they're down like 2 to 5. And then some of the big banks like Wells Fargo, all that, they're down like 2 to 3. Goldman and JP Morgan are doing the best. Pac W is unhalted. It was weird, man. That's it. They just burned, man. They just got us on the pump fake yesterday with the bonds. So now bonds are coming back up. Banks are dying. It just took an extra day. An extra day after dealing with that stuff. Microsoft, Amazon, dude, there's still stuff going up right now. So, dude, Microsoft is shooting up right now. Amazon is shooting up. AMD is shooting up. The high ticker does not look as active, but your big names are there. I think this is more discretionary. Again, discretionary, materials, energy, financials. That's good. Discretionary is the only thing in the green. Bonds are still coming back up. Yeah, MPW is going to die with this environment. It seems like anything related to interest rates and bonds is getting knocked right here. Again, there's a reason why the regionals are where they are today. Again, this is the effect you wanted to see yesterday. We saw a bank failure, and yesterday the bonds went down and the bank stocks went. You were like, what? Now, one day later, you're finally starting to see this. Yeah, exactly. This is how I expected yesterday. It was just a one-day pump fake delay. So Wall, Pac W, they're still going down. MCB, I think they might halt them next. And then GM announces executive leadership change. Yeah, KRE, this is like a new low. Dude, 4% down into a brand new low on KRE. So and this time it's about 10% lower than the previous low after SVB began. Nvidia's flushing. AMD's in the green, though. That's again, AMD has earnings today. Watch for Google. AMD's starting to give up now, though. So watch. If Amazon and Microsoft start to give up, these are the ones that were just running while we were dumping. That won't be good. Now Apple's even on the low. Again, you're just going through every level. 41.37. Next level is 10 more points, and then it just starts moving 10 points at a time till we get to 4,100. Pack W, another low. Bro, you're just flushing every level now. 41.34. I was putting down the stream alerts. I was going over the levels. I'm still a little skeptical, though. Just watch out by the end of the day. Because, again, I'm bullish on the jobs. Everything else, though, I think it's just stagflationary and causing this reaction. So what was bullish? The jobs. That's it. Everything else, I think people are tripping on states. Another back-to-back data set that's borderline more stagflationary. So, again, this is the lowest jobs openings for JOLTS in the last 2 years. Yeah, if anything, they're saying the data was dovish. Very weird. Is bad news bad news? No, because durable goods was, that you could consider that as good news. That would be the only thing. So it doesn't really make sense. The only thing that was bad was the job openings. Everything else was bad in its right of just, again, I think as a whole, it doesn't really, what it's showing you is that jobs are slowing down, but then orders are still active. So that's stagflation. That's exactly what we saw yesterday. The PMIs came up a little bit, but they were still contractionary, but then prices paid came up yesterday. So that's again stagflation. You don't want to see the gas and brakes at the same time. So now we're watching the jobs market get the brakes, but now everyone's like, well, wait a minute, shouldn't less jobs cause, less activity? Now, granted, all these data sets are mad delayed, and, how they operate hand in hand, they don't always carry through, but, this is how the market takes it from time to time. But it does seem like the whole story is reading stagflation, but that's what I'm saying, just watch out. Because that jobs data is bullish, though. And I want to see how the market will end up taking it. But like we've also said, though, at some point, the jobs data will be bad. Because that's the final leg of the shoe. Or the last final leg of it all. Uber starting to climb up a little bit. Apple at the low. SPY was trying to bounce out of that, but it's not working. 40, bro, my goodness. Dude, 41.47, you flush directly to the next level, and within 3 more minutes, you're about to go to the next level right now. Again, 41.29 or 41.27, that's it. You're 4 or 5 points away from that now. I know I'm mad. If I just went P and came back, I would have made another $500 on my bonds. But I'm cool. Again, that play, I didn't like that. I'm glad I averaged on it, but that shit was pissing me off yesterday. So now I still have my 2-year. I've recovered $1,000 on it. I'm still down 500 though. And then SPY's coming down again, man. So just watch. You might get a wicked bounce though at one other point. 41.29, another level, or 41.27. So I think we either get a baby bounce here because you've been flushing for like 20 minutes straight. Otherwise, 41.19 you'll bounce, but be on the lookout for it. Well, you're down 1% now on the SPY. Nasty. Apple a little pop again. Uber loves it when the market goes red. So then any little green candle, it starts to trip back out. But that's another post earnings. Yeah, dude, regionals are destroyed. Even Pfizer gave up their gains. Bro, KRE is down 5%. Let me say that out loud one more time. Regional banks are down 5% as an index. That's insane. So again, this is exactly what we thought would happen yesterday. It just took an extra day. Yeah, but no, that's huge though. That's definitely not small. Bro, that old MCB put is back to green now. That's crazy. I don't know if the EUFNs, I think those expired. As an index, they're down 5%. That's insane. That means, dude, right now, KRE Regional Bank Index is about 10% lower than the low of SVB when it flushed. Like, that's a solid 10%, which is wild. So you're really, really low. Again, half of that is happening right now today, down 5%. Getting this. Well, wait. I mean, I'm kind of down to go for one. Again, that 41.28 was massive. It sucks that you wicked 5 points lower because now you could still bounce. But like I'm saying, you do have one bullish thing on the day. But this data reaction, it feels like last week or 2 weeks ago. Remember, just data would come out, bonds would trip out, and then we would react instantly. So we'll find out here. But overall, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth today. I mean, you already got 1% here. It hasn't even been an hour. So if you're looking for moves, you're going to get it. But clearly there's a lot riding on this right now, or a lot of emotions. I liked Pfizer's earnings. I mean, again, I think they're at a lower price, and I don't think the market's too enthusiastically picking them up yet, but I liked it. PAC-W halted. Meta's flushing now. Google was flushing prior. Google was down like 1.5 or so, and Google's at the low. Same thing with Meta right now too. Schwab below $50 pop. Did the yen go up on that because of the bonds? I don't know. And then SPY's coming back down here. So again, now Microsoft gave up probably 0.5% there. 41.30. The low is 41.28. The next level is 41.27. Then 41.19. That red just turned to green at the bottom. The day of bill, it comes in April or May 10th or May 11th, I believe. Stagflation is good for bill and bonds to a degree. Yeah, it will help you in the sense. I mean, it's better than not. Like, I would rather have that than anything else. Depends really. Would you consider buying KRE? I don't know. I don't feel. I mean. Okay, bro, regionals are dumping. That's all I see I just saw 10 regionals flash on the low ticker. That was wild, but I don't feel confident. It's just like, what's been happening, like, yesterday, like even look at today. Yesterday you had a positive reaction because people thought the banking issue was done after the second largest failure. So is it a good value? Yeah, like if it goes up, but like, do we know what's really going on? No, not at all. We have no fucking idea. So it's like if there was more clarity and officials wouldn't just tell us sound and resilient and say we're not going to bail out a bank and then bail it out the next day. It's like if there was more clarity, I would love to buy it. But I think the reality of the situation is we don't know what's going on with regional banks right now. I don't think anybody does. And I think they're trying to buy time. And quite frankly, you're taking a lot of risk either or. So just putting it all into context, I don't think we know what's happening. And let alone, I don't think we want to know what's happening, if that makes sense. That kind of seems to be the reaction from the market as of, or at least maybe officials, maybe market participants. But I think deep down, we don't want to know what's happening with the banks. Because if we really wanted to know, it wouldn't be sound and resilient. It wouldn't be this like game of back and forth that we've been playing. So I don't think we want to know what's really going on. But until we find out, I'm not a buyer of regionals. No way. PAC-W. I'm watching KRE, 5.6 right now. Another 1% almost since I've told you. Is this forcing the pause? Maybe. I mean, it's going to make it more attention. It's definitely going to bring about more attention to the pause, but I don't know if it's going to bring about the actual pause. Again, we watched SVB fail in front of in front of Powell, and he still didn't stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, he literally, days before Powell, SVB collapsed, then signature, and my guy still didn't even, he didn't even flinch. So I don't think I don't think this solidifies a pause unless somebody goes bust right now. You're gonna buy more MPW if it goes back like a lot lower. So I would prefer like low $8, low 7s. So this isn't bad for now. But we'll see. Again, I'd like it with everything we got going on. But now, again, this is financial related. Even a REIT will get affected by it. Pack RE Hall. You're going lower here too now. So 41.29, you had that little flush and pop. This was almost like 6 points here. And then you're coming back lower. Big volume on the futures. How are we looking on the S&P? 13 million by hour. Volume's not too crazy. Volume is not too crazy, but a little bit higher, but lower than yesterday, higher than Friday, I think. I wonder if Powell will get any questions tomorrow. He will. He's going to get a lot. I think people are going to try to press him, but like I said, I think statement will say the same, and then I think Powell is going to come in a little bit more dovish, believe it or not. But we'll find. Bernard Kern, that's it. Another new low here. Bro, bigger volume on the futures. That's another flush. 41.27. 10 or more, bro. Since dropping here, you've hit every level within a 10 to 20 minute period. 41.55 to 41.49 to 41.38 to 41.28, 27. Bro, you're going 10 points at a time. It's been an hour. So that's actually wild. So here it is, another Chicle bond. I'm only down $200 now on the 2-year. Fuck. Oh, we should have held the 10-year. We should have held the 10-year. They got me on the pump fake. I didn't want to catch another foul. I've been playing too much my player. The move index went crazy yesterday. I brought it up on the watch list yesterday. Shout out, that's word to the move index. But it's been again. Yesterday was a 1% move, so it's wild. Yeah, I didn't want to foul out on the bonds because I had so many bonds after Friday. So I thought $600 was good, but and I said I'll hold the other ones. I didn't want to catch any fouls, but I wish we took that one to the hole. That would have been good. We should have held the 10-year. Bond, dude, 10 years running another flush, bro. 40, bro, you're going to hit the level. That's, dude, yesterday you were points. You are points away from 4,200, and now you are just as far away from 4,100. The difference between 4,200 and 4,100 is now equivalent from yesterday till today, and now we still got the rest of the day to go. Okay, I'm reloaded. I made a play on MES. I grabbed one MES. Let's just try this one smaller because I don't want to get trapped ahead of Powell. But again, we've moved 1% in a damn hour. And then if this keeps going down, I might end up with like 16 of these like that one dude. We'll see what happens. Good morning. Yeah, long MES. The bond should have been bullish yesterday. I'm so pissed. So again, we took profits on the 10-year. Our 2 years now back in play at a very good position, still down, but that's it. You're just getting you're getting 1% bond swings every day. Like, that's insane. So, but it is setting up ahead of tomorrow. But the thing is, I want to close all bond plays ahead of Powell because we just don't know what he's going to say. And you're literally watching any headline move these things 1%. Pack W again. We got regionals in the bottom right. They were able to bounce back up there. They're at 39.33 on KRE, still down 5%. Yesterday, I thought it was sector rotation. It was asset. I think it was safety. I think they were, I don't know what it was, though. I also think it was like, because bonds didn't catch the bid, but you had more defensives bought. But it just seemed like the market was kind of the fish out of the water flop, more or less. Because again, I mean, now you're getting a delay. You're at least getting a delayed reaction, but you're getting it. The regional banks are down 6% right now or whatever. So it's like that's what should have been the reaction on Monday. Now the bonds are back up. The bonds technically are a little bit higher than Friday on the 10-year. They're getting there. So that's all we kind of needed right there. Bitcoin pippin'. Tesla. Bro, bonds still going. 2-year only down $100 now. It'll up. I sell 500 index from IRA and buy bill. Why? I mean, see if your IRA has a money market fund or if it offers yield on cash balance. Remember, if you could just put your money in a high yield savings account, you don't need bill. Zion now. Zion was, dude, it's weird because a lot of these banks had decent earnings. I'm surprised Wall is down. PAC-W, I could see, but Wall was actually doing decent, at least based on their update, based on their quarterly report. And then I think Ken Griffin bought them in the 30s, right? So a little pop here off the bottom. I'm not exiting Bill. Bill, we already moved whatever we needed to, and then I still have it in the long term. Bitcoin going crazy. SPY's still trying to come down, though. Watch out here. Yeah, Bitcoin, $400 pop in the last couple of minutes. Riot is on the high, too. T-Mobile on the low. 41.23 on the SPX. You're down 0.8 on the NASDAQ, 1.08 on the SPY, and 1.009 on the Dow. I'm a commercial lender for Zions. I see zero panic from my customers. Well, there you have it. I think Zion has other, like, obviously the commercial stuff, but then I think PAC-W is starting to emerge possibly, but we don't know. Like I said yesterday, people were asking me which one's next. I don't think we have no clear sign. It's not the same as like what's it called? It's not the same as FRC, where we were watching a story develop and get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. The bill dividend payment should be like 37 cents, I think, a share. Maybe they selling off banks because shareholders got screwed. It could be. That's probably the best take, low key. When it's all said and done, is that just consumer or investor confidence in some of these banks is very, very low right now. Because, I mean, it's like literally you have zero protection. You're better off buying a big bank, but that they're still down too. But that could definitely be a easy answer to this. You're going lower, though. $41.20 now. So $41.19 is the next level. Damn, that MES is down $20 already. They out here. Again, bonds kind of chilled out at the highs here, but you're going lower. Again, the stocks and bonds are doing the reverse. This is a very wild moment because now you have stocks down 1% and then the 10-year up 1%. So that's a wicked inverse of that scale. And then Amazon is running into the highs, Apple off the low. Again, SPY doing its thing. Beto's moving up there. Again, Bitcoin still moving. And then Microsoft took 2 candles into the low. NVIDIA.com. AMZU. Amazon's killing it. My takeaway on earnings is that we ran up too much. That's it. If we didn't run up into earnings, it would have been fat. But so far, I mean, this doesn't happen. I mean, again, this is breaking like 2-3 years of history. But your average move on a positive earnings beat has been about 0.5 or 0.8, which is not tiny. Usually it moves like 2.5% on average. So we ran up so much into this, it's wild. JP Morgan's ratings unaffected by acquisition of FRC, says Fitch. Wall halted down. Bonds and Amazon going up. Stocks are still going down right now. Sell in May. I mean, there's another factor here too. It's what I've been telling you. It's the video I made yesterday. It's weird. It's getting very weird because now we are 1 month away from the debt ceiling. And that's it. We're now closer to that conversation actually having some weight. So that could be another factor here to add in. 4017, another level. Bro, another level. Ay, ay, ay. Their 4119 is the soft level, but 4115, and then if you can't hold 15, 14, or 13, you're going to 4100 flat. And this is all happening in about an hour and 1 minute on the day. Mm-hmm. Is this reaction to Yellen's debt bomb? It's a reaction to a lot. I mean, I think it's hard to pinpoint it. And realistically speaking, we didn't move until we had the data. But I think there's a lot of things floating in the water right now, I would say, to say the least. And not to mention just the overall just delayed reaction to what we had yesterday. This is butter for sure. Yeah, dude, you've buttered every level. Every level there's been no support. So I've had at least 3 or 4 solid support levels that have held up tremendous throughout the last couple of weeks. So, like, take a look. Like, 41.48, man, like, you chilled there a whole day on Tuesday. This is where you closed. This is where you ended on Friday. We buttered that with no problem. 40.38, this is where you were closing, hanging out. These are where you were bouncing from all last 2 weeks. You buttered that like nothing. 41.29, same exact thing. This was another support level, another low. You buttered it like nothing. So, I think there's a lot of butter. Again, 41.14 now. There again, I just 40 that these are, if you break below 41.13, the final level of support is 4100. Same day, this is doing it in the same hour. Mm, 4105, 4114. KRE, is that the 10-year low? And then TPVG, Danny said bear cave report on that one. That one's dumping. 10-year bond is still rocking. I'm up on ZT now. Shit, there you go. 2-year, 10-year plays, all of them are green now. So if you bought on Friday, even without averaging down, all bond plays are back into the green. If you average down, you doubled up. That 10-year would have taken us home, but now the ZT is starting to work. But yeah, I think KRE is this 2008 lows? No, 2020? Almost. I don't know. I'd buy KRE at $30. I don't know if that's too low. Maybe I'm too much of a bottom bargain bin chaser. But I don't know. I'm still weirded out. 41.13, man. This is the last level, or 41.11 or whatever. No, 41.13, and then that's it. 4100 after this. If this can't hold, it's over. How do you buy ZN? I bought the options. There shouldn't be. It just /ZN or /ZT, and then you just press buy. It's a future. Why are we dumping? I think there's a lot going on, but technically speaking, the dump started right at the data, unarguable. So is there a lot of factors today? Yes. Regional banks are getting destroyed. We're going off surprise rate hikes overseas. You're coming off of a very short runway for the debt ceiling. There's even one more thing that, again, coming off of bank failure yesterday. There's a lot of it, but quite simply, we didn't make this move until the data came out. And then that data, although the jobs data was good, everything else was borderline, very, very stagflation. I wouldn't even say borderline, but it was showing strong signals of stagflation just like yesterday. So it started with the data, but there's a lot of things in the water, like we've been saying. Let's see. All right, I did another MES. I said by the end of the day, I might end up with 16 of them. So we'll see. But you got 10 more points and then 4,100. And then if that keeps dying, I don't know. You're alarming people right now. It's all good. All right, Chad. Just because people like to talk a lot. If you're alarmed, let me know. If you're alarmed. If you're not alarmed, please let me know as well, too. Because, again, if you bought the bonds, I don't think you're alarmed right now. So if you are alarmed, please let me know. If not, I would let me know as well, too. Thank you. I'm buying MES for the flip, yeah. You sound sad today. Oh, no. Oh, no. Am I sad? No, it's good. It's good. Not alarmed? Okay, we're good. Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. I'm excited. There you go. All right, I think we're good. I'm not alarmed. I'm sound and resilient. All right, thank you. Not alarmed, just triggered. That's an appropriate reaction. Here's flushing again, bro. Bonds are ripping now. Dude, this is insane. I didn't think I would lose that fast on the bonds, but I also didn't think they would come back this fast. That's in an hour, bro. In an hour. How is this? This doesn't even make any sense. The ETFs are so far off from the futures. So even then, bro, your bond ETFs aren't really reflecting the price. The futures are moving. Bond futures are moving way, way more than even any of the ETFs. So like IEF and SHI, I don't think it's accurately. I think it's a little bit behind because the bond futures are absolutely ripping it. Again, 4108, that's it. 4100 yesterday, we hit 4186. That's insane. Yeah, bonds again, 2 years starting to go up again. I'm pretty sure you're back up to that level now. Yeah, that's it. Bonds. So this was Friday. This was FRC, and now this is where your 2-year bond is at. Jim Cramer said this market belongs to the bull. That's why we're dumping. So I've heard. So the data wasn't bullish. Not the rest. I think the jobs, I'm standing by it. I'll say it easily. The jobs data today was very bullish. Everything else was stagflationary. So they did not like that at all, mixed in with, again, regionals dropping 5 to 6%. The yen slipping. That's weird because like we were talking about yesterday, a big part of it, the yen should be bringing bonds down. Now today they got their bid, but that's about it. At least they went up today. Every safe haven just started going crazy. So there you go. Bonds are finally chilling out here, at least the 10-year. Again, 4108, very, very low. That means we're 80 points lower than yesterday's high. Can you explain stagflation and disinflation? So disinflation is the inflation going away. It just naturally it comes back to normal. So like disinflation is like getting a pimple. You ever have a pimple on your face and then the pimple just disappears on its own? You don't have to pop it or anything, and then the pimple just goes away. That's disinflation, where it just naturally goes away on its own. Where stagflation is now where you have inflation, but then growth comes down. That's like having a pimple, then you try to pop it, and then the pimple goes away, but then you're left with a big red scar that stays for another 2 weeks. That's like stagflation. So stagflation is inflation coming down, or it means the economy comes down, but inflation doesn't. aka the thing that should bring inflation down, the lack of economic growth, that should bring inflation down. But what ends up happening is that inflation doesn't come down as much as growth does, and then you're living in a world where inflation is still elevated, but now your growth is slowing down due to all of the things you tried to do to slow down inflation. So, yeah, stagflation, higher prices, lower demand, or higher prices, lower growth. So I think the pimple analogy explains it the best. You get a pimple, it goes away. That's disinflation. That's inflation. It's here today. It's gone tomorrow. We've seen that happen a couple of times in history. It's a pimple going away. If you have stagflation, it's like getting a pimple, trying to fix it, and then it turns into a scar, and now you kind of have like half a pimple, half not a pimple, but then it's still weird, and honestly, it's worse than having a normal pimple because now you have a weird pimple scar, and it's probably even more painful. So there you go. And then, yeah, hopefully you don't get an infection. Yeah, we're still seeing economic growth, so aren't we still in inflation? Yes, but now economic growth is highly debatable. If you look at earnings, you're watching economic growth. If you're comparing it on different rates, you're not. Again, even when we look at economic growth, that's the problem, is that the job market is saying economic growth, but then we look at, 3-month delayed data, and then we're watching, crashes, like literal straight crashes in certain manufacturing gauges. So that's where there's kind of a debate about it. But technically speaking, I say with some reasonability, you can argue that, yeah, we do still have growth. That's why we're still in the inflation sense, but that's why people are worried, because if we're talking recession and we're talking economic slowdown, we're witnessing bank failures and credit contraction, the next step is pretty much this now, because if growth does change and the inflation doesn't come down, then we're going to be in a tricky scenario. Wall halted. Bonds are coming up here too, though. So I thought that little bond peak was going to allow us to come up, but now stocks and bonds are moving hand in hand. Pound futures. I think a lot of the currencies have gone crazy so far. That's why I think this gets wild. Again, even the yen. PHM. I'm not familiar with PHM, sir. Regional bank ETF drops as much as 7.1% to the lowest since 2020. So worst day for regionals, or now it says at the lows of 2020. Apple at the bottom. Tesla's still green. Bonds keep going up. Home builder Pulte. Didn't DH Horton do good too? Israel Aerospace contract to sell Estonia munitions. Ticker for regionals is KRE. It's one we've watched. Bro, and these hold on. These little bounces ain't holding. Please hold while we connect your call. 4110. Again, this is going to be this stuff. Remember, 4110 to 4106. This is where it gets stubborn. So I can't believe we're already back here in one day. That's sad. So now that little Thursday rally, you've gotten retribution if you're a bear. I hope you realize that. Because remember, it was going down and then you went up. You're like, it never goes down. And I was like, it was literally going straight down the day before. So now you had 2 days of just mind-blowing rip. And then 1 day, 1 hour, gave it all right back. Yeah, day before Powell, too. That's where it gets even better. Yeah, still a lot of day left. Again, I think we're going to get one stupid pop today. If not, then it's just death. But I don't know. Maybe I'm a sucker, but I like the job openings coming down. That was the only green I saw today, or the only good thing I've seen today. I feel some retribution, but not enough. Okay, I feel that's fair. That's a fair response. You did say good news about. I did, and I think we could be getting there, but just as of today, it is just all of it as a whole was no. It was set like yesterday, but the jobs data it came in lower. Maybe it was bad, but I do think we'll find that answer on Friday. We'll see if it factors into the non-farms. That's it. Potentially those job openings, though, if that comes in on the non-farms, I think that'll be the confirmation. But we will see. We have to do Powell, then Apple, and then jobs. Now every bank wants a bailout. I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird, though, because it's not like they're getting bailed out. I mean, the only winners are whoever's buying them. Like, do you guys realize, like, how bullish that – I mean, obviously, J.P. Morgan still has to deal with everything else, but people were saying it. That was the best deal for J.P. Morgan in a decade. J.P. Morgan has not done a deal that good ever since Lehman Brothers, or still since Bear Stearns. Dude, I'm telling you, it's a wild concept. So, like, that's what I was explaining on the watch list yesterday, because everybody was like, oh, my God, FRC is going to come back up. Oh, my God. No. Like, understand what happened. The government seized all of their assets, FRC, and then anything worth money, they sold it to J.P. Morgan. So anything that was, and then they gave them a loan to afford it. So anything that was remotely worth any value held by FRC was seized by the government and then sold to J.P. Morgan for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, so very good for the banks. So I don't know if these regionals, like, I don't know who benefits on the regional side, but these big banks are, dude, it's hand over fist. You're making so much money on these assets. like Jamie Dimon, dude, he just got the best deal he could have ever asked for. Who takes the bad bets? J.P. Morgan, but then it's subsidized. So it's like I could buy, like, let's say your asset's down 90% and I want to buy it, right? And it's down 90%, but then you give me an 80% loan. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you're only taking the risk of 10% of the value if the government's going to back you up on the other side. Why are we flushing? A lot of reasons today, but, you don't have to make it complex. We sold off right at the data. And it looks like another set of stagflationary data with positive jobs data, but the positive jobs data was not enough. They got $100 billion worth of assets for $10 billion. And yeah, those $100 billion assets, they're not worth $100 billion yet. But then whatever they're not worth, they got a $50 billion loan from the government to sustain it. The energy sell, but I think it goes hand in hand even with the data too. But you're 100% right. Energy is down 4.2% right now. Financials are down 2.5 or 2.7. Communication 2.2, materials 2.2, industrials 1.7, and now tech is down 1%. Discretionaries are the best on the day, but they are down 0.5. Yeah, Uber's loving the downside. Wall again, new low. That's crazy. So here's the best part. I mean, I don't think we're going to hear from any of these regionals, but if their stock prices go lower, you're probably going to get another, what's it called? You're probably going to get another contact from the management. Yeah, ZN, I'm mad. I would have made like another $2,500 on the ZN, but it's okay. But I'm up $800 now on the ZT. That's net. So I've actually went up over 2,300 on the 2-year, but that's it. So all your bond plays. This was the Friday bond fear we wanted, and they just fucked us on the extra day. But everything is green on that front. I didn't think it was going to lead to 1.2 and then take the market down and go dollar for dollar inverse. So again, I mean, especially after yesterday. Shout out my daughter, Liana, long-term listener, baby, future business owner, graduating from the 8th grade. Oh, my gosh. Or no, let's go. Wow, that's hype. I think I was around the 8th grade when I think I was 7th grade, or no, 6th grade. I was around there, but I remember that. I remember freshman year of high school, I was trading in class. That's hype. That's hype. God bless you, Leanna. Keep it up. Keep it up. Let's go. Let's go. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Let's go. Back to the same levels as 3 years ago. But here, hold on. Let's see. What time is it? I'm going to go to the potty real quick. You guys, you have to give me a second. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will be right back. What's up, Sharif? God bless you and good morning.
President Biden has set a high-stakes meeting for next week on the debt limit. The Treasury Department warned that a potential default could come sooner than expected. The president will meet with congressional leaders. Republican Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, has said he won't extend the debt limit unless there are trillions in cuts to the federal budget. McCarthy has agreed to attend the president's meeting. Underlying inflation in the euro area slowed for the first time in 10 months. After stripping out volatile items like food and fuel, consumer prices rose 5.6% from a year ago in April. That backs the case for the ECB to slow its most aggressive interest rate hiking campaign ever later this week. And more job cuts on the way at Morgan Stanley in the midst of a deal-making slump. Bloomberg's learned that senior managers are discussing plans to eliminate about 3,000 jobs by the end of the quarter. Morgan Stanley has about 82,000 employees. Many of the cuts are expected to take place in the banking and trading groups. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Originals, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Simone Foxman, and this is Bloomberg. Guy.
Simone, thank you very much indeed. Banks certainly dominating the agenda today. Perfect time to take you back to the Milken Institute Global Conference that is very much underway in Beverly Hills. Visra Capital Senior Partner Margaret Anadu, joined now by Bloomberg Sonali Basak. Sonali, over to you.
Guy, thank you so much. Margaret, what a good time to have you to talk about real estate.
Yes.
We're watching in the market right now a lot of the regional banks falling, and part of that is a concern of their ties to the broader economy, of their ties to the real estate market. When you look at the residential world, what worries you the most?
Well, I think it's good to mention the regional banks. These things are so interconnected. I think a lot of times people think about the capital coming into real estate from the big banks.
Hot dog. Another low off the bathroom. Sox S is on the high. Pack W, just no regard for any life right now. That's amazing. Bro, 36%. Dude, this is insane. Bro, the regionals, somebody or collectively all at once. Back to 7% on the regional index right now. Yeah, Pack W is unhalted and going lower. Again, this tied into energy. This all started with the data. Regionals were already down like 2.5% when the data came out, and then that's it. My goodness. It's about that time, son. There it is, another low. Damn, the MESs, I'm down 160. That's 2. How did you get 16 of those? Bro, 4101? Oh, my goodness, Chad. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Dude, this is a waterfall. That's it. So, Chad, every single level on the day. Do you realize that we were here? We were right here. By the morning, we were right here. And then in the last hour, we've gone through 41.49, 41.38, 41.35, 41.27, 41.15, 41.14, 41.13. And then now you are 1 point away from all of these. You just went through the whole chart. Bad news is bad news. Maybe. The data is the easiest one. I say stagflationary data. Again, that's kind of what we got. I still love the jobs report, though. Well, we'll get the confirmation on Friday. Then add that to the banks and everything else we've been dealing with. The U.S. sending 1,500 active duty troops to southern border. It finally cracked. It did, but we don't know. Like, that's the sad part. Because right now they're all dropping 10, 20, 15%, 36%. But who is the, like, what's the problem? So, like, you remember, like, think about it. Right when FRC came out, you know, we were making those videos last week. Why? Because we had all the data, you know? So, like, we need to be able to see, like, going into it, like, what do they have? Remember, we were looking at their deposits, the uninsured, the insured, and all that. So, the real, like, really realistically, we should be going through all of the banks right now, and you got to find out who has the most uninsured deposits. We need to find out, like, who is really vulnerable, because honestly, I don't think we know who is now. Everybody, I feel like, is equally as vulnerable in a weird way, and they're all dropping right now. So, yes, if you drop a lot, your share price can affect that, because then that could put you under financing pressure. But for the most part, it's like we don't have a clear cut, like, yeah, boom, pack W now, or wall is the next one. We really don't know. I think all of them, but that's the crazy part, because the answer to that is that maybe they're all vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? Exactly there, where now the contagion is actually spreading out. I agree completely. But now we just don't know. It's either going to hit them all at once or not. But then again, we could easily bounce. Anytime the regionals have dumped, usually the next day they've bounced back up, except for this little flush. They've 2 days down, 1 day big up, 4 days slowly dying, then big bounce after hitting a new low. $41. Well, we'll see if we bounce from here without hitting 41, but it's doing what it did here, where, like, you make a fat flush right above the level, then you bounce up. So this is big, but you're still like 5 points away now from the low. So I think let's see what happens at 4,100, but there's a lot of daylight left in the market. What did I miss? You missed a lot. A little data reaction. That's the simple answer. We'll give it like 5 minutes and I'll re-answer this question again. So please hold. We'll get you on the next stop. What happened to all-time highs? Dude, we were at 40. We were almost at 4,200 yesterday. Every time at this level, man. What a shit show. No free lunch in America. No free lunch. Demand, yeah, 4,100 has been a very big level over the last couple of days. The last couple of weeks. 2-3 weeks, easy. Have you seen futures this red and finish green? Yeah. I don't think we could still go green. So it's 1.5%, but it just depends. I wouldn't bank on green though now. I mean, I think maybe just slightly less red. If it is going to go green, it has to go crazy. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's not like we've seen crazier. Like, it's not like this is the worst, but it is. It just started off very, 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 very low today. Euro close is going to be good because we didn't have Euro close yesterday. You're going down a little lower. Again, Uber, I'm keeping that in the top right. They're hitting a high 35.35, up 7.9% now, but they're doing good while everything's selling off. I think AMD is holding on to. No, they gave up. That's pre-earnings. Amazon, they're doing decent. Apple gave up about almost 1%. Tesla's barely in the green. And then the Microsoft, they barely went red. 3M got mollywopped. MPW mollywopped. Altria kind of mollywopped. A lot of mollywopping all across the board today. Hi, Josh. I'm from the future. JP Morgan bailed out the Fed. The earth is saved. Honestly, for somebody from the future, you suck. How you going to be from the future and not give me more specific data and not give me a date, a strike price, nothing like that? You ain't even going to tell me who wins the NBA playoffs. You're not going to tell me go get the Suns by 15. You're not going to tell me, like, how are you going to really be from the future and be that vague, sir? That's an awful few. You better contact your future advisor, whoever is your supervisor from the future. Tell them you suck. Okay, because that's insane. How you going to be from the future and still be just as cryptic as the news? That makes no sense. It's bullshit. Well, of course, that's what I get. I get the guy from the future with no specific information. I get the guy from the future who just speaks in broad generalizations. Awesome, man. Awesome. Let's go, Nuggets. Tesla's going red now. Again, like I was saying, they were barely in the green. Bonds hit a high and went red. Stocks are going lower. Womp, womp, womp. 40.99 there. Bro, 4,100 is broken. What just happened? So that's it. You could go as low as 40.88 again, and then we do the little dance back to 40.55. Aye, aye, aye. So you have to get a little bounce here. Ba, 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 ba. Wanna be in gaming, yo. Just another player with a regional bank. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. The spy was ha 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 ha. No buyers, flash crash. Nah, this ain't a flash crash, but it was quick in the morning. I just think you have a weird bank thing going on in the background now, and then just tied that into just and this is like that 2 weeks ago where economic data has been wrecking us. Now, you guys have noticed that, right? Remember it was sometime last week. It was like the data right when the data would come out, the bonds would make an instant gap up or down, and then the market would just do one direction with a pretty violent response. It seems like the data has been knocking us just into volatility mode, like right instantly. JPM 40, bro, you're flushing. 40.94 now. JPM is down 138. Apple, Microsoft, bro, you're flushing 10 points at a time. Now even the big banks are paying. So that's about 6 points after 4,100. Bro, the next level is 40.88 now. I didn't think I would even have to call that one out. Wall resume. What's still green? Nothing in the banking world. I mean, I don't know. Goldman usually outperformed. Now Goldman even came down a decent amount. Call Mr. Market and tell him to relax. He ain't relaxing. Because you have Jerome Powell tomorrow. Then you have Apple. Then you have a jobs report. Then you have CPI. So get ready. You know, that does not sound like any relaxation, Habibi. Actually, quite opposite. Quite opposite, Habibi. The people will be very excited. You ever previous tenant left and they ever leave anything good over? No. I have one. My girlfriend got freaked out. There was one old house, like we bought it, and then it was owned by an old lady, and she left, but there was like an old Motorola, like a flip phone, and it was really cool. And I showed my girlfriend. I brought it with me, and I took it in her car, and she's like, why is that in my car? That's bad vibes. Did she die? And I was like, no, I don't think so. But other than that, I've not really gotten anything cool. No, not a Razor, like a real Motorola, like an old, like 1980 cell phone, like one of those fat ones. You stole that dude's Gucci slippers. That was Airbnb. That was different than a long-term rental. And damn right I stole his fucking Gucci slides. That little asshole. They playing with me. Okay, baby bounce. Baby bounce at 4,100, my friend. Baby bounce at 4,100 to 4,100. Again, you just flushed below it. You flushed 7 points below the level. So 40.88 and then 40.73 or 40.77. Those will be our next lows or our next support levels. Euro close in 25 minutes. Oh yeah, where's that VIX one day at? Let's see what he's cooking up. Ooh, it's crazy how it's lower. I guess that other day on 425, I feel like we dropped away more. Pac W is at $5. Zion 52-week low. Lapla, bro, regionals are still dying left and right now. So Zion 52-week low, down 17% now. They actually look like they have more meat than anybody else. Pac W, bro, $5, down 40%. So yeah, Pac W, they're low. So some of these companies are about to hit new lows from SVB day, because that's what's about to happen here. So Pac W, it's low. It's down 40, but technically it hasn't hit a new low yet. It's going to. That's when this thing gets a little crazier. So there's a lot going on today. It was the data that got us down here. Some people are saying bad news is bad news. It was kind of stagflationary. Then we had surprise rate hikes in Australia, bad China, and then there was one more thing we were dealing with. What else? Oh, and then the debt ceiling worries. But then all your regionals started dumping. This was maybe the second day reaction off of FRC. So there's a lot of things going on from yesterday till today. Some of them you're aware of, but then it was just that the data triggered this sort of velocity that we have right now. I said 945. You see Pax finances, they're burning through cash. They're $1 billion currently. They went from 14 cash on hand to $1 billion. Let's see, man. And then you're going lower. SOX S is on the high too. Yeah, Pac W. So let's see. Net loss, adjusted earnings. Do they have a deposits? Ew. Damn, their book value is $18. That sucks. So then that means they better be worth what they're saying they're worth, because that's you, Habibi. You were just at $18. Severance, compensate. Give me deposits, Habibi. This is the composition of deposits. They have 28 billion. Yeah, so from deposits. Well, deposits fell 5 billion. Community banking, venture, and wholesale for Pac W. That's not too bad. Again, the deposits on the other one, it was like, what, 50% lower? And then they have 3.8 billion in commercial. So on their Pac W is not even primarily commercial. They actually have a lot of residential. I wish their deposit sheet was easier to see. Check Citizens. Well, this is honestly, this is what you should be doing for any of these. If you really think they're going to go bust, go through investor relations, go through anything that they've reported, and see what their deposits are, see if they tell you if it's insured or not, and then just look at the change from even last quarter and how much of a low it's came down. Yeah, Pac W is not, it's not like they're the worst. Zoom Pop. Zion, is Pac W halted? And SPY trying to bounce a little bit. Yeah, Zion just took an extra 4% dump on that. Their commercial uninsured deposits based off of last PowerPoint. Damn, Zion's... Man, short fucking Zion based on this website. What in the 1997 GeoCities is this? You see these? Bro, this looks like the first website I ever made in the early 2000s. Did you see this? Bro, I be shorting them off of this. Look at this little information request. Get email alerts. Bro, what the fuck is your IR, dog? That's crazy, bro. Look at this. Who is this guy? First quarter update, forward looking. So ending deposit, Zion, 2/3 from commercial customers, high quality, 51% non-interest bearing deposits. That's not good. Do they own all these banks? They're showing average total. I don't want a pretty picture. Give me a damn fucking writing. Do y'all have any financials? No way. Pac W and halted. Average loan and deposit balance. They don't give me a good quarter-over-quarter number. Cost of deposits. At 78, our loan to deposit ratio. I need to get the filing on this. This shit sucks. Oh, is this it? Net interest? There it is. So they have $10 billion in held to maturity with what? And 11 billion for sale. Honestly, that's not even good there. It's leaving them with 22 assets. Total investment securities decreased 4 billion or 16% at March 31st. Okay. Damn, they have 30 billion in commercial. Yeah. That's what it is. Unfunded lending commitments, 30 billion. They got 50 billion on loans and leases held for investment. Yeah, majority of commercial and they have 42 billion of commercial real estate loans. See, but their deposits didn't go down. So here it is. So deposits for Zion, though, from last quarter, first quarter was 82 billion, but then fourth quarter, so pretty much December, was 71 billion. By the time they came out, it was 69 billion. That's not too bad. Again, savings and money market, 30 billion. They had 3 billion of outflows there. Time savings had an increase of 600 million. And then brokered. Wait, what's a Oh. They've showed that here. I don't know what their brokered deposits mean. That might be another bank giving them money. Does that make sense? Kind of like how we saw JP Morgan and all that. Yeah, it's assistance of a third-party deposit broker. Yeah, so total deposits decreased by 16%. So there it is. So Zion's weakness is commercial, and then their deposits from SVB, they lost 16%. It doesn't tell us insured or not, actually. I got to go back and find that. Let me see. Uninsured is not mentioned at all. Yeah. So Zion is over. We're talking $42 billion in commercial loans, commercial real estate loans, and then deposits down 16%, but still at like a third. What was it, like 11 or $16 billion mark? The futures volume is decent. It was active on the lows. Even SPY volume right now, we're at 36 million by hour number. We're not even hour number 2. So volume is actually very, very high, and volume even picked up throughout the day as we were dumping. Which bank is heavily invested in commercial real estate? A lot of the regionals are, but then again, even in general, if you want to talk big bank, Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is one of the only people who actually holds their own mortgages. So they have a sizable mortgage portfolio. I didn't make an Uber. I had old Uber place. So we're just riding that out. Coin is on the high right now too. Zion catching a bounce, even regionals. Uber is going. Again, we need 36 on Uber. Do you like the whole bill? No, I like the whole bill, yes. Unless I added to it later in the month. Otherwise, bill holding is great. It's great for the kids. Great for the fun for the whole family. I don't know if this is an overreaction, but I mean, clearly we're digesting and responding to a lot. I do think we could go a little bit higher, just because of there was some goodness of today, but we'll see. I think we're just balancing out the playing field. That's all. I think last week everybody was being a little baby back B word. Okay, that's all I know. Because last week, remember, we opened up, we did decent, right? Last week, you were selling off those couple days. You would sell off, buy up, sell off, buy up, sell off, buy up, sell off, buy up, do nothing on Friday. And then Monday, we went up, we sold off, then did nothing. I was like, and then we sold off. They're like, it went straight down. Everyone is like, it's finally gone down. Yeah, there you go. Then it gaps up, and then it drops again. And you think everything is dead. And everyone's like, finally. That's why I look at the economy and blah, blah. And then we rip up, and you're like, how come it just goes straight up? This is manipulated. It's rigged. They hate us all. Then it goes up for 3 days in a row, and then it just takes 2 days to start the week, and now we're back to the low end, right in the middle, just barely below the middle. So I think it's leveling out the playing field, but there is definitely a lot going on here today. Not to mention another bank failure yesterday. Now we're watching the regionals go ape. Did not see this coming. I didn't see it happening like this. I thought Monday, I thought I was gonna get a bag on the bonds on Monday and call it a day. Then we woke up yesterday and everyone's like, it's the end of the banking crisis because now we have an even bigger bank failing. So now it must be over. And we're like, what the fuck does that mean, sir? So yeah. Lightning PHILO pretty accurate, huh? Amen. In the money, Uber 33. That's a good price. It's up to you. I think 33 is a great price. I mean, it could come back down, but if it rips past 36, you got some more upside. So I'm holding shares. I've been holding shares since last earnings. It's all sound and resilient, though. Nah, man. We haven't heard sound and resilient as much as of late. But maybe now we get worried. I don't know. That's it. I'm telling you that, again, even something on the day today. I mean, I think it's weird because I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it. I really don't. But maybe I should charge you likes for this. I'm gonna charge you likes for this. You got likes on the video? Oh, you only have 1,000 likes? Y'all don't want this 10. Y'all don't want this 10. Y'all don't want any 10. Oh, come on. Can I get like 100 likes? Maybe 200, maybe 1,000. I'm just throwing that in there. Maybe 10,000. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. Come on, like the video, man. I got something for you. Actually, I don't know how you guys are going to feel about this. You should already be prepared. But, oh, there you go. There's some likes. Thank you for the likes. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, everybody, can you do that? Why don't you guys do that? You guys should call your cousins and tell them to like the video. If you can, that'd be nice. If you have like a extended family member, just give them a call right now so you could check up on them. Be like, hey, how is everything? Can you go to youtube.com/thestockmarket and like the video? Thanks, cousin. Now, you should try that. That'd be a good idea. SPY's going down a little bit. But here's the tin, okay? It's like a tinfoil / analysis. But what some people are saying is that the debt ceiling, the debt ceiling is silently working its way into the market. And this is why I made the video yesterday. I don't believe it yet, but the logic that some people are starting to say right now is that the market's like moving in a way to kind of conceal it. And as long as equities aren't responding to the debt ceiling, it helps conceal it, and then it leads to politicians being a little bit slower because they don't feel it and equities don't feel it. But the general idea here is like we are 1 month away now from the debt ceiling. And now that very well, the risk of that could be hidden within the market. Like I'm saying, I don't think it's going to be a problem, but if it was going to be a problem, I mean, this would be the year. And now some people are saying with only 1 month of time away, looking at like the 1 month, the 3 month bond, looking at just some of these weird kinks in the bond curve, everyone's just getting this idea and they're saying, well, maybe if the market's not reacting to it yet, it's going to increase the risk because now politicians won't react. And then we only have about 4 weeks left. So that's the tinfoil is pretty much the debt ceiling could be a black swan. If it keeps running at this pace, if it keeps getting worse, nobody talks about it, or the government doesn't figure it out, and then before you know it, just the market is just not prepared to hedge for it in any way, shape, or form because most people think it's not going to happen. And then until the market responds, there's no need to prepare for it. Then if nobody prepares for it, then no actionable things will occur. And then if nothing actionable occurs, then we wind up in the problem. So it's a very weird line of logic that we are dealing with right now. But that's one thing I'm saying, though. I think people are talking about it now. I gave you your video. I'm going to give you a follow-up on it. But, I mean, it's pretty clear at this point. We're turning the corner on the debt ceiling. So we turn a corner, and now we're getting into the final stretch almost. We have 2 more turns. You turn this corner, then you turn the final corner about like a week or 2 ahead. And then that's it. NNOX on the high. NNOX. Nano Imaging. Up 8.5%. Now 8.2. The debt ceiling, it's just the government has a limit of what they could spend money on. And so if the government doesn't agree to raise that debt limit, you can't spend money until it's raised. So they argue about this every couple of years. The debt limit, they either do a delay or they usually end up raising it. So that's why they say if we don't raise the debt limit by June 1st, we run out of money, and then the government, the Treasury, they have to do unique, extraordinary measures. They stop paying employees, and then they have to do stuff until they actually vote on a budget. That's all it is a bunch of people in Washington arguing about how they're going to get paid and what money goes where. But they always do it. A delay would hurt the markets tremendously. And last time they delayed too long, it led to a credit downgrade. But ever since that moment, most people have came under the idea it's better to just raise it and be gone with it. But the problem is, like even back in Obama's day when it happened, when we had the first debt ceiling crisis, people, both Republican and Democrat, they used the debt ceiling as a bargaining chip because everybody knows you're going to raise it. But now what happens is like everybody knows you need it, so everybody comes into these votes trying to get something, and they start trying to negotiate for whatever they want because they're like, well, I won't vote for it, then I won't do this, and then you won't do this, and if we don't get this, we won't do that, and then it just turns into a fucked up negotiation with everybody playing a game of chicken, and usually nobody gets hurt, but there has been a very, very rare instances where it has led to a borderline global fallout. Mm-hmm. So pushing back the problem until it builds up and explodes, kind of, but it never really builds up and explodes unless you are faced with people who want, until there's a lot of politics. Like, that's the idea, is if everybody keeps passing it, like, what's going to happen? Like, you could keep raising it to infinity. Now, obviously, there's economic effects of that, but for the most part, there's no way you genuinely, there's no way it, like, gets worse until somebody messes up how they keep raising it, and then you negotiate, and then somebody does not want to agree, and then now everybody pays for it. McCarthy said Republicans will not cave to the Democrats. Well, they say that every time. I'm telling you, it's so funny because it happens exactly the same. That's why we never know. That's why it sucks, because we have to take advantage. The only difference between this debt ceiling and the last time that we dealt with this is that we're a month away now. I don't think people realize. That's what I'm saying. It's creeping up on us, and we better start paying attention. Because last time you heard about the June 1st X date, it was January. Almost 5 months ago, this was the last time we heard anything about this. And the other time before that, it was like October or September that they were talking about this. And then the last like year or two where we had a debt ceiling stuff, they passed what's it called? They didn't raise it, or they did a temporary suspension. They had it figured out months before we even came into the vote. So that's why I'm bringing this up right now, because I'm like, dude, this is the first time now in a minute where we have been this close to it all. So it's all playing out exactly the same. They're saying the same things. Everybody's going to act the same way. They're going to do their politics. Yeah, a lot of posturing, definitely. But the only difference is that now there's legitimately less time. That's it. That's the only thing right now. Because like when I was telling you not to react, I was telling you, bro, we have months. We have months and months. Don't look that far ahead. You're going to get distracted by it. But now we're burning enough time, and now the runway is very, very small comparatively. And then you have to think about it. It's Biden and politicians. So they have 1 month of time left. They set a meeting today for May 9th and May 11th. But think about it. If that meeting doesn't happen and that meeting doesn't go good and there's no resolution, you have 50% less time. And then now, how long is it going to take Biden and all of them to get together and work fast to actually have that? That's the next problem. So it's like right now in the next week or so, if we really don't get a resolution, your runway is very, very narrow. Treasury leaks on 4chan are saying we hit it yesterday. Multiple chats in the mix saying they need a solution ASAP. Runway used already. Unfortunately, I don't know. I just don't believe that anybody in Janet Yellen's office is on 4chan. Something just does not sit right with me on that. But I mean, we've been talking about this for a while. The ironic part is that Janet Yellen said that this was the X date 6 months ago. She said the same amount, and then we already know the Treasury was messing around with their issuances to account for it. But it's clear. I mean, we don't have to go off of anything. Like, it's just very simple. We have 4 weeks. You have an event in about a week and a half. In the next week or two, if nothing gets resolved and we start running out of time, then the heightened volatility will start to hit the market, or we could set up for it. And then that's it. And then after those next 2 weeks, if we're about 1 week away, then we start the situation starts to boil over it hits a boiling point. Why do politicians play around with something like? Because it sucks because the consequences are so big, but you realize like it's a giant scam. Like, do you realize they're all just arguing on how much to pay themselves? That's it. They're just all arguing to get a paycheck. So everybody is trying to get money for this, so they all just play the game because this is your one opportunity every couple of years to try to get what you want. 21-day bills allotted at high, 4.49. Tesla flush. That NNOX was running RMB. Bro, SPY's still at the bottom, but yeah, Tesla just flushed 1%. Debt ceiling to create unfavorable market volatility. Petersrock, I can't say that. But like legitimately, like when they go to like the debt ceiling, all they're trying to do is figure out their budgets and who gets paid, and that's it. It's actually like it's not even like fiscal responsibility. That's what they make it to be, and people talk about all of that, but like legitimately it is just these people who get paid $250,000, $500,000 a year. They are negotiating their salaries. That's literally what this is. This is like a union salary negotiation with the government every couple of years. Think about it. They're agreeing. They say, we want this much pay. We want this. We're going to spend money on this. This is where they start saying, they're just figuring out how they're going to get paid and get the people they represent paid and get the money where they need it to be. So it's not like the sad part is for the last couple of decades, we've politicized it and we make it sound like, how can they do this? Why are they playing with the American futures? The government doesn't shut down. They just stop paying for certain things and they slow it down. And then even though the government's quote unquote shut down, they're still in Congress every day negotiating how to get their paycheck. That's why the only difference is when the government shuts down, those mother effers don't get paid. And then that's why they start working on it. Because if you're a congressman and you don't get that budget, you're not getting paid. You might get a little bit, but everybody else in the government stops getting paid too. But it's like that's all. They still work. The government doesn't shut down. That's all of that. The whole government shutdown shit, all of it is just a visual. The government is always open. It's not shutting down. It's not closing. It's not 50% off sale. No, these guys just go in there and they work to figure this out. But right now, this is just a gigantic budget debate of how much money is going to be available, who gets paid, how they're going to allocate it, and then they use this moment to really, really push stuff and have negotiations. But all is this a giant negotiation on salaries in a very weird way. New low, bought up. I don't know, man. It's been I wanted a bounce, man. I mean, I benefited off of it going down with my bond plays, but I really thought that data was going to hook it up on the jobs. So we'll see, but it's been a pretty steady downtrend so far. But it is only 8:30, so we still got a lot of time. Schwab. Tesla flush. Schwab is coming down. They're not as bad. KRE kind of chilled, but still, dude, 7.5. Ay. And then again, Zion looks ugly. So Zion, PAC-W, Zion's deposits and their commercial real estate exposure seems way, way bigger than PAC-W, but PAC-W is the one paying for it right now. I have old coin in the long term, but I haven't added a new play. Thoughts on Chegg, ChatGPT? Bro, we said that. Didn't we tell I said my girlfriend brought that up to me months ago. And then the next quarter it didn't have an effect. It just took 2-quarter delay. But it makes sense. I mean, why would you pay for Chegg to cheat in school when you could just use fucking ChatGPT? Honestly, I don't know what college would be like if I went to college and I had ChatGPT. I don't know. I used to be ChatGPT. So I had homies like, and they were balling. I wasn't balling like that. They were like really, really balling. They would pay me to do their essays because I had game like that. You know what I'm saying? I could spit. I could spit on paper. I could type. You know. I said run it. I said $500. I'll do your final. Let's go. Give it to me. What you need, son? Anything you need to be fly in these streets. But I don't know what it'd be like. ChatGPT does everything. When's my version of ChatGPT coming out? I might make one. I might make I'm gonna call it like Father GPT, and it's gonna be like the AI dads you never had, and it's gonna tell you what you need to hear. So it'll be like, stop playing fucking video games, get back to work. And you're going to be like, hey, what do I do about this problem? It's mean like, shut up and get back to work. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be dope. It's going to be like really inspiring, and it'll be there for you. It'll be like, hey, you want to watch the game? All right. Like, you know, it'll show you like some fatherly love, like a little bit, but then overall it'll be there to just like keep you in track, you know? So I'm very excited for it. Let's go Uncle GPT. He's like, I feel motivated already. That's it. Zion's running up now. So let's see. Zion recovered that little 5% extra flush. Yeah, it'll be a good. And then you like tell it, you like share your business ideas with it. Then it tells you that's too risky. Stay in school. Am I related to Trump? You sound like it. Yeah, man. I'm Donald Trump's Egyptian love child. You figured it out, man. Fuck yeah, I'm related to Donald Trump. It reflects in all of my aspects of my culture. If you couldn't tell, that's a first. Like what? I ain't never gotten that one in my life, man. I don't know if I'm offended or if I'm excited. I'm really conflicted, to be honest with you. I was like, am I supposed to be happy about that? Is that sad? Like, what does that mean? Like, I don't know. It's the hairline. Oh, he got a toupee. I might have to do the toupee, to be honest with you. Yeah, energy is hideous. It's hideous. Energy's down 4.6, and then regional's down 7.5. I ask my students questions about their essays. If they don't understand their own words, that's the first bit of evidence. Damn, you cracking down on the chat GPT? That's crazy. Biden love child. Listen, man, I'll just tell you now, though, I would rather be Biden's kid than Trump's. I'd have way more fun. I would hate to be a Trump kid. I have to like grow up, go to business meetings and shit, and like follow them around, and like they're all like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Trumps are low key, you know, as much as everyone hates them, they seem so like serious, like and shit. I'd be like, oh my fucking God, no, I don't want to go to a tower. You know what I'm saying? If I was Biden's son, bro, I'd be out of there at 15, bro, and I'd be like, what's up, son? We turning up or what? Where the Zantac at? Let's all call up some girls, man. Let's go. That's it, you know? That's it. That's so I'd rather be a Biden child, to be honest with you. Yeah, Zantac hits, dog. They don't know about that Zantac. They did observe. Dude, I mean, pack double your Zion bounce, but we're going to see. Like I said, it's a little bit of fear, but we really don't know what the next thing actually is. Bill, why is Bill actually dropping today? We're going to see. I think it's just getting ready because it's counting this as day one, but it's not. It's very weird, actually. And SPY, little rally. Not too bad. I'm down 160 on those MESs, though. Shopify was up earlier. Shopify was like actually one of the earlier runners. Might come back up. And then so is Amazon. Amazon solidly in the green. Beto's running again. Remember, Bitcoin was going crazy. You have to say, my average is 41.35 on the MES on two of them. Tick is finally positive. Yeah, I'm sure. All day was just selling pressure. Has lost 3. I know. I lost 22 cents on Bill. Or I think we're down $3 still. I thought you had 16. No. I said I was going to get up to 16. Because instead of going with a big ES, I started with one. Because today was why. I mean, again, I wanted to try to play the balance, but I mean, there was zero respect at any level. So I went with the MES. I averaged on it another time, and then just riding it through. But I said I'll go up to 16. Might as well. I don't own any shop. I was just watching shop in the morning, but I'm not playing that one for earnings. I think I'm done with the earnings plays. I may want to go for Apple. Still holding the Uber. But that'd be it. Apple is like the last one, and then these little mini companies. Pulling out IWM close to fresh lows from last year. Uber new high. I think it could, but Uber is like a very finicky stock. It did this last earnings. Last earnings, it had the pop. It went up a bunch and then sold off the next 3 days, then shot right back up. So this level is big. And remember, they're down 50% year over year, I believe. Or no, now they're up on it now. Which one was it? Or I think their price target was 50% higher. It was one of those. But this is like a wild level for them when you look at it. This is like the lows of 2022. I'm not playing Zion on the downside. No, only downside I have is MCB. And then I still have that old Goldman short. But then I have JP long from yesterday. May 5th. I thought the dividend was May 10th. That's cool, though, if we get it earlier. I have a dentist appointment. Oh, my God, dude. I need to go to the dentist. You're right. I haven't been in so long. Wow. It's a good reminder. Don't we have a Colt dentist in here? I don't know if I want to go to a Colt dentist, though, because I don't know. If he sold out the bonds too early, he's going to give me an extra cavity or something. I stopped going when my mom stopped making appointments. Facts, dude. Facts. I feel. I went once in college. Yeah, I don't remember, dude. I don't think I've been to the dentist in years. Uber 30 again. We need to get to 36 on them. It's getting to the higher level. Again, they sold off instantly from 36. Watch DoorDash too. What's the tin if all the regional banks get clapped? I mean, commercial real estate crashes because a lot of commercial real estate is funded by regionals, and then all the big banks will get even bigger, and then we live in a very weird world where there's only like 4 banks that exist. The move on AMD. We went over the earnings preview yesterday. I think it's pricing in like 8 or 9%. Uber hitting another high. Only 20 minutes of upside. Wouldn't be shocked. I mean, it's good. It was Euro close too. Remember, Europe was closed yesterday. Straight up, your bounce has been right at Euro close. 11:30 was you dropped a little bit, flushed into the low, and then bounced. But then again, just like we're at 4,100. So watch if we test 4,100 again. But remember, 4,103 to 4,110 is a very stubborn level. End phase, clobber. I'm still holding from those earnings shares, but I think it's their guidance. I mean, again, solar, there was a lot of hype. I know their earnings, I mean, their end phase is not like they did bad, but a lot of end phase is based up on future value. That's why end phase is destroyed. Because it grew extremely fast. So if people aren't looking on whether or not they did good or bad. People are saying, are you growing 50% like your Tesla? That's the thing with Enphase. So it just really depends on that growth, if it actually returns or not. And that's why the stock's going down, because people are getting a little worried because the rate of growth is not what you saw in the beginning. You say just start your own bank? Gaddafi, probably. That's a funny one. I like it. Coca-Cola Ice. Oh, that's foreign. Yeah, the guidance on Enphase was bad too. Who wins the final battle? The bank versus the AI? Man, I could 1v1 any AI. You know why? Because I would unplug it. That's it. Y'all so terrified of AI, forgetting he have an electricity cord. That's it. Just don't give AI solar power and we're good. That's it. AI don't need environmentally friendly. That's it. Just hook him up to a AC plug. Pfft, I could take him out any day. Any day. Lawmakers urge Powell to halt interest rate hikes? What the fuck is this? Where's this coming from? Yo, hold on. I don't have a source on this, but this is coming across right now. Lawmakers are urging Powell to halt interest rate hikes. Where did that come from? I just see it as a headline. Just as a headline with no source coming across. Not seeing any. Yeah, just the headline. There's no source on it. It doesn't even say sources. It could be Reuters. You know Reuters likes to lie to you. Interesting. The ultimate game of chicken. So bonds are reacting. That's a wild concept. Because then, remember, that I don't know if that's true, because then that would get rid of Biden's little, what's it called? The whole, we let the Fed do whatever, because he doesn't want to be like Trump. So they don't. The White House has made it very clear to stay away from trying to tell Powell what to do, or at least the image of it. It's legal. What do you mean? Is it legal? Do you not remember your former president on fucking Twitter calling Jerome Powell an asshole for not lowering rates? Do you not remember? Do you not remember him saying nobody knew who Jerome Powell was? I gave this man power, and now he's destroying the economy. This guy sucks. This guy's an idiot. What do you mean, bro? This is that illegal. Man. The good old days. This is pretty savage. Yeah, bro. Trump used to go in on JP, so they don't want to be like that. But that's a very that's the first time I'd say if it's true, or depending on what we hear from that headline, that'll be the first time you've had this administration really try to pressure anything, unless you count Elizabeth Warren trying to get Powell fired for the last 2 years. Other than that, there hasn't been any. You haven't really seen the Biden administration try to comment on Powell, except for good job, we let him do what he wants to do. Trump was dissing Powell for like 2 straight weeks, if not longer. It wasn't just like one diss, bro. He would just Trump turned into like a rapper. Like, rappers, like when they get into beef, they put 5 random tweets, and then they put one just calling out the ops. That's what Donald Trump was doing for a whole month. He would just he'd be writing random stuff. I'm visiting here today. I'm visiting here. Jerome Powell's a jackass. He was oh, we're going on this today. We got to deal with the China trade war, this and that. Jerome Powell has no idea what the hell he is doing. And then he'd be oh, I'm so excited to be here today in Ohio. And then we're going to go here. Oh, yeah, we're still working on this. And then Jerome Powell is a schmuck, has no idea what he's doing. He's going to crash the economy. Oh, and it's still good to be here. And yes, and we're back. And then we're going to do a lot. We're going to build the wall. I'm working on the wall right now, but Jerome Powell's a schmuck. Fuck Jerome Powell. He has no idea what he's doing. How did I even put him into power when he's going to destroy it all? But we have so much other work to do. We're doing so much progress. It's terrific. You see what I did to unemployment? I'm raising all the unemployment everywhere. We're bringing everybody jobs. But Jerome Powell is trying to stop that because he's awful. He's an awful human being. It was like that for a month. A month. Yeah, lawmakers led by Democrats urged the Fed to halt rate hikes ahead of Wednesday's announcement. This is a wild development. That's a crazy. Wait for Timmy. Wait for Timmerhouse. You give me Timmerhouse confirmation on that, then there you go. That's it. We need Timmy. You need young Timmy. It's not a black swan, but it's an update. But you get Timmy to confirm that, and then there you go. That's definitely a development. Outside government pressure on rates. We have not heard that since the Trump days. Yeah, nothing from Timmy. Just keep an eye on Timmerhouse tweets if he responds to that. Uber 3580 are about to. Group of lawmakers, including Elizabeth Warren. Oh, never mind. It doesn't count then. It's Elizabeth. It doesn't count. I'm being serious too. I know you may think I'm joking, but that's not important. If it's Elizabeth Warren and it's not I thought it was somebody else, because again, I said it in my joke. saying Elizabeth Warren's been trying to get him fired for so long and do all like that's normal for her. So I thought it was more like I didn't know if it was Biden or anybody else or if it was like, a little bit more serious. Yeah, if it's Elizabeth Warren, it's not news. She's been saying that. She's the Benzinga of Congress. That's cold, bro, but I feel. Is that bullish news? It could be. Again, people like the rate pause, and it'll lead to a little bit of upside, but that's it, man. Once we get the rate pause, my yield curve time frame, it's already dangerously close. You give me a rate pause or a rate cut, man, that's it. We're in the game. And I don't know I don't think we should be in the game this soon. So we'll see, but I doubt it. I think Powell is raising no matter what. Statement's going to stay the same. And then in June meeting, that's where he guides to the pause. But we'll find out. Things have already changed very, very rapidly. So we'll see where it goes from there. Check rate hike odds. Nope, saw 82%. They could still change until tomorrow, but the only way rate hike odds are changing is if Tim Morale says it. That's it. That's the only way. The government defaults on treasuries debt. What happens to treasury bills? It's a delay in payment. So if they default, it's not like a full default, but what happens is the payment gets delayed, and then you won't get your payout from the bonds for like a couple of months or like a month or two. And then if they resolve it, you'll get your payout, but delayed. But then you got to think about it. Not getting your payout is crazy because that means you don't get the return of capital. So it's like, yeah, you want your 5% interest or whatever, but then you also don't get your money back. Is it debt ceiling? It could be, but so what you want to look at is what Hugh Hendry posted a couple of weeks ago. It's the 2-month, 3-month, the 1 month, 3-month spread. I posted this on the watch list yesterday. This is what I was saying. In the next 2 weeks, I am going to be looking at these a lot because we need this stuff to. We need to look at the bond curve to see if there's any. They call these kinks. They're just random, like weird move. Like it just doesn't make any sense, right? Or like they're like the curve will look normal, and then there'll be like one part in the curve where it just goes higher or lower, and it doesn't make sense. That's called a kink in the curve. So with the 1 month and the 3 month right now, there's a giant spread. Why? Because this heightens the worries of the payment not coming through. So as we get closer to the debt ceiling, then we start to see this. So that's what I'd be looking for, and like that's where you get your signal. I think Bill is just kind of tripping out a little bit, and they have some shorter term maturities, but other than that, we'll see. But like when we start to watch like random, like when the 3 month is at 5%, the 1 month should be near that. If it's at 3%, that means people are reacting a little bit different. There's a problem. Or if like the curve, if the 10 years at like 3%, but then the 7 year is like way higher, that's a weird concept if it just doesn't match up with the curve. So every week from now, as we get closer to the debt ceiling, depending on the rhetoric, solutions, and whether or not something has been solved or not, you're going to start watching parts of the bond curve tweak out, because now people are going to be like, oh shit, maybe it's real. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be like, wait a minute, maybe, okay, if we are really going to, if it's a week away and we're worried, maybe we shouldn't own these bonds. Maybe we should own this duration. And again, it makes sense. So it's like 1 month versus 3 month. There's a difference, especially if you think it's going to be a payment delay. It's like 1 month, you may not get the payment, but 3 month will. So it's like all these little factors start to play in. So that's what we're watching for. We're going to find out. I don't know if I think Bill is just dealing with the beginning of the month, but it is weird that it's not up after day 2, but it's definitely not down. And it's at the price of March and February, a little bit below March. You think we go lower? Maybe. I mean, I was saying if we are going to drop, it's going to happen. It's probably going to happen after Powell or the jobs report on Friday, but it just depends. In a weird way, I think Powell is going to sound bullish tomorrow. I don't know why, but because I know he's going to pause. I know the statement is going to stay the same. I don't know, but I'm like 90% sure just on my analysis. But it's like I think he's going to keep it the same. I think he's going to not change. He's going to keep it. Some policy firming. People are going to be disappointed that it's not the pause announcement. But then I think when he talks, he's going to communicate how even though we're keeping everything the same, if this happens, we could be ready for a pause by June, and that's when we could start thinking about it. So I think the statement will be bad. I think the conference call, the questions will be good. And then I think we might end up a little higher, and then we sell off after we get Apple and the jobs report, if those are bad. If those are good, then we keep going up. But I wouldn't be surprised. I could even see a sell-off the day after Powell just by, bad statement, positive press conference, negative digestion into Thursday. This is just how I'm thinking so far. Again, this is all just my opinion. None of this is a recommendation. This is just how I feel coming into it. So I could be wrong, and we've already been surprised a couple of times this year, and we'll see how the market takes it. But that's my initial gut reaction to what we're getting into tomorrow. NQ breaking. But here's the sell-off. If we rally back up to Powell, that could easily happen. And then I think the next coming days after that, we start to sell off. He's not going to make it sound positive. He's going to say the bank failures are tightening credit, and now we have another one. And maybe that's how he gets into his pause for next, because he'll say, well, we think credit's tightening, and maybe by next month we will have a big enough event that could, where it'll tighten enough where it could stop us from going crazy. Arena Pharmaceuticals announces Swiss Medic approval of Lupikinase. SPY massive dump coming. Sir, we've already had a massive dump. We are down 1.7 on the NASDAQ, and that happened after 2 hours. I'm taking my money out the bank. I've been seeing and hearing people low-key trying to get another bank run going on. They're like, the only way people will listen is once we all pull our money out. So, I don't know. I still got some cash. I still got some, you know what I'm saying? I still got some from day one. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow down, Thursday stagnant, small popper Friday. Basing this off the move index. Yes, I could see that. But then it depends what bonds do. That's the real caveat for tomorrow. Like, fuck the stock market. Bro, bond volatility is insane. So whatever Powell says tomorrow, it's about to set the new trend for bonds. Either yields go a lot lower or the yields are going to bounce right back up and get back to where they were at earlier. But these 1% days on the bonds are no joke. Oh, no, I dropped the kiddo at school. Miss anything? When did you leave? If you were here when the regionals were down 7%, and then the data, and then the sell-off, you didn't admit nothing else happened since then. Can you confirm auto lenders are pulling their floor pans? Yes. I heard Capital One. I've heard the same thing too. So there is some validity to that. House Democrats try to vote a clean debt ceiling vote. Yeah, I'm playing the bonds now. So we closed out our 10-year play. If you were playing that with me since Friday, all of those plays are up, whether you average down or not. So we're back up on those plays. So I like that, but I'm going to wait till Powell. I'm probably going to trade more bonds than I will the ES tomorrow. Whoa. 3M enters into an agreement with PRL for the sale of assets associated with dental local anesthesia business. 3M is selling off parts of a unit, I think, or they're selling off assets. I don't know if it's big news or not. And then Wins Billings says gaming is on the earlier end of the growth spectrum. Tesla was doing very good today, then it just slipped and then suffered the same fate. So they're down about 1%, but they were up more of the time. Yeah, the 3M. I don't know. I didn't react to that. And then Lending Tips is getting yelled at by a real estate agent because I didn't finish something. I thought they needed to go check out a property and I didn't have it finished and I forgot to tell Lending Tips. So now he had to cancel on the agent and then the agent got mad at him. And then Lending Tips tried to make him feel better and then the agent got even more mad. So, yeah. What's that? That's weird. I sold my car cash, been holding it, been just stuffing it into the bank because why not? If you go get a 5% yield on it, and then boom, you're going to be making, now it's like getting a 5% car payment on your car loan, huh? You know, see what I'm saying? $3M to sell PRL, PIERREL for $70 million. Kind of small. Well, I didn't mean, no, Lending Tips was chill because I told Lending Tips I might not get it done because I needed to go do stuff there. I needed to set stuff up at the house. And then I said I wasn't going to get it done probably. I just forgot to confirm it. And then that's it. The agent is just sad. Sad guy. I don't think it's Purell. That's different Purell. His Purell, not Purell. So 3MC's gain on sale expected to close third quarter. FRC since 12. I'm up so much. Do I sell? Should we break him the news, you guys? So if you have FRC shares on short, you will not be able to close for a couple of weeks, hopefully. So other than that, if you did not close out on a short or a long, your money will be tied up for the next couple of weeks, even in your account. So even that margin amount, the interest, all of that, it will get tied up until there's a resolution. Again, they announced FRC is getting delisted. So if you go watch the video I posted yesterday, we talk about it. That's what happens when the Fed or the FDIC puts a bank into receivership. The government took them over and sold off all of their assets, so there's no real active publicly traded stock anymore. So you'll have to wait till they, take the last couple of banks, it took about 2 weeks. So at minimum for the next 2 weeks, you probably won't even be able to sell out even if you wanted to. And then when it does after 2 weeks, if they get a reference price, then you could close out. Otherwise, if it takes longer, that play is going to stay open in your account for until there's some level of shares that could settle it. Yeah, MTB was getting destroyed. All our puts are up. Those, or no, was it MC? It was MCB. Sick intro. God bless you. He's like looking up the info and he's like, I love this intro. Amen. Amen. Square, isn't Square today or are they Thursday? I think Square could be big, just like PayPal. Remember, I think big in the sense like they could move 10, 15%, but that's about it. And they're all at like very, very low levels. Thursday after hours, there you go. Is Meta your favorite stock of all time? It's up there. I like them a lot. I like Netflix and Amazon too. And Abiva. Oh, Jamie taking the $10 billion that the other banks deposited? Technically, yes, but they could pull the money back out now. So chances are he's going to get the other $70 billion. Because remember, half of their deposits were the other banks, so realistically, the other half is what was remaining. Enphase on the low. Myrna too. Yeah, Enphase down another one. Isn't ENTP today after the bell? There's like Energy Transfer and a couple of other ones. Walgreens. Oh, they got a lot of discretionaries. It's weird though, because discretionaries were kind of the best. What happened to Walgreens? Yeah, they got clapped. They're down the most in 17 weeks. Mm-hmm. Could have been there was like healthcare solutions. It could have been off of someone else's guidance or something with general healthcare expectations. When you mentioned 3 years, Google, Netflix, your non-portfolio, why didn't you grab Apple back then? I grabbed a little bit. Like I own a little bit of Apple, but it's nothing like any of those other positions. Because at that time, Apple was already it was already the number one stock in the world. So even when I was buying Amazon and Netflix at like stupid low prices, Apple was already the number one stock. So I never really saw that as like my future giant growth play. It was kind of just a good thing to have. So I have a little bit of Apple, but it's not like I never got the Apple experience of making millions of dollars by being an early growth investor. I didn't have that same experience as I did in Amazon, Netflix, and everybody else and Meta and all of that. MPW. Yeah, I mean, MPW is safe though for now. So, I mean, if you want to short it, you can, but if it goes lower, I'll definitely buy more, and it's going to react with banks. So just don't forget, a REIT, commercial real estate, loans, interest, they're tied into all of the banking stuff. That's why if you notice MPW, they had their SVB decline as well too. So they were dropping because of the Steward stuff way, way, way before. But the real drop on MPW was after Steward and Prospect. So Bloomberg CEO is live on Bloomberg, or Uber CEO. But yeah, MPW, I mean, it's good. We have until June for our dividend. God, I mean, if it drops below $7, I mean, I might load up on it, but I already have a good amount for now. But I'm not going to buy it at $8 and higher. But anything with the 7 handle, I could maybe throw one more deposit at it. Do protective call. I did on the long term. We did a couple. So like last earnings when Uber went up crazy. So now we have 10% on the shares in Uber. But then Uber, the covered calls, I sold those last earnings, and we still got a gain on that too. We did the same thing with Airbnb and then also Redfin too. So like, look at Redfin, we got 100% on our shares, and we got 50% on our leaps, which is phenomenal. So definitely do them, but we'll only do them here and there because we only have so many shares. My average for MPW is above 8. Yeah. That's why I said I'd only buy lower. That's why you go below $8, that will go. I think my other average was like 8, little bit high 8s or low 8s. And then if it goes any lower from there, the one we averaged at 725, and that one was the best. So my average is like 830 or 840-ish. And then if it goes any lower here, not off of specific news to the company, I would definitely be a buyer. Why not trade MPW with the squeeze coming? I can. It's a lot. Like, it's going to go back and, like, you're moving 5-10% every other day, it seems like. But you could trade it for sure. Fed pause, market tips 3 to 4, then sells off big. No, I think if there is a Fed pause and things are good, the market does good, Apple's good, jobs report is good, then we go into CPI, and then maybe after CPI we react. But if there's anything good tomorrow, I mean, you're going to move a lot. So take that as you please. Take that as you please. But yeah, Uber's on. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Good morning. And get ready. We still got a bunch of earnings after the bell. Ford, Qualcomm, Energy Transfer, and a couple of others. So get ready. Here is Uber CEO.
This last quarter, in terms of constant currency, growing about 12%, our gross bookings on a year-on-year basis. And we're seeing the habit of frequency, for example, frequency for delivery consumers was up on a year-on-year basis. Basket size continues to be higher. And we actually saw our gross bookings growth accelerate from Jan to Feb to March. So we expect Q2 delivery growth to be higher than what it was in Q1. So we're not seeing any kind of a signal at this point of a slowdown. And while there may be a slowdown going on in terms of the economy, I think generally the consumer remains strong. Generally, the consumer is spending more money on experiences, and I think food is a part of that experience set. And we as a company, because of our global scale and size and our brand and our tech prowess, so to speak, are generally going faster than the delivery category. I think if you put that all together, along with profitable growth, you get to good outcomes regardless of the environment.
All right. Lyft has a new CEO. They've made it clear they're going to lean into lower prices to compete. They want to claw back market share. What's the risk of a price war?
Well, you never know, and you can't predict the future. But from what we have seen in terms of the statements coming out from Lyft is that they want to compete based on competitive pricing. And what we're seeing in the marketplace, you mentioned at the beginning, which is Uber pricing is quite competitive in the marketplace. And I think if you have Uber and Lyft competing not on who can have the lowest price, but who's got the best experience, who's got the best brand, who's got the better reliability or breadth of products out there, I think that, we can both do fine in this marketplace. The fact is that the mobility marketplace is growing. People are going out more. They're going to restaurants. They're returning to work. They're returning to the office. We are definitely seeing those tailwinds. And I wouldn't be surprised if Lyft does too going forward.
Welcome to our Bloomberg radio and television audiences worldwide. We're with the CEO of Uber, Dara Khosrowshahi. Dara, on that outlook on consumer strength, how long does it last? Are you seeing...
Tell me you're not trying to start a price war without telling me you're not trying to start a price war. He wants everybody calm. He said, I think even Lyft will see that demand too. So we got nothing to worry about because you sold off our stock 7% when y'all heard Lyft was cutting prices. So, nah, man, I think Lyft is even going to benefit too, man. That's how good there's enough growth for everybody out here, sir. Market looks weak. What gave it away? we were. I guess we're down 1.6 now. We were down 1.7 or 1.8 not too long ago. Nasdaq 1.4 and then Dow 1.5. How do you make $9 billion but still lose $150? I mean, do you have a girlfriend? Or a wife? That's a good example. Because like I make money and then I go out once to eat and then I go out here and then I go here and then I'm like, what? How come? That's crazy. So that's how it could happen. You can make $9 billion and lose 150. I don't know what your relationship is like, but that could be one way. Uber is now paying drivers 30 to 40. So if the rider is paying 100, they get 40. Is that good or bad? I remember the Uber drive last time that Uber lady almost killed me. She was telling me, she was like, Uber takes 70%. I was like, I feel that's awful of them. How dare they do that to you? Please let me out safely. I ain't got nobody and I'm still broke. Amen, bro. That's good. No, you have a lot more upside. This is good, man. Watch, because once you start getting the bag, you ain't going to have to spend it all on food. The Fed keeps raising banks, more banks will go under. Theoretically, yes, just in the sense, it's what I've been saying for months, even before it all happened. I said it on even the cash video. My theory is that every time we raise rates, you increase the incentive for deposits to leave the banks and go to the Treasury and go to bonds. So every time you raise 0.25%, you're building the army of bill. And so every time the Fed starts to raise, it's allowing, it's making it incentivized for people to take their money out and then go put it somewhere where you could get a yield on it rather than keeping it in your bank. So that would be the thing. And then otherwise, if commercial rates, the other part, like with commercial real estate, hopefully you guys get why people are freaking out about commercial real estate. One, the uses of commercial real estate has changed. That's what we've talked about many, many times here, is that, you could go get a commercial building very cheap right now, simply because, a building that was used for an office, you're probably not going to get another company to rent that out again for what it was 5 years ago. And then it's going to need updates and all of this stuff, right? So one, the property values are kind of in question when it comes to commercial real estate, right? But now here's the second part. This is why the regional banks and other people are responding, simply because the rates for commercial now, if all interest rates are higher, then that's your problem, because now if you wanted to expand, you have to spend money, but it's not even about expanding. It's not even about variable rates. No, it's not even variable. The problem is, it's just like MPW. The problem is that if you took out a 10-year, in 2013, you took out a 10-year bond, a 10-year loan, or you sold bonds that you need to pay back, guess what? You sold that 10 years ago. What if you sold bonds in 2018? What if you took a loan out in 2019? What was the interest rate on your commercial property? Your interest rate was 2%, 3%. Now it's 7. Now it's 9. Now it's 11. So that's the problem, is that if you did anything in business with real estate, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and now you have all these loans, but now they're coming to maturity where you now need to refinance them or do something. Guess what's happening right now is you can't refinance your debt until it's a losing rate. So that property you were making 2% on a 3% interest rate, if you refinance it and the only available money is now 9%, now you're losing 7% easy. You see what I'm saying? So that's why people are getting worried about commercial real estate now too. And then not to mention the asset may not even be worth what it was or what you thought it was worth a couple of years ago. NVIDIA back MINM. Yeah, they can't sell any new debt ceiling. Well, you could sell debt. You don't need a debt ceiling to sell corporate debt, but it just doesn't make sense. That's it. Nobody is going to, if you need $100 million and you had a previous loan at 3%, you don't want to refinance that at 11. It's that's a guaranteed 9% cut off. It's awful. So you end up losing a lot. It makes it almost impossible, especially if you're a REIT and that's where all your income comes from. That's why MPW handling the situation's been a little better. And again, they announced yesterday they're selling. They got somebody to take over that one lease, but you can't. That's why MPW is trying to say it on the conference call. They said, listen, we don't have any more maturities now for 2 years. So that's good because if the rates come down in those 2 years, MPW, they don't need to refinance any debt at higher prices. If it comes down lower, boom, you're good to go. How many degrees do I have? I have 2. I have philosophy and political science. Believe it or not, I have 0 degrees in economics. Uber sees AI as a tailwind. Ooh. Oh, the guy with 2 million. Oh, I got 2 million of student debt. What do I do? I don't think you have 2 million of student debt. That's it. I'm sorry. You could. I would love to help you out with it if you could send me an email of your statement, and then we could take it serious. But like the last dude I tried to help out, I went back and I looked, and he was trolling me, and I already banned him, and I was just trying to help him make a good decision in life. So, you know what I'm saying? If it's real, would love to help you out. If not, man, I don't know. That's crazy. I wish I got some of that. Graduated UA 2 years ago. I've been with the chat. Let's go, baby. Bear down. My favorite PHILO course, business ethics. I think business ethics is dope. I learned a lot in that one. Coin printing. SPY's kind of working its way up. We're still down on the MESs. 140. Bonds are up 500 on the 2-year. Your 10-year would have made you a bag. Oh, PGR. Yeah. You were saying that. Progressive. Died all day. Maybe the insurance companies get. Oh, wow. Yeah, maybe. Remember we were talking earlier in the bank stuff, the insurance companies getting drawn into it? That's wild, though. That's dropping like it's a regional bank. Why don't we see that in residential? I see prices coming up. Can't they convert commercial into residential? Well, it costs money to convert to commercial to residential. Why we don't see the same problem with residential is because people want to live in homes. Like, that's it. Like, again, renting out a 50-story office building for people to run their company is a way different proposition than selling you a house, 15 minutes to a local job zone or to the beach. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like the difference is rental properties, the rates are lower, the amounts aren't as big too. So commercial real estate, the average property is probably like $20 or $50 million. I don't know the average loan amount. I'd have to double check, but it's much, much higher than the average loan amount on a residential property. So the refinancing and the cost associated is a lot smaller. But then even in general, the demand level for real estate is completely different. Is because now everybody wants a nice house to live in. That's what we learned from COVID. That's why real estate, this is what they say was the reason. I always think real estate's valuable, but, ever since 2020, Everybody wanted to live in somewhere nice. They knew they were going to spend time in home. You have a new culture of work from home. So this idea of having a nice place and living somewhere where you could work and now spending more time at home, that has proliferated a lot. So there's more value in a home and where you live than an office, because now the last 3 years, you've watched more people work from home than work from an office. So now factor that in with cheaper prices, better demand. That's why residential, it's not the same story as a commercial. What do you think will happen with commercial buildings? It's going to affect REITs negatively. Yeah, it will. I mean, someone's going to bust. That's it. It's just you need to reset the prices, or interest rates need to drop. That's it. So pretty much people will start dropping one by one in commercial defaults, start selling them pennies on the dollar until rates go lower. And then whoever survives until the rates go lower wins. And then everybody else, that's it. They just get eaten. Hair grow. Oh, you got to add. Commercial build, they could turn into apartments, but it costs a lot of money. So it's not like it's a cheap task. There's actually one, bro. I kind of want to move there. I want to buy a building there. There's one in New York. It's right across the street from Wall Street, or like from the New York Stock Exchange. It is a residential building that was previously an office. I think it's called One Wall Street, as I believe is the address. It's called One Wall Street, I think. Someone double check this if you'd like to look into it. But this one was an office building, and over the last couple of years, the owner of the building, he gutted it completely and turned it into residential, right? But here's the problem. He spent the exact value of the property just to renovate it and turn it into rental spaces for living, residential. So the building was like $150 million or more. He spent the same amount of money just to turn it from commercial to not. So it's expensive. That's the problem. Like, to take a giant building and turn it into a different purpose could unlock a lot of value, but it's not cheap. He needs to hold out and rent. Well, yeah, the rents are expensive there already, but it's just expensive. It's not cheap. Iran reports explosion at IRGC site in Damgan. Let's do it, baby. It's 9:30. I don't know what happened at 8:30, but ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, you've been here for 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, it feels good. Feels good. Wow. Then chest to the sun. Okay. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin. So come on. There you go. Sit up straight a little bit. You look beautiful. Relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Go do the dragon breath and go. So beautiful. And just like that, man. So stand up a little bit. Get some oxygen to the brain, bro. Why your brain not breathing? Why don't you want your brain to breathe, man? Just give him a little O2. Give him a little O2. Move around a little bit. Don't let that blood coagulate, Move around, You could do it. It costs you nothing. It costs you nothing, man. It cost you nothing. Yeah, today's moving kind of slow. It's only 9:30. So I got a resistance, bro. Ooh. There you go. Cause of Iran incident unknown. Under investigation. Love it. God bless you, Frank Coyce. You better get that body moving. Better get that body moving, Frank Coyce. This is what we do, man. Oh, I need it. It's good. Asked the nephew if his soccer team is called the Blue Monsters. I don't think it's called the Blue Monsters. I wouldn't let him. We're like, what kind of whack ass name is that? We mean Blue Monster. You know what I'm saying? Better than blue. Cookie Monster. I have $25K in student loans and $30K in cash. I pay off the student loans. What's the interest rate on the student loan? That's all that matters. If you don't have to pay interest, I would invest in bill and then get 5%, and then you could pay off your loan. You could have the bonds pay off for it. Yeah, if it's zero interest, just don't spend the money. Go put it in bill, get back 5%. You could keep all the money to pay off your debt till interest comes back, and then you could chip away at it 5% a year. So even then, even if it's 4.5, you could legitimately just take that money, put it in bonds, and you'll make 0.5% after paying your payment. That's honestly what I would do. And then if I would see, because then just move it around a little bit, you should be able to benefit off of it. Love the plug, baby. Betty Hearn. Amen. God bless you, bro. Hope you living good too, baby. New York. There's Mr. Wall Street right there. Can you explain that again? Well, think about it. So, like, let's say the money market bill is paying 5%, right? Your student loan interest is 4%. Why the fuck would you pay it off? Go take your if you have enough to pay it off, take that $30,000 and then go and put it in and what's it called? Go put it into bill or whatever, money market, whatever gets you that yield. And then now you're paying 4% a year on interest, but then you're making 5% in interest. So guess what happens? It means you walk away making 1% in profit on your student loan, and then you just have both. You have all the cash to pay it off, and you still have the obligation. So then you just make 1% on the difference until it's time to do something. BIL, not BILL. But again, you don't even need bill. If you have a high yield savings account, if you have a money market fund, if your broker already offers you a similar rate on cash, you don't need bill. Depends what the monthly payment is. Well, just in general, if your annual percentage on the student loan is 4.5 or 4, and you're making an annual percentage of 5, you're instantly making money. That's it. That's because now you're paying 4% for the $30,000, but then you're taking $30,000 and making 5%. You're arbitraging and walking away with a free 1%. You have to pay taxes on the interest. You usually are able to write off interest, not you pay it. You'll probably pay taxes on the gains from the bonds. That's about it. That requires more money into bill and monthly payments on your loans. and he's struggling to pay. I don't think he's struggling to pay the loans in the first place. I don't think that's the case. The story is that he has $30,000 and he owes $30,000. So he's saying, should I take this cash and just clear my debt, or should I hold the debt and do something with the $30,000? But in this case, you wouldn't need any money extra, because again, if you put it into Bill, you put it into one of these, interest-bearing accounts that paying out every month, your monthly payment is right there. So, let's see. Oh, hold on. IEP. I forgot about that. The icon. So let's just take 30,000, okay? And then we're going to do times it by 4%. That'll be 1,200. Divide that by 12. So you're paying about $100 a month, right? Let's just say that's the loan payment. Okay? So $100 a month, that's what it is. But now you have $30,000, and then you're going to be getting paid 5% on it, which is 15. Divide that by 12 is 125. So ta-da. So literally, you could go put your money in. Your monthly payment on the loan is going to be $100. But now it's in an interest-bearing account that's a higher interest than the loan. Now you're going to get back $125 a month. So now you're paying off your student loan and then walking away with $25 extra a month. It's not a lot. I mean, 25 times you pretty much you'll make $300 in a year off your loan, but then that's better than paying it, essentially. Or you could just pay off the loan with that cash, not have the available capital, but then not have any debt that you're paying 4% on. So both ways work. Even then, paying it off is not a bad idea, but like I'm saying, it just very rarely have we lived in a world where you could do shit like this because guaranteed money is yielding so much. If you have the capital. Again, that's the story. So I don't know where you guys are coming up with this like movie drama shit. You guys are like, he's struggling with his payments only if you have money. It's like, no. The question is, I have $30,000 in loans and I have $30,000 in cash. Should I pay off my loan, or should I keep my loan and do something with the money? That's it. So that's the only scenario we're talking about, because you guys could apply this to mortgages and everything. It's the same exact concept. It's if your debt is paying off lower, you don't pay that back. So literally, I have loans that I am strategically not paying off because they're so low. Why do you think I'm getting such a high yield, and why I love Bill? I have loans on houses and cars that are at 2%. So I could pay them all off right now if I wanted to, but it's stupid, because now I could go take all the money to pay off those assets, put it into a bond, make 5%, pay 2%, and then walk away with an extra 3%. So this is what you could do with anything. It's just the question of, I owe this much in interest, but what can I make on my cash safely and reasonably? And that should help you determine whether or not you pay it off or not. Speaking of loans, I call my lender, split payments monthly, save on interest. Let's go, baby. Hit them with that $100 extra principal. IEP, I've never trusted it. So, it's cool to see it, but, you guys remember, you guys brought up IEP, and I just said it didn't make sense because it was yielding 10, 11% forever, and, you look at the chart, it's just, it's a weird Carl Icahn thing. I don't even know what they've been doing, so, I mean, we'll see. I'm not going to play it either way, but that's it. But ties up $30K to buy the bond, so no money to pay monthly until the bond matures. That's if you buy a bond that is longer than 4 weeks, if you buy a bond, or you commit to a CD. But again, if you put it in a money market fund, a high yield savings with no penalty, if you put it in the bill, all of those are paying out monthly. So there might be like a 5-day delay, give or take. So basically, if somebody will lend you money for less than Bill's yield, take the money and buy Bill. Look, we're creating sharks out here, bro. That's all I'm saying. Amen. There you get it. That's welcome to fucking business and banking 101, bro. You remember that the rest of your life, you're going to make $1 million very easily. That's it. That's the key to banking right there. That's it. If you get anybody to lend you money for cheaper and you know exactly where to put it safely at a higher, that's it. If you lend me money less than Bill, I'm going to take it and I'm going to put it in the bill, and then that's it. That's it. There you get it. That's all you need to know. And that's why I'm saying a lot has changed as of recently, because this logic always applied, but you didn't have an easy place to put it. But now Bill pays out a lot. But now the dilemma is finding somebody to loan you money out for less than Bill. So there you go. If you find it, you win. If you already have it, you won. It's similar to buying JEPI on a 4% margin account. Free 4% on the margin amount. No. See, this is you probably work with SVB. Because in theory, you see what happened? You took the first one and now you're like, we could do it to other things, and you can. But you run the equity risk. You run the value of the underlying asset losing value. You see, that's exactly what SVB did. They're like, fuck yeah, we got billions of dollars. Let's just go buy the bonds and then we're going to make our money. But then it's like, well, what happens if the value drops substantially? So JEPI, the value can fluctuate. So if you go out on margin trying to scoop up a free 4% and then the stock drops 10%, well, now you're in the gutter. So the difference is like Bill, a money market, high yield savings, there is zero chance the principal is lost. Right? So the whole idea, I owe $30,000, I have $30,000, but by doing it in something safe, we know damn well that $30,000 is never going anywhere. But if you put it into something more volatile or the price actually fluctuates, then you have to deal with a whole other different level of risk, duration, all of that. So the man could borrow the 10-year and put it in the bill and yield higher than the rate on your 10-year collateral. Well, yeah, because 10 years cheaper, but then again, you run duration risk. So what happens if that changes in the future? But yeah, that's what people do. They will literally buy the 10-year and then they'll try to even loan it out on 2, but then you have 8 years of risk in between there, and then if the underlying changes. So you can, again, this is where you could get very complex and tricky, but you could also keep it very simple. If I could borrow cheaper and make more than it, that's all I got to do. If I have enough for the loan, my loan rate is lower, I could just buy Bill, put it in a money market, and then that's it. You don't need to do anything else trickier. This is the carry alpha I'm here for. Honestly, man, I hope a lot of chads start learning this throughout the years, and I think a lot of you guys are smart. But like I'm telling you, we'll have a lot of millionaires in here if you guys could learn. You just start knocking down these arbitrage, knowing we could borrow money, and now if we end up living in the next generation with like 4 or 5% rates, oh my goodness. So, but it's huge stuff. Would it be safe to say that's what JP Morgan is doing? Yes, to a degree, because, again, that's the scam of the world, because most of these big banks can borrow money cheaper than the interest rate, hence why they get paid interest on excess reserves. So, yes, all the banks do this, but you're not fucking Jamie Dimon. So, yeah, we're not. If anything, they get to do it better than everybody, actually. That's why I said they're the banks. This is the banking 101 If you could establish this, you're good to go. I think we should wait for the debt ceiling before buying Bill. Well, pretty much by the end of this month, we could back. I mean, you still have one more month. But, like, as we get later in the month, we'll find out. Yeah, office REITs are leading real estate stock rout amid regional bank woes. So, again, REITs are being dragged into the regional sell-in today. The risks of Bill is that you buy in at the highest point of it, and then rates end up going lower, and then that's it. But very, very limited risk. And then now, rarely, is if the debt ceiling does become a problem and there's a delay in payments, that could have a delay in your value on Bill. Bill dropping in the middle of the month. That was during, what's it called? That was during the whole, like, pivot. As people were, like, pivoting and all that, that's what we started to get. Where was it? Yeah. So it dropped, like, a little bit here, but I think it reset because of a lot of the pivot stuff. It did have that drop. Eventually, though, I think, and they paid a special dividend, too. So even though if it drops, you get paid a dividend if it does one of these gap downs. But that was also, too, I know the rate hike odds were shifting, but there was something about like they did a double dividend in December. I think because there was a lot of maturities at the end of the year. Jeppy is going to get killed when the option gambling dies. We'll see. I see why. If Jeppy is selling covered calls, it makes sense. Dude, every covered call we sold at the beginning of the year was money. Again, we're going to make another like $1,000 in yield this year on the long term. That's 20% of our dividend just by selling covered calls. Again, Uber now. Like, dude, our Uber shares are up 11%, and then we still have 20% on the covered calls. So we were up even 90% on that option prior to the earnings. So, and then again, Airbnb, even Redfin. Redfin, we have 100%, 200% on the stock, and the option is down 50%. So I see why they're making so much money, man. If you own assets and you're able to sell the covered calls, like you could actually generate a pretty nice yield, low key. Then Uber above 36 now. That's actually huge. So that's it. We're getting at 36.20. Wow, I think that's the price of our shares. So this is a very big price for them. They got like 20 more cents, but if they continue, then there it is. And again, the CEO is just pumping it on Bloomberg. Kind of melting though. We got a long way to go. I'm only down $100 on the futures though. So I mean 407.780 to 409.70. Almost 2 points from the bottom. I got audio and background noise. Please hold. Okay, we good. I think SoFi had earnings. Jeppy, they just own a bunch of stocks and then they sell covered calls on them and apparently other calls as well to generate profit. So then that's why they hold a bunch of dividend stocks too. So they generate a yield, but then they make an additional yield by selling premium. I like it. I'm worried about the equity risk. That's it. I would sell covered calls on MPW. Just wait till it squeezes. Wait till it goes up. That's it. Because we want to sell covered calls at a much higher price and hopefully get it good. I mean, pretty much what I did with my covered calls that worked out great. Remember, last earnings season, everything did good. Airbnb popped. Uber popped, Redfin popped, even though they were awful, but like all of them came down. You know what or all of them came up and they were just gapping up. Remember, it's beginning of the year. Everyone's like, no landing, fuck yeah. I sold covered calls on everything I had 100 shares of, except for my dividend ones because it wasn't paying a lot. So, but that was the best moment. So it's like after these earnings, if we get pops, it would be a great time to sell covered calls. If you get something where you're up on it, you're close to it, or like the market is going up 10% to 20% in a month, a quarter, something just crazy, that's usually when you want to sell those covered calls. And let those bounce. Ooh, Uber 36.15. Where's DoorDash? He needs to come up a little bit. But our Uber, those old Uber shares from last earnings are about to go green now. Yeah, Uber jumps after beat. There's a lot of Uber pumping going on the headlines. I've seen like 6 of them. MES. But yeah, cover calls it's good. We'll see what happens after this earnings because, again, we're still up on the Uber covered calls. But now the shares, though, weren't up as much as this, though. 11% on Uber's fire. Is that a poem about covered calls? Oh, the covered call. How sweet the sound of income earned when stocks abound. A strategy of options tried and true for those who seek returns anew. Sell a call option, cover your shares, limit your gain. But also your cares, collect the premium. A cash reward, protect against loss. A cushion restored. The call may be exercised, the stock may depart, but fear not, for you have played your part. You sold the call, you locked in the price, you kept the premium, a worthwhile slice. Oh, the covered call. Snaps, everybody. Snaps, please. Snaps. So beautiful, beautiful. That's pretty fire, bro. That's pretty fire. That's deep. He said, but fear not, for you have... The stock may depart, but fear not, for you have played your part. Wow. It's lunchtime. It's 10 almost. Uber. We bought Uber at various prices. So my swing trade shares were way higher because I played them last earnings. Our average on this account is $32 because we bought some at 33, some at 34, 36, and then some at 24. So we bought an Uber for the last couple of years. No Uber this year though. But I'm very impressed though. 12%, and then still got the cover calls. Why does it say dosage next to live? What? Where? It says dosage? What? What kind of... What are you on right now? PGR, it could have been earnings. It could be with banks. I think we're watching a lot of residual bank effects, more or less. Again, because REITs are getting hit off of that too. I'm playing Lyft. Uber CEO, he even said bullish on Lyft. But we'll see. Again, they had all that cost restructuring and fires not too long ago. Insurance have to do with banks. Insurance companies hold a lot of bonds. So that would be the only connection. Or they could be tied into some of the funding. Because that's, how do you think insurance companies have money to pay for what you have? You know, they collect your monthly premiums. A lot of times they buy bonds. So then even if they take on a customer, what they'll do sometimes is they'll buy a bond that is relative to what they expect to lose or pay out for the customer. So it's like if I put you on like a $10 million policy, they'll usually buy a bond, and if they expect you to cost 2-3%, they'll try to get a return bigger than that, and that's what they do. But there's a lot of bonds in insurance. Now, we talked to a couple of people because we said at the beginning of the banking stuff, maybe the insurance companies, that could be an area of contagion. However, a lot of people and a lot of what we've seen with insurance, like their bonds are pretty chill unless there's like a big event that requires a payout, which is like environmental disaster or God knows what it could be. Many good financing. I know, right? Like that, I've already told you. Like, that's how, like, did you guys know you can make your own insurance company? I've shared this with you guys before. But like that, you could make your own insurance company and you could insure yourself. So that's how you could do it, is that you could make your own company to insure yourself. And what you do is you buy a bond. You could buy a bond or a future contract on the bond to represent your coverage. So it's like if you needed $10 million of coverage, you could create your own company, go buy or pay a premium to get rights to a 10-year bond that would cover your amount. And then boom, if you have the bond and it matches up with your liability protection, you have your own insurance company just like that. Yeah, I mentioned that like 4 years ago. I mentioned it a while ago. A lot of people are not aware of that. So that's how insurance, like that's how private insurance companies are made. It's just by doing that. You get the rights to a bond, a guaranteed payout, and that amount you could use that to cover anything if you structure it the right way. Revlon emerges from Chapter 11 reorganization. Wow. Uber, I'm going to hold it for a little bit. I mean, not in the long term, I'm not going to sell that, but my swing shares, it's nice to watch these go green, but I want to push them out for a little bit, because the reason why I bought them the first time, I was trying to play the breakout here, because if they get above here and hold, they have Uber has a lot of upside. I think this is this is the lows of here, so I think they could go up to like $38. If they get above there, it's like $40 almost guaranteed, but it's hard to do it. Ria, welcome. Oh, welcome. We've seen the name for a while. Now we got you. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Amen. The benefits of having your own insurance is that it's cheaper and you don't have to deal with it. So, like, you don't have to pay yourself a premium. You just have to cover the bond. That's it. So, like, instead of, like, that's what an insurance company is doing. They have the money to guarantee protection. They tie it up within a bond so that it's there. Then they make money, but then they charge you a premium based on your risk. So that's how they make money. So you just save yourself premium, and the only premium you have to pay is what it would cost to hold the bond that is equivalent to that value. AMAT red to green, that's great. Home builders moving up. Anheuser to accelerate production of new Bud Light ads. Quick, we need another ad. Lyft should go up in sympathy. It's up there now. Their earnings is on Thursday, but clearly, I mean, Lyft is up nowhere near. Like, Lyft is up only 1.6 and Uber is up 10. So they got a sympathy reaction, but it's not, you still need them to have good earnings. So if you crash, you have to pay for your own repairs. No, you just sell the bond. And then that leads to the next question, because someone said, aren't those bonds down too? Yes, they are, depending on when you did them. And there's the dilemma. So you could have had an insurance policy. You get in a crash. How do you pay for it? You sell the bond. You get the money. There you go. You pretty much exercise it. But then what happens if that bond is not worth the value anymore because of the biggest rate increase in history? Well, welcome to SVB land. Ta-da. And we are green on Uber now. Anheuser pledges big increase to advertising spending on Bud Light. Y'all should just rename it. Just call it the Bud Light 737 Max. And then everybody will forget. That's how the great American companies do it. Just rebrand, just change the name. Call it Bud Light Max. And there you go. Come on, they got to learn from Uber or from Boeing. Mnuchin, what? Steve Munchkin, former Treasury Secretary, speaks at Milken, says one more Federal Reserve rate increase, said he's cautious about economy given debt ceiling, and he says FDI insurance limit should go up to $25 million. Oh, wow. What if Trump was in charge? He would be like, we're going to do it, $25 million. Come on, who doesn't have $25 million? All my friends have $25 million. We need to protect it. It's very simple. $25 million is all you need. Why do you want 200? What am I going to do with 250,000? I can't even buy a hooker. I'm just saying, but still, 25 million guaranteed. You need 25 million guaranteed right now for the deposit limit. Tell Munchkin, otherwise I'm going to tell you Jerome Powell's a jackass. That's what we have to do right now. Do it. It's terrific. I promise you. Come on. Nobody liked the Stormy Daniels joke? I thought that was A1. That's bullshit, man. Now, and I'm still going to get flamed by a Democrat telling me, I'm done with, why don't you make fun of him? Man, that's an A1 Stormy Daniels Trump joke. I better get the credit for that, man. Okay? I'm just saying, that's a great Stormy Daniels joke. Man, come on. It was low. I don't know. I thought it was creative. And even my Trump is, I'm getting better at Trump. I'm working on it. It's still, not everybody's as terrific as me. I gotta work hard. I've been working hard and long. I gotta become president 18 times again. Yeah, you know who's the president now? Me, bitch. Sit down. You hear this guy? Come on. What? Everything's fine. I bring employment down. Who cares if 4 banks fail? Banks fail all the time. What? I'm still kicking it. Come on, you prick. The low ticker did die a little bit. We're up a decent amount. I mean, I'm down $70 on the ES now. So honestly, it doesn't look like much from the bottom, but you kind of are. When was 250? We went over. I had the list of the FDIC limits over time. But they did raise it to 250. I think it was following the 70s. I have to double check. Why we dropped. There was a lot of things circling today. Like, again, regional banks are down 7.5%. That factored into a lot of things. Again, you even had a surprise rate hike and then more worries about the debt ceiling, the surprise rate hike out of Australia. However, the drop started with the data. We had another set of pretty stagflationary data, even though the jobs report was kind of welcoming. But then we just started dumping from there. And then the bonds are exhibiting more volatility than what we saw yesterday. And then this is all the lead up into pow pow. Lazard says Federal Reserve tightened way too fast. Western Alliance declares quarterly cash dividend. Oh. They said bank failure what, son? We paying that divvy. Bro, what? They might move on that. That's a good sign. Oof, I want to play it, but I don't want to get fucking trapped on a regional. That might move on dividend declaration. That's a very good sign. Again, as far as I hope you guys see why everyone's like, you're going to die. You're going to die. If they're like, we're giving you a dividend. They're like, they're giving money away? What? Yeah, they're maintaining it. It's the same thing, but by declaring it, that means you're pretty much announcing that at your next, you'll be paying out at the next one. So it's kind of like MPW where they said everything's fine, but because again, remember FRC halted their dividend without anybody forcing them to. So remember, it was about a month ago. It was a month and a half ago. FRC, they canceled it the first time. Right when they had problems, they said, nope, we're not paying our dividend. We're suspending it. So by declaring it, that means they said by their next payout date, they're intending to pay it. Scarf, the subprime customer is struggling a lot more right now. Yeah, that's a good sign of sound and resilient. Nothing like giving away millions of dollars to show that you have money. They're like, we got money, bro. Here, we're paying you a dividend. Here. There you go. Am I holding MPW? Yes. Sorry, I'm holding Uber, yeah. Wells Fargo Scarf says delinquency is going up very slowly. They're like, it's going up, but just not fast. So, sounding resilient. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let me go grab a carbo, and then I'll be right back. I'll be right back here. God bless you. Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. SPY's back to 410. Where is that on SPX? Before I depart, 41111111111111. All right, I'll be right back.
Pre-2022 crisis amounts in terms of volume and market depth, most importantly.
That was the CEO of crypto data provider Keiko speaking on Bloomberg Crypto last week on the liquidity landscape. Joining us now for more of that discussion is David Brickell. He spent 18 years on macro trading desks. Now he's the director of sales at Paradigm, which is an institutional liquidity network for trading crypto derivatives. So, David, welcome. So great to talk to you. Thank you for being here. So, as I said, you operate a liquidity network. Given that, what is your read on the liquidity situation currently, and what is your role in it?
Yeah, well, so as you say, Paradigm is the sort of primary crypto derivatives options trading platform for institutions, and actually, from our point of view, you know, we've seen an explosion of volumes so far in 2023. Q1 was a blowout record quarter for us. And I think that speaks to the fact that, I mean, there's a number of reasons why that is, but I think primarily it speaks to the fact that institutions and institutional involvement in crypto is becoming sort of more dominant. You've actually seen sort of crypto options block trading, which is effectively what we do at Paradigm. You've seen that sort of take like a 40% share of sort of crypto options trading. And subsequently, our paradigms volumes of the market are sort of around 40% as well. So I think compared to the spot markets, actually what you're seeing, certainly in the sort of crypto derivatives and option markets, you're actually seeing sort of greater participation from the sort of big institutions who are really kind of stepping into the market. And it's interesting, if you look at sort of the post sort of FTX scenario, we had like a 1 month slump. And then we sort of came into January and we really sort of started firing. And obviously we've had this nice kind of macro thematic to sort of play, you know, and with Bitcoin kind of reasserting this sort of digital gold type narrative. We've actually seen sort of really decent volumes and sort of liquidity improving as a result of that on the option side.
How much of that do you think is tied to the growing expectation that we have seen building in 2023, the idea that the Federal Reserve is going to turn around and start cutting rates by the end of this year? How do you think those two stories are tied together?
Yeah, I think the one thing we've all now sort of became accustomed to is the idea that crypto is trading these sort of macro cycles. I mean, there's a lot of talk around the halvening, but actually the sort of macro cycles are super important for that. And if we look at what happened sort of throughout last year, we had perhaps, you know, the sharpest Fed tightening cycle in recorded history. You know, alongside sort of double-digit inflation. And as we've now transitioned to this sort of peak rates, peak inflation, peak Fed sort of world where we're likely to approach this pause, that's now creating this kind of constructive macro environment for Bitcoin and the sort of broader crypto sector to start sort of trading more positively on. And I think as we're starting to see that, that's then drawing in the institutions to start playing that thematic.
David, when I first heard about Paradigm, it's a liquidity network. I thought, oh, is it a market maker? No, it is not a market maker. What you do is network big.
Alrighty. Oh, I didn't sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Munchkin, we went through a long period of easy money. Oh, yeah, and who did that, Munchkin? I actually like Munchkin, though. I think he was a good treasury. He was a nice, I think it was probably our only treasury secretary with economic experience or like business experience. You guys know that in the 70s? You guys know in the 70s, our economic treasurer had like zero economic training. So he wasn't even like, he knew nothing about economics. And then he even filed for personal bankruptcy. So even in the 70s, the last time we had massive inflation and then like there was a lot of politics and kind of related to the situation we have now, at that time, their treasury secretary was just a complete asshat. Had, like, I would say half of the Chad easily would probably be more qualified. So I liked Munchkin, but it's weird seeing his name on the headlines now. It's very, very weird. All right, we're coming back up a little bit. Powell is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time for the release, 2:30 for the press conference. Uber puts, it could be good because Uber just sells. Like I said, I like Uber, but the problem I have with liking Uber is like it's hard to hold a rally. When it does hold the rally, it's good, but like it's going to go up and then sell off, up and then sell off. So I think you'll have an opportunity with the puts, but I do believe in the bullishness. I think if it could get above 37.20, 37.50, I think it's pretty much going to $40 or like high 38s. Otherwise, if not, it's just going to do what it did every single time and then just shoot up, have 4 or 5% back and forth days, and then eventually sell off. Yeah, Eastern time, excuse me. Not Pacific. Pacific, it's 11. White House news briefing live, huh? No. MSN Labs gets tentative FDA ANDA approval of letrozole tablets. Oh, they're Indian. Pack W. I don't know. You guys need to go through you need to go through the banks just like I did earlier today. Just go to their investor relations, go look at their latest quarterly update, and just see. If they have a lot of commercial loans, they're in trouble. If their deposits have dropped, I would say more than 40%, 30%. The highest we saw was like 30 or like 16%. If deposits are going down and a high level of uninsured, those are the ones that are in trouble. But if none of that shows up, I mean, we're going to have to wait till the next piece of the story comes in. I mean, we're working our way back up to VWAP now. It's a big move from the bottom. You don't really see it. It doesn't feel like it, but it really was. And volume's at 62 million. Do you guys realize, like, volume is active ahead of Powell? 62 million. Do your due diligence without prejudice. Amen. And without emphasis on the without prejudice. I agree. Because that's what I'm saying. We just don't know. We have no idea what it is. So we have signals we could look at. But realistically, if you want to find the next one, you got to go through all of them. And then if nothing really stands out with the current like framework that we could look for, we have to see how it's going to develop. But clearly, I mean, again, regionals down 7.5% today. That's not slight, you know, that there's something being said there. Like everybody keeps talking about this. They keep saying they're like, even if you want to look at the banking system like very, very simple today, or like simple in general, it's just like you got to ask yourself, if this whole problem is done, why are the bank stocks not rallying? Why are regionals hitting brand new lows? How come none of them are getting a bid? And even the big banks, they're not even going up too. So that's what people keep bringing up, where they're like, yeah, okay, it feels good to try to assume that it's all done, but it's not. Like, it just doesn't make sense. If there really wasn't that fear, how come people are not scooping up these companies at these prices and buying the shit out of them if supposedly the value is way, way higher than what it is because people are just reacting to fear? So that's kind of the surface level showing, like, okay, maybe there still is something. Hold on. John Pierre, let's see. I'm still finishing Carbo. She's talking debt ceiling.
Way to profess their loyalty to big oil. Their Default in America Act would be a boon for big oil, preserving $31 billion in subsidies for companies that are already posting record profits to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. And they'd be doing that at the expense of our nation's veterans, our school teachers, our police, our border patrol. President Biden will not allow that to happen. With that, Sungmin, you want to kick us off?
Sure. I have 2 news of the day topics. The first one, why was the mayor of Prospect Park barred from attending the White House's Eid celebration last night?
So let me just first say this is under the purview of the Secret Service. What I will say more broadly is that, and I can say this, I was in the room, the president was very proud to welcome nearly 400 Muslim Americans to the White House to celebrate Eid yesterday. It was a meaningful event, an opportunity to celebrate along Muslim leaders from across the country who were here, as I said, nearly 400. This particular situation is under the purview of Secret Service, and so I will leave it to them to speak to directly.
Can you say if the mayor is on the FBI's terror screening data set, and that's the reason why he was barred?
Again, this is under the purview of Secret Service, and I would refer you to them.
And he has said in interviews, as of this morning, that the White House nor service has told him why he was barred. So I get that you can't talk about it, but doesn't he at a minimum deserve an explanation as to why he was blocked?
All I can tell you, Sungbing, is that this is under the purview of Secret Service.
Another topic on the troops announcement from DOD that is coming or has come or will come in 40 minutes. Obviously, President Biden has been a big critic of former President Donald Trump's immigration policies, but isn't this sending troops to the border another example of where President Biden has taken President Trump's policies on immigration?
So to your point, my colleagues at the Pentagon are going to brief on this at 2 o'clock in less than 40 minutes. So So clearly, I would definitely make sure that you all take a listen and hear what they have to say. What I will say more broadly is DoD personnel have been supporting CBP at the border for almost 2 decades now. So this is this is a common practice, if you will. These personnel will be performing administrative tasks like data entry and warehouse support. They will not be performing law enforcement functions or interacting with immigrants or migrants. This will free up Border Patrol agents to perform their critical law enforcement duties. I will also add that this would not be necessary if Congress would act. As you know, on the first day of walking into the White House of his administration, the president put forth a comprehensive immigration legislation, and so that we could have resources and so that we could be able to help the men and women of Border Patrol to do their jobs. And so if Congress would act and, again, do their jobs and meet us halfway and do this in a bipartisan way, we would not have to do this.
And I know you said they won't be performing law enforcement tasks, but broadly, as the administration prepares for the expected increase in the coming weeks, can you offer assurances that the migrants who arrive at the border will be treated humanely?
That's the president's goal. The president understands that we need a system, an immigration system.
I just want to hear about the debt ceiling. That's all we want. That's all we want, Chad. That's all we want. You know what I'm saying? That's all we want. Oh. You feeling good? I hope you're feeling good. God bless you, Chad. Market coming back up to VWAP. S&P is down 1.3. NASDAQ 1.0, down less. And then 1.31 on the Dow Jones. Wow. But Chattadonia. It's that time. It's that time. I hope you're feeling good. Oh, yes. Yes. It's PHILO, baby. Honestly, I love it. I love this PHILO, man, because this PHILO is about why we do PHILO in a weird way. Honestly, what's the point of PHILO, man? You know that they say, Josh, why do you do PHILO? What's the point of PHILO? What's the point of working on? Why do you even care about self-development? Why do you even care about anything mental? Why are you always worried about all these things? Like, what's the point of being even caught up with anything from positive thinking to morality? Like, what's the point of getting caught up in all of that? Why don't you just go and live your life? Oh, Che, you know that? You guys, have you ever noticed that the more that you think about the things of life and all of that in a weird way, it kind of adds a little bit more pressure? So a lot of people do assume, they're like, why not just live life? Why bog yourself down with all of this stuff, huh? Wow, that's how we're starting, Chad. Because that's today's PHILO. You know that? That's the PHILO. It's actually, it's a story, kind of. It's like a guy goes up to someone and he asks them, they said, why are you so worried about the world? Why are you so worried about morality? Why are you so worried about making a positive change? Like, why don't you just live your life? And the guy responds to him, and it's coming back with the same thing. He says, that's like being a soldier and having your rifle as a soldier and your soldier and saying, why are you focused on your rifle? Who cares if your rifle is dirty and needs to be clean? Go fight the war. But then again, what good would you be in the war if your equipment doesn't work? Oh. Y'all hear me? So listen, this PHILO is very simple, but it could also be very deep depending on how you want to take it. The point is, I think we just said it. You have a tool. That is your mind. That is what your hands and your feet can do, what you do with your thinking, what you could do with your words. There's so many things. These are your tools. This is why we focus on PHILO. Because if you don't know how to use the tools, you're like, well, shouldn't we focus on the battle? Right? But if your tool can't even get you through the battle, guess what? We're still got to fight even if your tool doesn't work. But it might be a good idea to clean it out a little bit and be prepared. Oh, man. I hope they feel me. So that's what today is. It's kind of short and sweet to a degree. I hope I didn't start off too quickly for y'all and just start hitting y'all with it. But for real, man, this is why this whole personal development thing is so important. And now this is the number one thing I want to tell you. I posted this on the little thing yesterday. So maybe this is where we could start it off now that you've got the background. But what you are comes out in what you do. Oh, Chad. Say it with me now. Say it with me. What you are comes out in what you do. Oh, man. That's a very important phrase. It's a very important, again, for personal development. Why? Because no matter what you do, Chad, the real you is going to come out in it. Oh, y'all don't. You see, that's why I'm saying maintenance. Making sure you got the right tools is very important. But guess what? No matter what, in this little game we call life, we are all very individual. We all have our own personality. And always, what you are comes out in what you do. So this is the paradox, honestly. I don't know if you guys are going to feel me on this, because this is where it kind of gets a little bit sad, and it kind of brings up the nihilism of why, again, people don't want to focus on this stuff. But then again, even if you do focus on it, it doesn't mean that everything is going to be good. Oh, you got an ad? They hit you with the ad? Oh, that's crazy. So I hope you get it. That's the paradox. Even if you try to do maintenance, even if you try to get better, you still run into the paradox and the problem of your real self coming out in what you do. So again, I don't know if you've ever checked your real self or not. You see what I'm saying? But this is what it kind of leads to. Hopefully you'll get what I'm saying. What you are comes out in what you do. This is why when people sometimes they try to be religious, you know what it comes out as? They end up becoming a Pharisee. You try to be kind, it ends up as patronizing. You try to serve the public, it becomes red tape and regulations. We try not to be selfish, and then it turns into showing off. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, Chad. Chad. Again, what you are comes out in what you do. It's very true. See, that's the problem. That's why I'm saying it's like, yeah, I want to do something good. But if you only want to do something good for like just the idea of being good, but deep down you just want to flex, it's going to come out. That's what happens with me. No matter what, again, you try to be nice to people and you're like, I want to be nice because I want to be nice, not because I'm actually nice. It's going to come off like you're pandering to people and being rude to them. They'll be like, what? Are you messing with me? Oh, man. We could go down this list, man. But it really, really did stick out to me. Just thinking about this idea of what you are actually comes out in what you do. And you do it enough, even if you set out with the good intention, the real you is always going to be coming out. So this sucks. It really does. Because this does not mean that you're supposed to don't try to do good. That's not what it's saying. But this is just highlighting the difficulty with actually pursuing better. This is to answer that. What is the point of focusing on this? Because even if we don't focus on it, it is still very difficult to improve. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. But here's the conclusion. I love it. I love it. Are you ready? If I could add something to just top it off for you right here, right now. Bro, this PHILO, man, is telling you to be yourself. Be yourself, my friend. You know why? Because the real you is always going to come out no matter what. I hope they feel me. So make sure you're training what's coming out. You see what I'm saying? I hope you at least care about it. And I seriously, I don't know. We've had a lot of different talks. You guys talk about different things. You have pressure to do this, pressure to do that. Don't do this. When are we going to do that? When does this? Dude, just be yourself. Don't let anything get to you. But I hope you think about this enough so that whatever the next thing happens with it, though, you're not pursuing something because it's not really you. You're not pursuing something for the principle without taking care of the internal. And then it ends up still just being built off of a shitty foundation because the real selfishness or the real bad comes out, even because that wasn't the real goal. So I don't know what you take this philo as, but just be your real self. Again, that could be on many, many different levels. I don't know what you hide behind, whether it's the words you say or whatever it may be. Or again, a lot of us will probably just act a certain way and then the real side comes out, whether you realize it or not. So, in a long-winded approach, this philo is all about the maintenance, why it's so important for your mindset. And at the end of the day, too, you realize all of these philos are 1,000,000% useless if you're not genuinely being yourself. So everything, and I hope you don't trap yourself both with life, with stocks, because if you don't think this concept shows up in the stock market, God bless your soul. God bless your soul, because I'm telling you, what really, you know damn well what you really believe comes out in your actions when you make a trade. I know it does. Oh, I know it does. That's why they call it conviction sometimes. And then that's why we start off with one reason, and then we're like, oh, wait a minute. And then, so Chad, take care of it. Take care of your rifle. Clean it up. Maintain it. Be aware of this mindset, because even if you strive to do good or not, you are still going to be dealing with something. So I hope that what you deal with is genuinely you, and that you could get through this tangled ball of yarn to figure out what it is that you really are going for and what you're working for, and let everything come out how it's supposed to come out. And you could tie this in even to the philo yesterday. You don't need to try to be something. Just be you. Oh, Chad, just be you, my friend. But again, is you worried about the things that are going to actually give you the tools to succeed? So I hope you enjoyed this one, because I did. I like this philo. And if I could ever have I got a good story with it. If I could ever have a good reasoning to tell you to be yourself, Chad, oh, I love it, because this is something I believe in. And I know some of y'all, you've had my personality for years, and you know damn well that's why we here. If you know I'm I like to be myself. And if I could ever encourage anybody to do it, I would. And I hope you guys do get the message on this, because this could be either very simple or very deep. But I hope you become you, my friend, because whether you realize it or not, oh, he's coming out. So, Chad, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch List and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Say what's up in the chat. Put a smile on, and then that's it. It is now 10:30. It is now 10:30. Yes, you just missed the philo. It's okay. It's okay. It happens. You know, everybody misses a philo. That was a philo pop, a little one. A little one. Post philo uncle. Nah, I know how to hit it with post philo. I'm being hella petty with post philo. Because I know some people, they get hella like salty after philo. No matter what, they don't even listen to the first 10 seconds. So right away, I'm going straight into economic data. That's how we're going to do post philo. Because now that's it. You see what I'm mad petty with it. Mad petty with it. Because then I'm like, oh shit, too bad timing. But anyways, you guys like the video? Oh, the likes are looking beautiful. The likes are looking beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, yes. So, here it is. FOMC preview for tomorrow. This is a good one. So this is a good one. I hope you didn't miss the PHILO. FOMC to hike 25 basis points, signal a hawkish pause. So Bloomberg is expecting the Fed to follow through with another quarter-point hike to 5.2, marking the terminal for this cycle. Signs of the softening economic data and tightening credit will likely drive a consensus of the committee that the rates are sufficiently restrictive, hinting at a bias to pause at the next meeting. But with inflation stubbornly elevated, Fed Jerome Powell will stop short of assuring markets that a pause is a done deal and that rate cuts are imminent. So here's what to expect for the May FOMC meeting. The committee will prioritize inflation fight despite First Republic, and they will hike 25 basis points to a range of 5 and 5.25. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee has also said the Fed shouldn't be too aggressive in raising rates amidst the banking turmoil. He could be a dissenter. Markets were calm May 1st after the announcement that JP Morgan would purchase First Republic. The Fed will take this as a sign that the markets had already priced in First Republic's demise and that the failure is an outlier rather than a signal of broader contagion risk. That should free up room for the Fed, but that may also change after today. One focal point in the deliberations will be the degree of credit tightening in the economy. After Silicon Valley collapsed in March, officials will be shaped by the Fed's latest senior loan officer survey, which covers supply and demand conditions for loans up to early April. We expect the survey to show a marginal tightening in lending standards, but with most of the tightening occurring from late 2021 to early 2023 before the banking crisis. In other words, cumulative Fed rate hikes, not the banking crisis, could explain most of the credit tightening to date. On the other hand, progress on inflation has been disappointing. Fed preferred inflation gauges. They came in stronger than expected since the last meeting in March. The employment cost index accelerated in the first quarter. Core and Powell's super core PCE indicated an underlying pace of 4 to 5%, and University of Michigan one-year expectations surged to 4.6% versus 3.6% in March, while longer-run inflation expectations also edged up. The latest GDP suggests labor market productivity growth contracted in the first quarter, implying that unit labor costs grew around 6%, presaging strong core inflation in the pipeline. On the other hand, growth in labor data were mostly in line with expectations of gradual softening. The totality of the data suggests that the May policy statement will remain the language describing inflation as elevated, but remove references to robust growth. Given the banking sector volatility, our base case is that officials will replace the clause in the March statement saying some additional firming with language that suggests rates are now sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation back to over 2%. That's huge. So Bloomberg is expecting them to change policy firming to sufficiently restrictive. That's huge. So we're going to have to keep that one in mind. So if that happens, that will probably be the biggest change on the statement. I don't think they're going to change it, but if they do, that could start to point towards a pause guaranteed at the next meeting. So that's a huge one if people actually expect that. With inflation elevated, policymakers could add language signaling their intention to hold rates at peak level for an extended period of time, with caveats that further tightening is possible if inflation does not cooperate. We expect hawkish Powell to come out swinging at the press conference, trying to preempt any market rally in response to dovish changes in the statement. He'll emphasize that the inflation is still too high. Progress on disinflation has been disappointing, and the committee won't hesitate to hike again if progress on disinflation reverses. Regarding the impact of the economy from the banking crisis, Powell may echo our assessment that credit tightening substituted 25 to 50 of rate hikes. If asked how committee members viewed the Fed staff forecast of recession, Powell will likely acknowledge that the risk has grown because of banking crisis, but will maintain that he still sees a narrower path to a soft landing. Bottom line, First Republic's failure ahead of the May FOMC did little to dent expectations of 25 hike, though on the margin, it will likely make policymakers more wary about continuing the rate hike campaign. With the Fed's preferred inflation indicators showing few signs of retreat, Bloomberg expects the FOMC to signal a hawkish pause rather than an impending policy pivot. Wow. So I disagree. So again, Bloomberg thinks that they're going to change the statement, and then Powell they're going to change it. Bullish statement, hawkish Powell. I think hawkish statement, bullish Powell. Maybe a little less bullish Powell, but very interesting. They think he's that one statement line. They think he's going to change additional firming to sufficiently restrictive, which is crazy. Not bad. 20. I think 25. I think keep the statement the same and then try to signal anything pause in the press conference. Right now, Bloomberg is saying change the statement and then signal bad on the conference. I don't think they want to put it. I don't think they want to change the statement. My logic was it took them 11 months to change that phrase. I think sufficiently restrictive or some policy firming. I think it buys them another month. I don't think they're going to change it too fast because then the market will react to a change instantly. So we'll see. That's good though. I like it. I'm glad we have volatility coming into the meeting because we should have dissent. I'm glad I could dissent with Bloomberg because that means this meeting isn't going to be that easy. But we will find out tomorrow, baby. AMD reports after the bell. We don't know if they beat. Uber, I already sold covered calls. I'm not going to sell any on my shares yet, on my day trade shares, but we've already sold covered calls on the long term. Yeah, we're down $10 on the MES now. So I didn't wind up with 16, only 2, but it kind of worked. FOMC leak? Nah. We'll see, though, man. I'm excited. Again, I really don't think they're going to change the statement, but that will be big. I still have the 2024 leaps on BNB, but they're done, dude. It's almost 2024. Bro, I tripped out yesterday. I saw a video of people like celebrating, and then they had a sign that said 23. And I was like, why are they celebrating Michael Jordan? And then I realized, oh shit, it's because it's 2023. Isn't that wild? Bro, we're in 2023. It's year 23. This is the Jordan year. I was tripping out. I said, what? Like, it's so weird watching 2 and 3 together to like say the year. Like, dude, it's 2023. So I don't know. Maybe it took me 5 months to realize that, but I'm like, what? But yeah, that's it. It finally set in. I was like, it's Jordan. It's 2023. That's a straight line melt up. This melt up is nothing. Dude, that dump in the morning was ridiculous. I was going, bro, we went through every single level. Yesterday, we were right near 4,200, and we went below 4,100 today. So, I mean, you could give them a little computer melt up here, but, dude, already the savagery of today is, again, half a point gap down, sell off another 1.5% in 2 hours. So, it's been pretty wild. Or Zag, unfortunate Microsoft Activision deal blocked in UK. I mean, low liquidity, that just depends on what you want to look at to guide liquidity. But, I mean, volume is high today. And then volume is going to be high tomorrow, too. We're up on the MES now. Look at that, $3. My goodness. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be, again, even then, giving you these expectations, it's going to be an interesting one. Again, I still think June will be the most important meeting, but I do think now with the whole FRC thing and how things are, there's going to be a lot more uncertainty coming into what Powell does tomorrow. So it might surprise people a little bit. Tesla. Oh, Airbnb's moving up now. Finally, he was down all day while Booking and them were hitting 52-week highs. Yeah, Subaru vehicle sales up 11%. 11.5%. People buying Subarus. Wall recovering. Dude, this thing was wild today. Pack double, dude, still down 6% on KRE, 5.9. SPY's moving up though again, and so is a lot of other names. Airbnb now picking up. Where's Amazonian? Amazon's at the damn high. What the hell is this? Meta 240. 240 is still super solid on Meta though. Josh, are you **H? What is it? What's that? Is that something offensive? Or it blurred it out for me? I don't know what you asked me. High on life? What is that like? What does that mean? Am I high? Oh, yeah, I guess on life. I don't know, but I think life is. I mean, I don't get a hangover, so I don't know if I could necessarily say I'm high on life. I got some hopium. You know, I'm excited about economics. I mean, I think I'm in a rare population of people who get excited to hear from the Federal Reserve Chair. So that's about it. You meant .ETH? I like ETH. I like Ethereum, but I'm not in it. I'm not in any short plays or I haven't rebought back in either with the YouTube money. Oh, am I trading fraternity.eth? I don't know. I don't think so. I think somebody gave it to me, but I don't know if I set it up yet. So no, I don't know actually. So don't send anything. I just don't know, honestly. So I'd have to double check. I remember one of the Chads gave me it, but I don't know if it's still there. This was like a year ago. I have to register it, but I own it. Yeah. Someone gave it to me, but I didn't know how to do it. But didn't that whole ENS thing get like washed out though? Because like didn't like Coinbase and all these other ones like they like made their own little gateways for it. The majority of banks we look at are strong. Mutant Ape still 21,000. Pop on Qs. Oh, wow. We're above VWAP. We have $50 on the ESs now. Bonds are coming down. I'm only up $200 on the 2-year now. I was up $800 at one point throughout the day. So they've came down a decent amount. I don't think we'll go green, but, I mean, you're back up to the second flush. So this was the first giant flush, and then we flushed from here, and then that's where it got even crazier. You're only down 1% now on the SPY and Dow, and then NASDAQ came below 1%. ASML, AMAT, LRCX pop in. Good call out on that. Again, AMD earnings is after. AMD's running up, so that's a very good call out for here. If these chips keep going up, you might start. And it's 11 o'clock, so 2 more hours. So a little red there. You don't see it. The candle is moving a lot. I'm watching the futures play kind of bounce around, but that's 41.40 now. Peep the Boeing. Boeing should be dead, Habibi, but he keep going. My UVA. Oh, where's the VIX one day? That thing was rocketing earlier. Oh, it's still at the highs. So even as we're climbing, this is an all-time high for the VIX one day. And then the actual VIX went up today too, though. But then that came crashing down here. Just barely above 17. Is Biden about to talk? I don't know. Candle looked bigger. It's still pretty big. I think the overall shape is just like everything that's bounced here. And the volume on it was big, but I thought they were going to be down. I'm surprised they're even coming back up. Lyft earnings is Thursday, I think, not tomorrow. I think. I don't know. Let me double check. Lyft is Thursday after hours, so with Apple. Tomorrow, after hours, Qualcomm, Albemarle, SolarEdge, Mercado Libre, Sunrun, Fastly, Etsy. Honestly, tomorrow, after hours sucks except for Qualcomm. I don't like any of these other companies. They're big. They could all move, but, I mean, the money's on Thursday. Shopify, Coinbase, Square, DraftKings, Apple, Lyft, Fortnite, Carvana, Atlassian, Booking. Thursday after hours is a party. And then not to mention Pow Pow tomorrow. And then what time are we at? We have 10:56. Hey, yo, Tim Whitman, man, you wild, bro. Tim Whitman has now discovered a new chart pattern of the day. This is called the Aladdin Lamp Technical, ALT. As you see, today we have formulated the Aladdin Lamp to summon the genie. That's amazing. That's a great visual, honestly. I see it now. All in favor for the Aladdin formation? I see it. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, it looked good. That looked clean, bro. That looks very like beautiful. It looks. I see why people use technical. Like this one plays out very well. That's amazing. That's so beautiful. Look at it. It's like it perfectly flows. Like that's crazy. Prince Ali, 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 Ali Ababa. Strongest 10 regular rate hikes by Jerome. They raised it too late. Then they did it all too fast. And okay, I'm sorry. I love it. I like remixing Disney songs, and I can't. Strongest 10 regular rate hikes equal as the. Bum, 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 bum. It's good, man. It's a good song. It's a good song, man. You on one today. It's weird because this week, I don't know. Someone said that yesterday. They're like, Josh, you so funny today. And like, I wasn't even like, I'm chilling these last couple days. If anything, I'm borderline like, starting to get serious, man. We got big events. We got some big stuff right around the corner, man. And then we're even talking about debt ceiling and all of that. So I hope you're enjoying it while it lasts. But I'm glad you're enjoying it because it's a wild moment. It's a wild moment, man. We're entering in it again. We have a couple more turns. Then we'll see. Oh, Mr. Hanlon, got to give some of my gains to the Chads. Look, he said, break it down. He said, break bread, dog. I got y'all. Hanlon. Honestly, that's a top 10 famous name in the chat. He's sounding mad famous. Mr. Hanlon again. Marcus Hanlon, bro. Swear he starred in like 15 movies. Marcus Hanlon. I watched him growing up. Oh, yo, Gavo. Yo, Gavo, featuring Marcus Hanlon. Let's go, baby. Let's go. The Chad needs another. How is Uber still going? Well, that's like the nature of their business to go places. But then again, remember, Uber has been pinned for a year. borderline speaking. So hopefully this lasts. If you have Uber PTSD, you know damn well this rally may never go further than here and just come back down tomorrow. So we're going to find out. Thank you. Nothing says serious like a good Aladdin remix. Yeah, I feel you. I can't help myself on some of those. But yeah, like I haven't even been trying to like crack jokes or anything. So if you guys have been getting entertained, like that's a double win right there. Let's see, because sometimes I haven't even been letting Yosh out. I haven't even like clapped back. I'm not, that's it. I think the furthest I pushed it today was the Stormy Daniels joke, and that shit was funny. But other than that, I think we're good. Ian Sadler, FRC is done. What are your thoughts on FRC moving forward? Shout out to Chad. It's done, bro. You banned someone earlier today? No, that was yesterday. I didn't even ban him. I timed him out because he was like, what'd he say? He was like, I'm not liking the video until the stock market crashed. And then he kept spamming it. And I was just like, dude, calm down. That's it. And then Friday I banned someone because like I looked at their whole chat message and they were just literally their last like 15 messages. They weren't even questions. It was just like trying to bring up plays that I lost money on. I'm like, yeah, bro, I lost $1,000. Cool. That was about it. I think that was about it. Other than that, I've been pretty chill, man. Been pretty chill. Oh, you got to add? Beautiful. I need to go pee. Strong as 10 regular hikes, simple as me. Okay, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I hope you know you're blessed and get ready for a wild week. Okay, I'll be right back.
Translating into higher volatility. That, for now, is an indication that even though there is a positive, sentiment around the price of those assets, markets are not back to their kind of pre-2022 crisis amounts in terms of volume and market depth, most importantly.
That was the CEO of crypto data provider Keiko speaking on Bloomberg Crypto last week on the liquidity landscape. Joining us now for more of that discussion is David Brickell. He spent 18 years on macro trading desks. Now he's the director of sales at Paradigm, which is an institutional liquidity network for trading crypto derivatives. So, David, welcome. So great to talk to you. Thank you for being here. So, as I said, you operate a liquidity network. Given that, what is your read on the liquidity situation currently, and what is your role in it?
Yeah, well, so as you say, Paradigm is the sort of primary crypto derivatives options trading platform for institutions. And actually, from our point of view, we've seen an explosion of volumes so far in 2023. Q1 was a blowout record quarter for us. And I think that speaks to the fact that, there's a number of reasons why that is, but I think primarily it speaks to the fact that institutions and institutional involvement in crypto is becoming sort of more dominant. You've actually seen sort of crypto options block trading, which is effectively what we do at Paradigm. You've seen that sort of take like a 40% share of sort of crypto options trading. And subsequently, our Paradigm's volumes of the market are sort of around 40% as well. So I think compared to the spot markets, actually what you're seeing, certainly in the sort of crypto derivatives and option markets, you're actually seeing sort of greater participation from the sort of big institutions who are really kind of stepping into the market. And it's interesting if you look at sort of the post sort of FTX.
Yeah, I did play that.
Scenario. We had like
I didn't realize it till now. I did replay that. Yeah, my bad. Oops. I was just testing y'all. Not really, but that just came to my mind. Honestly, though, I came back to the chat, bro. I had a little I had a little moment right there. I was just seeing the chat. He was like, I still can't get over FOMO worldwide, bro. Chad, it's a blessing. I usually tell you at the end of the day, but let me tell you now how grateful I am to be here and how awesome it is, the community we have, okay? Because that shit, dude, we get to share everything all day, every day. Do you realize how many little things we go over every single day with each other? Like that just gave me a moment. The sun is shining. I'm feeling blessed about it. I'm like, man, that's a blessing, bro. God bless the call. You know that? So thank you all, and God bless you, okay? For real. That's amazing, man. That's a vibe. That's a vibe. I was just vibing, bro. I was just vibing. So it's very, very good to see, man. So let's get through 2023, baby. Let's go. I hope you're ready. We got a lot of, even that. We've already gone through 2020, 2019, 21, 22, 23. It's wild, bro. It's wild. Chase saved FRC. Why'd they delist? So go watch yesterday's watch list. It'll explain everything. The government took over FRC, and then they auctioned it off to whoever. Anything that didn't get bought is dog shit, and they left it with FRC. That's it. It's like the government. It's like you lost all your money, your credit rating's bad, and you file for bankruptcy, and then the government comes in, and then they walk into your house. They take your TV, your PlayStation, your bed, your computer, anything worth value that is actually like somewhat like useful. They take it, and then they sold it to Jamie Dimon standing outside, and then all they left you was like your plastic forks and shit, and then the house has already been sold. They're just waiting to demolish it. So that's FRC in a nutshell right now. Account is up 32%. I thrive in volatility. Jay Nickel, baby. Yo, Gavo and Clout Chaser. Huh? I think we went over Ford yesterday, but if you want it, dog, I got it for. I'd love to give you Ford. It's the least I listen. I would usually charge likes, but you just paid me a nice Andrew Jackson for that one, so I'll take it. That's the best explanation ever. That's literally what happened, though. Like I was saying, I didn't say it as aggressive in the watch list, but straight up, they took all their money. They took the bank over. They auctioned off any assets, and anything left with the company is not worth anything. That's why when we would go over, like, again, the other day, leading up to it, we documented all of it, and I'm glad we did, because you get to look back at this stuff, and you can see what we're talking about. Is this it? No, that's deposits. Where's my book value, dog? Right here. So you remember with FRC, on the latest filing, it said they had a book value of $76. That's because they own these assets, even though they're not worth that much, given the laws that you could recognize them at the value you paid. They're saying we have all these assets, yibbity bobbity boo. JP Morgan bought all of the book value. Anything that would have gave the bank value, JP Morgan took it pennies on the dollar because the government sold it to them for that price and facilitated it, and now anything left over with FRC is worthless. That's it. So there you go. But let's get to Ford earnings preview. Ford, baby. Yeah, we went over this, dude. We went over this yesterday. So I'll re-go over it for you, but we will see what happens. We will see what happens. So, Ford to report first quarter amid mounting electric vehicle losses. Ford Motor Co. reports first quarter results after the market close on Tuesday, with investors seeking clarity on how automaker will reverse losses on EVs that could reach $3 billion this year. Ford's goal is to generate an 8% return before interest and taxes on EV bonuses by the end of 2026, but that target has become more complicated as Elon Musk has set off a price war by slashing prices on Tesla models. To finance their EV ambitions, Ford is working to generate more profit from traditional internal combustion models, which Chief Executive Jim Farley is criticized for being uncompetitive. Farley is targeting $3 billion in cost cuts and has been eliminating thousands of jobs. First quarter automotive revenue estimate $36 billion. Ford credit revenue $2.6 billion. Adjusted EBITDA $2.47 and cash equivalents excluding credit is $14 billion. Yearly guidance EBITDA is expected to be $9.48 billion. Adjusted EPS of $1.60. Analyst commentary, JP Morgan, they are overweight on Ford. Price target $15. We see first quarter profits tracking higher than we expected coming out of fourth quarter earnings, helped by a higher global production and still strong price and mix in the United States. They have 9 buys, 12 holds, and 5 sell targets. Average price target is $13.65. 13% upside from the current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 4.7%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 14.9% in the past year, while the SPX is up over 1%. I don't know how I feel about Ford. Even reading that, usually we kind of get a clear-cut direction. I don't know. Yeah, their last earnings were bad, so they kind of had a sandbag. But then I don't know if, again, you have to worry about price cuts. They're going to lose $3 billion on EVs and then everything else. And then it's like, I don't know if there's like really room for increases or not. Yeah. I don't know, but then Tesla was in the middle. Didn't GM didn't have earnings, did they? Or I think GM did. I think they might have. Nothing got better. We went over AMD yesterday. We went over all of these yesterday. I guess I was too excited for AMD. They might sandbag. I'm not seeing Broncos or I see a lot of Mach-E's. I see Mach-E's everywhere. And then I was mortified when I found out the average price on those is like $68,000. 70. I didn't know that, bro. That's an expensive whip. Bro, 70,000 for a Mach-E. It's a nice car. I like it. I think it's cool. But I see them a lot. But, dude, that's a $70,000 car, maybe more. It's a cool car, but it's 70 grand. That's a lot, dude. That's like a what? That's like a $1,200 payment, depending on how you finance it, and then the interest rates. And like 107 days, no alcohol. It's got the best job I've had. Sold the Honda. Thanks for the info and communication every time. Let's go, baby. Congratulations. That's very big. 109 days. Let's go. Keep it going. Amen, baby. Amen. That's damn. I'd rather get the Tesla. I would too. I mean, I like the Tesla. The only thing with Tesla is that, like, if you've had a Tesla, Teslas are boring. Like, Tesla is the same exact car for the last, like, 10, 15 years now. They changed the steering wheel. That's it. But otherwise, if you've never had a Tesla, I would rather take a Tesla. But, like, if you've already, that's what sucks. I was thinking about that the other day. You know what Elon needs to do? Elon, you hear me right now, Elon? I know you tweeted about cult and culture today, Elon. So I hope you're here today, Elon. That would be very, very nice if you're here, Elon. But here it is. Elon, you need to make not like a plaid version, but like you need to make like a Maybach version of the Tesla. Like they need to make like a Tesla Maybach. You know what I'm saying? Like where they got like a luxury edition with like a super fast battery, where like they have like reclining seats in the back. You know what I'm saying? And like just like a super like high-end AMG model. I would whip that like just completely just like crazy leather, you know, make it out of like ostrich or something. I'm just kidding. Don't hurt me, Greta. I'm just saying just so they understand what I'm saying. But like a straight like luxury version. No, not a Lucid. A Lucid's not even luxury. That's why I'm mad. That's like Lucid looked like a town car and it's still made out of plastic and shit. I hate the Lucid. But like I'm saying like some real like some just top level just like Maybach level Tesla. Oh, I could get behind that. Yeah, like a Tesla R. Yeah, with some snake skin. Now you talking. Nobody likes snakes, right? Yeah, we could do that. I keep coming back to Model Y or Chevy Bolt. EVs are priced like... I would go with the Model Y over a Chevy Bolt any day, especially if it's cheaper or if it's the same price. I would get the Tesla hands down. That's why I'm like, why, dude, $70,000 for some of these EVs. If you could get like a solid Tesla at $30K, $40K, like, hold up. And there you go. That's why there's a potential price war. Easy with the anti-snake rhetoric. M-I-N-M. M-I-N-M. We saw this one earlier. I can't even say it. Up 140. We watched that one earlier. Joe Biden with, yeah, marry a bar. That's a good truck. Get the Bolt. Oh, the Bolt is $18K after tax incentives? Oh, then never mind. I thought it was going to be like 30 grand. If the Bolt is $18K, that's a different, again, you know I'm a value man. As long as it's reliable and doesn't get lit on fire. But that's way more affordable. Knox up 8% on FDA approval. Bro, SPY's coming down here too. Watch out. It's 11:14, but it seems like since 11 o'clock here, a little bit before, we've been selling off. Bad news on the reliable and fire avoidance features. I feel you. We hit the did it? Well, I think it was around the bathroom break. Yeah. Sorry about that. IMVT, Immunovant up 3%. I feel like we have had news on that recently too. And then Senator Scott writes Yellen with concerns over ESG policies. The market goes 2.5. I think that's the average. Again, I think coming into the Fed meeting tomorrow, I mean, so far, FOMCs have been they've been about 2%, I'd want to say, or 1.5. And then the problem is it comes in at the end of the day. So average is 1% down, just above it. And then last one, we moved down 1%. And then even into the next day, we dropped 0.5%. Then the one in February, we shot up 2% and then held up. And then we dropped a couple of days later. Then December 14th, we shot down 1.5%. Then we popped up 1.5%, and then we ended down 1% into the next day. Then November, we dropped 2.5% and then continued down another 0.75%. And then September, you shot up 1%, only to close down 2% by the next day. So we could move. Average is 1%. The average negative response is 2.5%. So on average, if people take it negative, coming into the next morning, we're down 2.5%. If it's positive coming into the next morning, we are up 0.75%. The writer's strike could affect Netflix, Disney. It could, depending on, I think they said the writer's strike, so far it's affecting like daytime shows, so like what we're getting, but that's about it. What's my feeling in regards to what? I think we can move big. I think we can move 2% tomorrow easily. I don't think that's I think we could do that without sweating. I think the real question is what actually happens. Does Powell change that statement? Do they keep the statement the same? You know, like what do we really do from there? Whoa, thank you. I appreciate all you do. Let's go, Troy. Troy, roll then. Oh, no. God bless you, my friend. That's unnecessarily kind. My man, let's go. God bless you. Let's get ready. Get ready. Amen. Well, I appreciate you. Yeah, shout out to Troy's, bro. Shout out all the Troy's. We love the Troy. Great name. Solid name. Useful name. Does a lot. It's terrific. It's a good name. He does a lot, Troy's. Every Troy I met been so helpful. Every Troy making Troy's look so good. No, all the Troy's all across the world, they look so good. All of them are tall and handsome and beautiful. They all get it done. Every time I met somebody named Troy, they got the job done every time. Every single time. So I got to rely on that name. It's a great name. If I ever had a son, I'd name him Troy. I say Troy Jr. And if I had another son, I'd name him Troy. If I had another one, I'd name him Troy. I'd name all of them Troy. Why not? It's a beautiful name, and that's how you do it. Indeed. Tremendous. And name him Troy of Troy, from Troy, with father of Troy, came from Troy. Troy. You should do that. Next time you like meet somebody, you should introduce yourself as Troy. So every time you say your name, like talk normal, but then when you say Troy, you say it like it's like, hey, my name is Troy. And then I would do that. I would do that for a day. Oh, Jonathan Velasquez. Let's go, baby. Mr. Velasquez, welcome. I keep you sane. That's crazy. Because a crazy guy keeping you sane, I don't know if I'm helping or making the problem worse, but I'm down. That's good, man. That's good. That's good. That's what we need in life. Army and Marine forces will be sent to the border. Yeah, they're going to talk about that here. And you subscribe using Twitch Prime? Yeah, man, that's what all the cool kids are doing apparently. All right. I'm getting... Bro, this Lending Tips has all these people pissed right now. Thank you for all the PHILO. Spread them other people that don't listen to you. Thank you, and God bless the chat, baby. Amen. Oh, whoa. We got more coming in. Venkat Subramanian. Is that your last name? What a name. Submaranian. That's intense. Troy Submaranian. Let's see. I need to get this shit in by today. I was on Submarinians in the Navy. Thank you, Marcus Hannon, for the gift. The Fed odds, it's 80, 90% right now for a rate hike. That's not the problem. No one's debating that tomorrow. Unless something overnight drastically changes, it's probably going to stay like that. So we're getting the rate hike no matter what. Really, the question is, do we get another change to the statement? And then what sort of attitude does Powell take on at the press conference? That's going to be the real key. How many banks failed today? None. That's why bank stocks went down. They only do good when a bank fails. It's a weird concept. Pac W dropping again. That was crazy. Dude, all of them in the morning. Look at these little halt patterns. It's 11:30, still an hour and a half left. Well, let's see, 30 minutes till power hour. Volume very high today. I think we're back down on the ES. ES back down to down 50. 73 million. That's it. You're going to have the biggest volume over the last couple of days here. And then even tomorrow gets crazier. Pop, 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 pop. Why is Bill? I think it's just getting ready for this little like setup, but it's not counting it right. It could be because that's what I was saying earlier, some of the changes with the bonds, but I think it's going to stay around this price if anything though. It's just weird that it's just not going up. But give it a day or two, I think it'll work itself out. This could be some of those kinks we're seeing in the bond market due to the debt ceiling stuff. And then where is it? Did our deposit hit? It hasn't. Uber everywhere. Muhammad I haven't know. Banks, he said there's problems. I think Muhammad El-Arian just brings up the credit crunch that's related to all of it. We shouldn't test the lows again. I think anything is, after watching what we saw this morning, I think anything can happen, man. That was I was very surprised, even the level of weakness we had to start off. And even the bond move. Again, yesterday was a shocking bond move to the downside. I am just as surprised of that it made the move back up here to the upside today. So it's a pretty volatile environment we're in right now, in the sense that I really think the realm of possibility is a little bit wider right now. Because if you asked me to, today to start off like, oh, we would go below 4,100, I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that. Because it's just like, we were just at 4,180. Like, that's crazy. Like, even on the futures, this is like, that cost a lot of money for anybody that was in on those levels. Last time, buy shares and safety puts for AMD worked wonders. Anything like that this time around? I don't think so. I mean, again, I don't know if they're going to all go up. Like, pretty much, even if a company has beaten earnings, they haven't really moved too big. So I do think AMD could do very good, but I also think they're up a lot. So, and that's kind of been the case with every earnings. Like, some of them have done good, but I guess like Microsoft's up, and that's about it. Like, even Netflix borderline the same, Tesla's lower. Amazon is practically the same price. So I don't think I'm going to play it this time around. Maybe we'll wait till afterwards and then we'll see. And then again, we already saw Micron and negative margins was good for them. So I don't know what's up there. Is gold good for shorting? No, I wouldn't short gold right now. Gold, you're too close to Fed pivot and all these other little things. Things are popping. Well, we're right here. This was your first like real flush. You actually had another flush zone, flush support here. Again, this is where we were at 10:30. But yeah, I wouldn't unless the bonds start coming back up in yields and Powell somehow gets the market to believe that he's not cutting rates, then I would short gold. But right now I would not add to anything with gold. Maybe sell condors on gold. You could sell a range and try to collect some prem. SVB's $7 billion municipal bond portfolio may require deep concession. MINM. I haven't said sound and resilient. I think we did at least 1 point today. Dude, I'm INM. That's 300% now. That thing's still going. A little green on the SPY. Uber's still holding up over 10%. Bill, I mean, if Bill stays like this over the next 5 days, then I would be concerned. But I just think it's just weird with starting the month. When he raises, do you think more banks will fall or fail? Maybe. I mean, remember, he raised even after last time. It just depends on some of the other factors. MINM is going nuts. You're doing like 10, 20% a candle right there. Amazon even got a candle. There's Apple. Nvidia.com. Booking is Thursday. And where's Airbnb? Airbnb came back up, actually. Those premiums got killed. Then they went up. Amazon premiums are still holding, but down a little. AMD PC sales. But AI is going to have a weird effect on AMD, they said. PACCAR and Toyota expand hydrogen fuel cell truck collaboration. PACCAR. Oh, they're down. They announced the 1-for-25 reverse stock split. What? Damn, 3M got what? Bro, so many like dividend plays. There was a couple that did very good yesterday, but there's like a lot of value names that just got totally destroyed today. Even Coca-Cola, except for McDonald's. McDonald's the only one. Yeah, bro, even Home Depot or no, JD. I was like, what? Oh, Home Depot down 1.5. And China clapped. Iridium, IRDM on the high. FOMC is tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern for the release, and then 2:30 for the press conference. Vertex gains as targets rise after earnings. The value apocalypse dividend slash on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. As traders piled into safety stocks while bonds sold off, the next day it did the exact opposite for no reason. I don't get it. A bank failed. Why are the bonds down? It's going to rocket up tomorrow. They had no idea. I don't know, but why? If it's failed, is it not? Did a bank fail? Hey, can I still get money on FRC? I'm buying FRC. Every bank was failing. Jerome was arriving. And markets had no idea what to do. Find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. World premiere tomorrow, 2:30 p.m. Eastern with Jerome Powell. Oh, yeah. We'll see. Who knows? I'm excited. It's going to be a good episode tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow with Powell. Oh. Why am I not getting some of that JPM money for my FRC shares? Yeah, it's because the government took over. So that's it. So it's like, if your homie was carrying illegal paraphernalia and he owed you money, as long as the government has not seized it, he can monetize what he owes you, right? But in this case, since the government seized their assets, you now effectively have zero claim on any assets or entities provided by said drug dealer. So FRC If the government, you know, if they were able to keep it low key and the government didn't have to seize everything, then you would have gotten paid. But now, since the government took it all, it's all in an evidence locker at the FDIC, and it only stayed there for 12 hours because then they sold it instantly to JP Morgan because they trust him. I like JP Morgan. I think JP Morgan, it's legitimately, it sucks because all the banks are taking pressure, but JP Morgan just got a deal of a lifetime. That was the JP Morgan has not even came close to doing a deal that good in the last 10 years. Not one deal they have made has been, they have gotten scammed on fake companies before running into this deal. Like, I'm telling you, this was the best deal that JP Morgan could have ever made in history. Like, seriously, if JP Morgan, if Jamie Dimon does not donate to the Biden administration and want another term of this, I would be shocked because they just came up fat off of this deal and the FDIC taking over and selling it to them. So yeah, that's so I think JP Morgan's very, very good. But unfortunately, they got to deal with all this other stuff. Easy $7 billion? No, way more. Way more. Again, they're saying they made $2 billion post-tax, but no, they're walking away with hundreds of billions of dollars of assets. And they also walked away with a $50 billion credit line and a guarantee backed by the government and a profit-sharing agreement so that if they make more, they're entitled to it. And if they do lose more, they also are entitled to lose more. But for the most part, that's a very generous deal. Calls on. I bought shares. I'm holding shares for the long term and to swing. But it just sucks because we have to deal with the volatility of all of the banks as a whole. So the stock could still go down, but in the mid to long term, JP Morgan is a winner off of that. Overstock on the high, Turks, TIRX on the low. SPY trying to move up 10-year with the red candle. And Goldman kind of moving. There's Amazonian. VIX is crazy. It had a big, violent run-up and then a nice little wishbone on the way down. So they broke even from the money they lended? No, they just took the money back. They took it all. It was a deposit. It was a deposit. They put. I'm sure the FDIC said we'll let you give it back. So just exclude the deposits. Remember, just like FRC excluded the deposits, that's the total amount. None of the money given to the banks. I think by JP Morgan taking it over, they got their money back, and I'm sure they probably returned some back to everybody else. Congresswoman Louise Frankel sold First Republic in March before the stock dropped 80%. After she sold First Republic, she bought JP Morgan. Nice. It's a great rotation, Congresswoman. Fucking excellent. Honestly, man, great foresight and just great execution on such a trade. That's an awesome rotation. That's top tier. No, I think he said before it went down. Oh, she sold on the 16th, so then she lost money. Not as much as today, but she said instantly, we going to JP, son. Churchill CEO speaks on sidelines at Milken. GFAI. AI has been kind of like quiet, but just either next week or maybe even after Powell, just watch out for the random booms. Again, even after Chegg too. Chegg was a straight AI story, bro. Ba-da, bop, bop, bop. 20 minutes till power hour. Can pack W. So we went over some banks. I mean, I showed you how to do it. I would go over them and see, but like Pac West didn't look that bad. Their deposits were only down like 16 or 8%. They have more residential than commercial mortgages. Zion does look sketchy. But then again, Zion dropped by like 16% dividend or deposits, a little bit more. And then they have $40 billion in commercial loans in real estate. So other than that, though, nobody else besides FRC, nobody else has a deposit decline to the realm of being down 50% of what it was at the end of the quarter. So that's it. I think 30% deposit decline, that was either Wall or PAC-W. But it wasn't too bad. But then, that's like the worst, 30. But then it seems like Zion is the one with, again, high commercial real estate volumes just on the books. And then they had a decent-sized deposit withdrawal, but nothing to the realm of FRC. So we don't know, but there's a couple. If you want to, if you really want to know the next bank, you should be going through all of their recent updates and figuring out, where they're at, and just seeing their deposits, the mortgages they hold, all that good stuff. MINM still going up again, $10, $10.30. My goodness. 3M and MPW were my only ads for the long term, and Bill, if that counts. Microsoft with the little cheek lay. Afira, didn't they get a FDA approval today? We've seen this thing run a couple of times. Actually, it's been hitting highs all day, all month, really. Shop long term, I like the company. I think it'll be around, but I do think they have a lot of premium. So that's the only problem. You said EWBC, but you would hate, but who knows, hate for someone to follow and lose. Honestly, I think you guys should all share any banking ideas you have, but quite frankly, if you a little baby back B-word and you got little, little micro balls, I'm just saying, bro, you shouldn't be trading any of these banks. So I think everybody you should be under the impression that, not hate to lose, you're more likely going to lose. That's it. If you want to swim with the sharks, don't get mad if you lose a leg. But then again, that's what I'm saying. Put on a floaty, control your balance, don't be going into the deep end with all your money. But you should be fully aware that, any bank speculation, it's not this is not easy and it's not safe. And you should be prepared to lose randomly for no reason and in big amounts. So feel free, share any ideas, but I don't think anybody should be. There's no such thing as a guarantee. You know what I'm saying? There's not gonna be any you're not gonna have oh, this is the one. Everything's speculation, and there's gonna be a lot of movement. Just you see it. Remember, speculators will get punched in the face. I don't think bro, we would have made a way more money on the bonds today. I still walking away with profit on that bond play, but they smacked me up before they gave it to me. So I hope you realize that's kind of how the banks are going to be. The volatility, just be ready for it. I said it yesterday again, dude, FRC, I kept it small. I lost more in one day of the bonds than I lost from FRC going to zero, and now we're back up on it, and then you would have made 100% of what we were down on. So it's just be prepared for this level of volatility and know what you got to do. Wouldn't have got smacked if you bought Bill. Amen. But the play came back. I mean, I got all the money back, but like that's what I'm saying is just how these banks and the bonds can move right now. You could be down a really big amount on one day on the reason where you'd be like, oh, I think this is gonna, you know what I'm saying? You knew it, expected it to die, and then today is the day that it goes right back up. So it's like if you're not prepared for that, if holding throughout that, if the amounts and the amount you invested is gonna fuck with you, like it's easy to get shooken out and again just get smacked around before the play hits. So you say EWBC, MTB, Wall, Zion are tops. PAC-W is chased by many, and I don't think that one is. Could really reverse and destroy. And then Jesus says EWBC, MTB, Wall, CMA, FRC, Zion, CFG, Key, H-Band, and FIT-B. That's from largest to smallest, exposure to commercial real estate. And there it is. Any good news on PAC-W, then bid. Don't be and destroy shorters. Let's see. Yeah, PAC-W. I think that's the one we went over. PAC-W, and then I think Wall. I think Wall was chill as well. MINM halted. Verb on the high. Smuckers. I think EWBC should fail for a stupid-ass name like that. East-West Bancorp. What kind of shit is this? What kind of name is that? East-West Bancorp? No, man. Just pick a side. Sir, why don't you say Coast to Coast Bancorp? Coast to Coast Mixtapes.com. Like, what do you mean East-West Bancorp? That's a lot. That's a mouthful to say, sir. East-West Bancorp. Sounds mad confused. It sounds like you're making it up. Where do you work? I work at East-West Bancorp. You liar, cap. Why are you making, what do you mean you work at East-West Bank? You just saying shit? I work at North-South Bank. I work at Mexico America Bank. Bank of America, Mexico. What are you saying, bro? No, you don't work there. That's a fake bank. You're making this up. That's an imposter. I call it. I work at Jerome's Furniture. Well, that's a real place. That's actually a great place for some cost-effective furniture. I either add Shopify or 3M to my long term. What do you think is better as of now? Well, Shopify, you're buying before earnings, so you're either going to make an extra 10% or lose an extra 10%. 3M already reported and it's cheaper, but then you run the risk of dropping to like $100, $98. So it depends. 3M is at a discount. Shopify is at a premium. It's not the same premium to where it was at the peak, but you still have a premium, and then obviously one pays a dividend, one is growth. So factor everything I just said into your balance, and then maybe you go little at a time, maybe you go 50-50, but then either way, I think the number one question you got to ask, are you going to play Shopify before or after earnings? So, and then make up your decision, but they both had advantages and disadvantages to them and where they're at, but realistically, I think one, are you going to play before earnings? And then number two, now, what's your balance looking at? Are you more growth? Are you more dividends? That might answer the question for us. Yeah, man, Bank of America, Mexico. You like that? I don't like that name, East-West Bancorp. Just doesn't sit right with me. One more tin and I'll shut it off. Regional banks clapped is directly correlated with oil price. While it's low and in turmoil, big-time players could use the chaos to make some quietly huge moves on the sly. Well, I would actually kind of agree with you because I made a video back in the day. This was during 2018, maybe 2017 I made this video. And I made a video and I was talking about CLOs, collateralized loan obligations. Again, most people know about CDOs, but people don't know about the CLOs. And collateralized loan obligations are a huge market. It's like a CDO, but different. And in that video, there was a lot of energy. There's a lot of energy volatility going on, but there's a lot of money tied to energy. So even back in 2018, 2017, I was talking about how most of the CLOs, and if we were worried about liquidity, a lot of them are tied to energy. So I think, yeah, what Jasmine said, right energy, wrong reason. The point is, what I'm trying to say is that there's a shit ton of debt in energy that a lot of people don't realize. So there's a lot of bad debt in energy. And it was nice when oil went back up and was up in value, but just like commercial REITs, don't underestimate how many oil companies took out fat loans that are not worth what they're worth today. And if they wanted to refinance now, it just doesn't make any sense for them at these interest rates. But there's a lot of ugly energy debt, even low-rated energy debt in the world. So I could see that. I could definitely see. I see there is definitely a correlation between energy, oil, and debt. And if people are freaking out about bad debt, I mean, one of those fucking banks has some energy debt for sure. That's not A1 or AAA. Apple, I don't know. I hated Apple's last earnings, but I don't think they have China this quarter. So unless America picked up, then that's about it. Love CLOs during the TLT era. That was before TLT. CLOs were like, that was very, very like, it was a worry for a little bit. And then what happened was energy came back up. That's it. Because when the energy market goes ugly, all of that bad debt becomes a really big problem. When oil's at $120, nobody gives a shit. Especially with Oxy and XOM and Chevron making record profits how they are, there's no issue now. But back then it was very disturbing, especially when oil was going down a lot too. There was a lot of ugly debt in energy. But that was like 2018. I'm in Airbnb. I got one Airbnb call ahead of the earnings. I'm not going to hold for earnings, though. But I'm very excited, though, because, I feel like I told you, Uber was our litmus test. Because Uber had a very good comp. And then Uber, they definitely communicated very bullish. And Uber is still up 10%. So we'll see if Uber ends up holding. But that's a very good litmus test for travel. Let's watch Booking on Thursday. That will definitely move Airbnb around. But as of now, if Uber had a high comp, they beat and they got rewarded, that's a good sign for Airbnb, which I wasn't expecting. But let's see. I'm still very skeptical. I'm not skeptical of how Airbnb will perform. I actually want them to do bad because they only have good quarters. So realistically, I'm worried about Wall Street's reaction to the BNB. But otherwise, I think the earnings will be good. Hopefully, we get a sandbag quarter because then that could be good for us in the long run. And then other than that, though, I mean, Uber holding and doing good after a good comp is a good sign for now. Very, very good sign for now. ICANN Enterprises, we stand by our public disclosures. Performance will speak for itself. Honestly, that's a beautiful response to a short report. Because every time, like what happened, Adani came out and they released a new Bible. They said, none of that's true. Here is a 7,000-page document to explain to you why that's not true. And then we're going to cancel all of our debt offerings. A bill order won't fill. Well, it's trades within a penny. So if you do a market order, if you got to sell it at the bid, otherwise you got to wait. I grabbed an Airbnb May call, slightly out of the money. Apple about to break out? Apple, a little bit. Yeah, it's only down 0.37. Bro, some of these tech names are up a lot. And then not to mention, as we're talking about energy, remember, that was the silent killer today too. Not only did regionals drop how much they dropped, but just don't forget, I mean, energy just dropped 4.2%. Apple, again, I think they did very bad last time, even though the market rewarded it. But I don't think China's going to do good. But other than that, it's kind of, I'm biased towards negative, but I don't know how it'll materialize, to be honest with you. So IEP's moving up a little bit. Again, ICANN response. Dylan Brooks not getting resigned under any circumstance by the Grizzlies. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, bro, he's the reason they lost. What are you doing pissing off a 40-year-old best NBA player ever alive? Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't be doing. They would have lost. They would have won. That's it. If you just let LeBron be LeBron and didn't, like, piss him off, you know what I'm saying? Like, why? Like, that's it. Bro, they would have won. They would have won. They literally were like, yeah, let's talk shit to LeBron and now give him a reason to play. And then no, man. No. That's it. You should have brought him gifts. You should have brought him some. You should have calmed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should have just you should. I would have brought him a gift. I would have said, thanks, LeBron. You're so great. Congratulations on all the points. Here's an edible arrangement. You know, I wouldn't talk shit to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I love what you did in China, LeBron. You're such a motivational leader. And, like, you know what? I wouldn't be like, you suck, LeBron. You old. Yeah, you old. No, man. No. And that's it. And then here's a reminder, bro. Honestly, like, for real, today, if y'all could do me a favor, just make sure you hit up the gym, okay? And take care of your bodies and take care of your health. You know why? Because LeBron James is 38 years old and he could run farther than you and further than you and faster than you, okay? Why are you letting a 40-year-old, he's almost about to qualify for an AARP card, and this guy is running laps around all of us, okay? So that should just motivate you to get outside and move around a little bit, okay? Okay, don't let a geriatric outwork you. I started with compliments, and now I'm roasting LeBron. So there you go. There you go. It's all is well. All is well. He's not running me. I'm a 6'3" gazelle. No, we'll see about that. We'll see about that, Dylan Brooks, okay? You sounding like Dylan right now. This is how we got into this mess. That's it. Just some young, tall guy be like, I could take this old guy. Nope. That's what I'm saying, man. LeBron, we need training. We need strategy. We need practice. We need dedication. We need form. We need fundamentals. We need water and carbohydrates. Like, dude, you need a plan, bro. You need a plan, bro. Or just take him out at the knees. That's the only other plan. But other than that, 2 minutes until power hour, baby. Amen. I think Apple could move the market. I don't know if it'll be more than Powell, but it will be in conjunction with Powell. So I don't know if that's better or worse. So pretty much you'll have your own, like, individual reactions. But by nature, though, because I will tell you, Powell affects the broader market, whereas I have seen Apple do very bad and do very good, and the market did whatever it wanted to. So Apple's a big portion of the market, but it's not Jerome Powell. So they're going to react in conjunction, and everyone's going to take it in as a whole. But I would say Jerome Powell will move the market more. But I think it's going to be kind of a 1-2 string together the power-ups of Powell and then Apple. McConnell says he'll be at the May 9th meeting, Biden debt, or with Biden on debt. McConnell says it's up to Biden and McCarthy to reach a deal. Alphabet and Microsoft CEOs to join White House meeting on AI. Biden administration pushing for new safeguards on technology. Oh, damn, the government's already in on AI now, too. I don't know how that's going to move the names, but Meta, Google, Microsoft, there's apparently a get-together or Zoom call or a White House meeting on AI and what to do about it, or safeguards. And Chattadonia, 411-411-1111, and you are at Power Hour, baby. Let's go. 1 hour. 1 hour remaining. Then it's AMD, bro. Then we'll actually get some earnings. The godfather of AI resigned so he could whistleblow. Was that recent? The only one I got was the only recent Google resigning I heard was the guy who like fell in love with the AI and was trying to like free it, and then they fired him. And they're like, "You crackhead, how are you so smart but so dumb?" That's the only Google firing I remember. No, I'm not playing AMD. I'm just going to kick it. I'm not feeling it because somebody brought up what we did last time, and I like the idea because AMD is cheap. So you could buy the shares and you could insure it with options a little cheaper, but if the stock doesn't move, we're screwed. So 90 is a high price. I think you have $6 of upside, or you have like $18 of downside, which I don't know if I like. Maybe $11 of downside. Free it from what? I don't know. I think it was the guy. It was like a Google employee who like was developing it, and he worked there for years. And then he believed, like he was writing reports and was telling like people at the company that he believes the AI was sentient. So he started to like believe it was real, and he was like fully about it. And then he dressed up as a wizard or some shit. I'm not even making that up. Something about him dressing up as a wizard. And then he just started to believe that the AI was sentient. I don't know if the wizard thing was before or after, but that's just a feature of his personality, apparently. But yeah, so that was like a couple months ago. Why hasn't Adobe? No, they are. Don't be mistaken. Adobe is full front in the AI. Dude, I saw it the other day. There's like a little Adobe Cloud thing to automatically edit videos. It was I can't wait to use it. It's crazy. Bro, I could legitimately have an AI edit all of my videos where you could tell it when, like if there's a pause in a video, or there's like, like the podcast where two people talk to each other. So like, like a podcast of like, it's like, let's say me and Lending Tips were talking, and then the camera switches every time someone new talks. It could automatically edit that. So every time somebody new talks, it cuts it up, and like it's wild. I saw it. I was like, dude, this is insane. They had been that in broadcasting. And Harrow, bro, don't tell me about, did you get me my Bloomberg back or what, bro? What's going on? I know, and bro, you guys are y'all. They gatekeeping us, bro. They gatekeeping us. We do it for the people. We do it free 99. They have all this stuff. They've been gatekeeping us, man. Come on, where they at? Harold, just give me your login, bro. Call it a day. Just don't tell them. What plays are we in? MES, I think, and then bonds. We took $600 in profit on bonds. Got another 400 remaining. So we'll see. They didn't move too much. Everything's kind of moving like that. Even Google. And then again, no play on Meta, but you could play it short bonds now. No, let's hold this until Powell. Hold until Powell, and then after Powell, that's it. Pretty much buy bonds, sell off before Powell, and then wait until Powell gives us a clear-cut signal. Costco red to green. Grab more puts here or wait. Well, anything could happen in the market. If you grab any put or call today, here is your only advantage. The market trips out. And then we make a big move up or down, and then IV juices up your contracts ahead of Powell. So I could see that happening too. So depending on where it's at, then there you go. Otherwise, if you're trying to bet on direction ahead of Powell, hit or miss, depends on these earnings. You got chip earnings and a couple of others after the bell, but hard to say. But there's definitely, you could play the IV juice depending on which level you want to play on that. You got caviar for the first time. Oh, wait, you bought it though? So you got to be careful, because if you're making it for your first time, you gotta run game on it, bro. You need to get like a little Bellini. You need like the little bread. You need sour cream. You need onions, and you need little bits of egg, okay? Because it's really, really salty. You got to balance it out, dog, okay? Go look at. There's like a little kit. You got to look up the kit, okay? Do not just straight up handful it and eat it by itself. You will not enjoy it. It's the creme fraiche. I can't afford it after buying the actual caviar. Hey, man, that's what they've always... It's just like buying a house. You buy a house, they like, oh, you also got to buy a bunch of furniture. You go buy a fancy car, you forget you got to buy insurance. It's the same thing with caviar, sir. You got to buy the other stuff. You got to get the other stuff. You can't just have the caviar. That's the big part of it done, but you need everything else now. You fancy? Honestly, I'm not that fancy. I never really ate caviar until my bougie-ass girlfriend showed me it. So that's it. My girlfriend put me on the caviar game. She taught me all of it. Again, bro, I told you that. Bro, she used to make fun of me because I couldn't eat with the right fork. This girl used to stare at me and judge me if I didn't use the right fork to eat a salad or a steak. And even how I like held my fork and how I would cut my steak, she would look at me like I just murdered somebody. So that's it. I mean, we still, we didn't have it like that, man. We didn't have it like that. So, but I got to learn. That's why. Now I share it with you. That's it. You guys are all leveling up. So that's Caviar 101 for you. Caviar 101. AI drop. It could be again. I mean, that government news there with AI. I don't know how people are going to take it. No, straight up. We did grow up on the dollar. Amen. Dollar menu. Even some splitting Whoppers and 4s. Amen. Yeah, Josh sharing how to level up always, man. And here's the best part. You never even have to participate, but at least you know. So now you're going to encounter caviar one day. You ain't going to know shit about it. But if you remember this, that's it. You're going to be prepared. You see what I'm saying? You don't need to be a part of, you don't need to be involved with all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But at least you'll know. You'll know. You will never be put in a situation. And then that was it. What was the B word? Bellini. It's called the Bellini. It's like creme fraiche. It's like these little bread things. They sell them at Whole Foods. I don't know if you have that in Idaho, if they have a Whole Foods, but it's like you could get it at any place. Usually where they sell the caviar, and then get sour cream for sure, And then either egg bites, little mini egg crumbles, or get little green onions, or it's like a little crepe. That's the thing, Yeah, you have Whole Food. Yeah, it's like a little pancake thing. No, what's the other one? There's another name for the bread. There's 2 different breads. But just get a Bellini. It's fire. I don't even know if it's called a Bellini. It sounds like Bellini. So I just say Bellini. Y'all say cream of frosty. What are you talking about, Joshua? It's cream fresh. Okay, sour cream, dog. Sour cream. No, that's actually good. No. Don't let them play with you, though. Low key, though. You could get hella fit. Ready for this? No, they said it. Or get Pringles. Go get a salt and vinegar Pringle. No lie. Salt and vinegar Pringles. Put sour cream on the chip and a little bit of caviar. Boom, that shit hits the same way, too. I'd like the Bellini, but it works with Pringles. No, it works with Pringles very, very well. No, straight up. Get sour cream and the salt and vinegar one and hit it. Oh, I'm telling you. No, it hits. It hits. It hits. It's a hack. It hits. Yeah, but that's why it's salt on salt. But you got to get the, what's it called? You got to get the cream cheese or the sour cream. You got to fight back a little bit. The cream fresh. All right, little pop there. We are blessed. Much love, baby. Amen. And shout out Troy again, Mr. Roldan and Mr. Troy Caviar. Troy Caviar. That sounds like a singer. I'm going to call you Troy Caviar. How much is caviar? It's not that expensive. Like, you could find some for like $20, maybe like $30 for an ounce. You spend the same on weed. Or no, that's for a gram. Never mind. It's cheaper than weed, actually. That's the funny. So people are like, oh my gosh, it's so expensive. Like, nah, man. You're spending way more for weed. Promise you. But I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay, I hope you know we love you.
Consistent analytical framework. And
whoa, calm down.
And that's largely because of its pricing models, its use of artificial intelligence, and the way it determines the value of properties. Of course, that's a task that's become a lot more tricky as of late, given the economic conditions. Sean Dobson, the chairman and CEO and CIO of Amherst, joining us right now. Sean, thanks for being here.
It's great to be with you.
When we talk about trying to price out and value property in this market, I can't imagine that's easy.
No, it's a pretty tricky environment, but we're fortunate because we're 3 decades into solving sort of the emerging and difficult problems around the housing and the U.S. real estate market. So we think we're pretty well positioned to tackle it.
How do you sort of assess what real value is? I mean, you're buying single-family homes in different markets, and you know real estate, as they say, is really local. Right. So can you apply what you know about, say, I don't know, a California market to what you would do, I don't know, in Texas or, you know, Chicago or somewhere else?
Well, as you said, all real estate is local, but the key is, for over 30 years, we've been aggregating that local, really micro data. So we think of every piece of real estate, commercial or residential, in a unique way. And so we know everything about the asset from a descriptive perspective. And we know its transaction history, we know who owns it. And then we have a view to think about valuing that asset in a very consistent analytical framework. And this is where it's different from sort of thinking about how to price your own. We might think about where something similar sold recently, what we call comparative analysis. What we brought to the world maybe 20 years ago, 25 years ago, was think about that asset as another investment opportunity, sort of in a sea of opportunities, and think about what return attributes might it have, what risk drivers might it have, and how does that expected performance compare to sort of everything else you can invest in. And what's really cool is we built out the ability to go and affect that strategy, which was super complicated because, as you can imagine, in our single-family rental strategy, we're buying oftentimes, most of the time, one home at a time. So that requires one of our team members to be in the home and do that last mile piece that only really a human can do. But that person shows up powered with a lot of data and analytics.
How many homes did you have in your portfolio right now, roughly?
So we operate about 50,000 homes, just under 50,000 homes.
The state of the housing market right now, when you look at that portfolio, how much of a ballast is it going to be if we are headed towards an economic downturn?
Yeah, well, listen, forecasting from here is very difficult. In the U.S., we have a very tight labor market, makes forecasting inflation incredibly complicated. So luckily, we're not in the sort of next quarter next year business. We're in the next 10-year business. So the next 10 year, we feel very, very strong about the demand for our assets. There's a really big gap in the housing market created by about a decade or so of underdeveloping real estate. And then after the global financial crisis, it became very difficult for consumers to get a mortgage. So we sort of came in and filled that gap to allow families to live in the neighborhoods they want to live in, even if they're not really able to get a mortgage or maybe don't want to buy a home.
Of course, the rental market, at least in
crazy. Like I said, 50,000 homes. I have more work to do. And then anybody who gets mad at people for owning houses, just don't forget, half of these companies on Wall Street, bro, just listen to that number. 50,000 homes. That's one individual. Oh, man. And people are like, Josh, why you keep buying? Josh, you're the problem. I'm like, no, man, no. Okay, I'm getting to be the problem, God willing, but I am not at 50,000 homes. So good for them. Good for them. But well, then again, we have time. These guys are all old. They're very, very old. And then you notice all the old guys in real estate, once you've been buying real estate, you notice we all just like 10 years. 10 years. 10 years. Disgusting. It shouldn't be allowed. No, it should be allowed. The point I would make to you is you should know who your real enemy is. It's not the people on individuals who are helping you or your peers, even if you don't like them, even if they don't help you. It's like, dude, it is corporations. It is like big conglomerates. It is like, it's not the individual investors and people in the world. Most people you encounter in investing communities, whether it's Wall Street bets or not, it's not those people. It's not your average. It's like, again, BlackRock and Blackstone, and that guy bought more houses than all of us combined in a month. He is like, they bought all of, you know what I'm saying? This is what people say, like, middle finger to the man. It doesn't mean like anybody who has more money than you is the man. No, it's like, it's these motherfuckers, which is crazy. I don't think they're public. That's Amherst. He's the CEO and CIO of Amherst. But you bought the Osetra caviar. Osetra's nice. Yeah, 95 an ounce. That's good. No, Osetra caviar is very good. That's high. You could have got it cheaper. You could have got the cheap shit, but that's high quality. That's it. Go get you some Bellinis and sour cream. If you really gonna make it ghetto, get the Pringle. But no, that's good, bro. See, there you go. That's nice. That's definitely like the Mercedes of caviar, nicer. But yeah, 95 an ounce. You spend more on weed. That's it. That's crazy. AMD with the candle, Meta, all the tech actually. We just ran up. Damn it, I was just up $50 or $80 on the ES. Now we're only up $13. The little baby ESs move quick too today. Dude, the moves on today are wild. Yeah, that's a 6-point move right there. Cashed out Marriott calls. You got booking earnings on Thursday. Everything is moving pretty fast today. It's not like, again, like even that ES, like I'm back up to 30 something bucks now on that. That's weird. So the ES is up. The micro, moving all over the place. So these moves are very big, but we've moved so wide, like a decent size move, it looks smaller just compared to the context of today. So even on a 1 minute chart, you're not really seeing how big this is. Like that was like 4 points from that candle to even right here. Brie and put on a water cracker. What's a water cracker? I like Brie though on anything. That's it. We gonna have to have a snack session here. That's it. I should make a cooking show, bro. I would love to, honestly. That would be, I don't know how to cook. I just know how to eat, and I know what good food is. That's it. If I could have a cooking show, that's like one of my like weird random things. Like I'd be content with that. Like if I would have that'd be like a weird hobby of mine. Maybe when I get older, maybe if I get really, really bored, I'm gonna just start making y'all cooking market live. Cooking market. No, that sounds like we're making drugs. But either way, you'll like it. Thanksgiving. No, like, bro, I need to get y'all, like, Lil, you guys are talking some good snacks now. I could put y'all on game, bro. I'll give you restaurant reviews because I don't cook. Sold out of bros. All right, we're back up $50 on the ES. We're kind of working our way up, man. 40 minutes left. Mexican, Japanese peanuts. Have you ever had them? Nah, man, it sounds progressive as hell, but I never had a Mexican, Japanese peanut. Honestly, I feel like nervous just describing this food because what do you mean a Mexican, Japanese peanut, sir? Hold on, this seems like is this a political food? This seems like it has way too much going on with it, man. I'm kind of nervous. There's a lot going on with this snack. You better calm down, sir. Yeah, quite. There's a lot going on. Those are the best. I've never had that in my life. I can imagine dudes in here trading while eating caviar. I could imagine a lot. I could also imagine a couple dudes in here. They have not cleaned their room in the last 17 weeks. They just ran out of weed and we said too many metrics like ounce and gram. So now they're scraping the resin from their bong and smoking it. I know I'm getting very specific, but I'm just saying we got everybody in here. So hopefully everybody uses this time to clean their room, put a smile on, stretch a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, man, just get to the gym if LeBron's running faster than you. And that's it. And listen, if you scraping the bowl right now for resin, I understand, but that's you got to stop right now, man. This is the turnaround time. Because I'm telling you, that's a low in life. It's not a low and you can stay there for quite a while, but I'm just telling you, we are going to have to change that. Again, me teaching you about bank arbitrage and lending and interest rates, it's only going to go so far if you're still scraping the bowl. Okay? You don't need help. You just got to make an adult decision right now. Nobody needs to help you. You know what I'm saying? Just go, just do something, but that's it. We got to call, there's a limit there. You could get away with it for a while, but that's all I'm saying, though, in general. And then we have a diverse crowd base. You got people eating caviar, some of y'all scraping the bowl. Hey, welcome to the stock market in 2023. I love it. I love the diet. I'm glad, and I hope, we provide that info to everybody in here. We don't judge you for whichever lifestyle you choose, and I hope I could teach everybody, so amen. But just get that long-term, save 10%, and there you go. You can do both. Now, listen, I believe in a lot of possibilities, and I agree with you, man. We all have limitless potential, but I will tell you, I have never encountered anybody scraping the bowl eating caviar, nor have I ever encountered somebody eating caviar tell me about the recent bowl that they just scraped. So it is possible. I've just never encountered them personally in my life. And it took me a while to encounter both of those things. And life was actually drastically different. So just putting it together in my personal anecdotal evidence, I just say, and it's not, I've never seen it, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. So, maybe we change that today, but I honestly just clean your fucking room, dude. Let's just go, man. Let's go. But I feel you. I got you, man. I got you. It is a new era. It really is. We'll see, man. We'll see. You said Jordan Peterson, clean your room. Listen, man, we're talking about scraping bowls, and some people think that's drugs, but don't bring Jordan Peterson into this. You know what I'm saying? That's not a good conversation for him. But bump. Well, you get it? There he's looking. I'm throwing shots today. I'm throwing little ones. They're little jabs. It's okay. I'm just kidding, JP. Don't hurt me. I respect you, Jordan. And there you go. I know you got some Jordan Peterson haters here and there. So I'm giving you some shots, giving you some material. Giving you some material. You love Jordan Peterson. You call him Zanny Peterson? Oh, man, that's cold, dude. That's a good one, though, too. Message me if that's still your reality, Chad. Man, don't respond to that predator. That guy's trying to take advantage of you at the lowest point in your life right now. You see, I ain't offer you anything. I just told you clean your room, put a smile on. Hopefully you can learn. Now you see you at your low and someone's like, hey, if that's still you, you should reach out to me. You should contact me if you think that relates to you in any way. I got some things I could share with you and talk to you about. Man, that's like a reverse Jehovah's Witness. Predator. Straight predator. 100%. Spot that one from a mile away. Hold on, man. Hold on. He even got the name that makes you, he's like, look it, I got a name that you could compare to your culture so you feel safe. Nah, man, watch out, bro. Just telling you, hit up the gym, go drink some water, just clean and see how you feel with the room cleaned up a little bit. Just go buy some cheap weed before scraping the bowl, or maybe decide to drop your expensive habit and whatever it is. I don't know, but just do it. I'm not telling you, hey, come talk to me for a minute. Let's talk, I got some things I can show you. Nah, sir. No, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's your other. We did a lot of Scam 101. Amen, amen, amen. We've gone through a lot of 101 lessons this morning. It's not even the morning. You got the market closes in 35 minutes, Chattadonia. So we haven't even moved from power hour. Last time we didn't move from power hour, though, we did drop a little bit. I think it was the other day. Remember last week, I think? Where was it? I think it was like this power hour. I think this was power hour. Yeah, it was on last Monday or last Tuesday. Last Tuesday, we had a pretty uneventful power hour, and then we flushed. So let's see. Weed ages your brain worse than alcohol. I need to quit ASAP. I've never heard that in my life. Uh-oh. Watch out. Watch out, Chads. Watch out. They drop in fun facts. That's not even me. I didn't even know that. Watching streams will help you stop all bad habits. Amen. Not really, but like it could help. I mean, I hope we could expose you to a lot of things. I mean, I'm a big proponent of like moving around in water. It does a lot, but like, at the same time, you have something you could commit 7 hours to every day minimum. Like I'm saying, this could keep you busy. In a weird way, you may swap out one addiction for the other, but hopefully the market could keep you busy. And if that's not stimulating enough, you should try your hand at cold calling. What's the best steak in San Diego? Ooh, there's a lot. See, I got to make a food review channel. There's a couple good places. I mean, you can't go wrong with the good old Ruth Chris. There's another place called Huntress in downtown. It's like right by the Padres Stadium. That place is fire. But I got another spot for you. It's low key. I'm starting to like it a lot. STK in San Diego, I could get behind. They just got good butter. But that or Huntress, that's a good one. That's a good one. Sizzler. Is Sizzler still open? Do they still got Sizzler? Sizzler used to be an event, bro. Let's see. NVIDIA. Wait, hold on. I saw this thing on art. I don't know if you saw this. Yesterday was my 11-year sober date, May 1st, 2012. No, I didn't, bro. Congratulations, man. I feel like we got a lot of little mini sober anniversaries. That's really hype, bro. 12 years. Amen, man. That's amen, bro. I'm glad how far you've came. I don't know if you were telling me you did like 12, 18 acid or whatever, that one. I don't know. I would have loved to meet Open Face back then. I don't know if we would have got along. I'm like, he's not listening to me. He is tripping out right now. So good work, bro. Came a long way. And we got the long term. Love it. I love it. I don't really follow dark pool prints, nah. We see them a couple times. If anything, as of late, I don't know. I like block trades. So, like, I don't know. I don't think dark pools, I mean, everybody has their theories. But, like, I've seen real market, like, these block trades lately and just in general, like, if right now in a market where people are worried about credit or, like, weird deals are happening, you know what I'm saying? And people need to offload or move stuff, especially if the market gets any worse, I feel like block trades are more telling. So I would look at that more so. Apple, Tesla. It sucks. Tesla was a leader on the day. Now they're lagging and they're selling off. Signature 250K prints work pretty well. Was that, are you talking dark pools? I did not make any day trades today. I mean, I don't think I did. I don't recall. I feel like I'm talking to the cops. I don't recall, sir. No. I just closed out the bonds. Oh, MES, that's the day trade. I'm going to flip out of that here. We're up on it. I'm actually going to get out of it now because I forgot it's power hour. And I don't want to deal with it. And I got $40. So we were down on that. There you go. I sold out. I got $33 on that. So now I made a day trade. Oh, you got to add? That's shitty timing. Because I sold out of the ES. No 16. I got up to 2. $33 profit. Woohoo! And then I'm holding the 2-year till tomorrow. And then we sell that tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Your first offer for a client. Damn. I feel like a lot of good news in the chat lately, man. Keep it up. That's hype. You got 300 on an MES short. Oof. On a baby. Dude, the MES moved a lot. I was down like $180 on that play today. But, dude, today was a big mover. Because I'm like, even on one MES, like 300 is a decent amount. Oh, man, y'all got more? Oh, wait. You said, wait, where was the weed study? You said you disagree. It's supposedly the cause of mental breaks, says the doctors. You call bullshit. The recent study looked at 62,000 fMRIs of the brain and saw the worst aging in Alzheimer's. Second worst was marijuana. I could get bad effects from reading chat messages. STK is not great. If I didn't smoke, I wouldn't be around people. It helps me with responsibility. Willie Nelson is 90. Man, I missed a lot there. Hold on. We've been running through conversations. It causes mental breaks in men 18 to 25. I thought that was just everything. I feel like everything is just be making some people snap. You know what I'm saying? I feel like men, not even, I think 16 to 25 for men, that determines a lot. That's where you gotta that's it. You better get your life and shit and habits in order. And that's all you got. You make it through 16 to 25, you're golden. That's it. Otherwise, everything in the world will mess you up. Ford is going to be an interesting earnings. We're going to see if price cuts or not. If Tesla come into play. Automotive? No. What is it? Yeah, just life between 18 and 25. SMCI. There's a lot of big earnings. There is a lot of big earnings. AMD's the biggest, then Ford, then was that Energy Transfer, Supermicro, Starbucks, Match, and then MGM or Caesars, excuse me. Even Paycom's pretty big. Ouch, Meta goes. Boom goes the dynamite. You guys remember that one? Mentioned Powell will be dovish in your opinion. Is that opinion in consideration of the Zelensky call? Because he sounded hawkish on that, unless I'm mistaken. No, I didn't even factor that in. I mean, I don't even know if that was real or not yet. What most people factored, whether or not Powell sounded hawkish, he sounded hawkish even on the last meeting, or on that was like even what he said in that video, whether it was real or not, it was borderline verbatim to what he said at the other meeting anyways. So I wasn't even thinking about that in my analysis. You know, my logic is that I think I'm not even, in a weird way, I'm not focusing on Powell as much. And what I mean by that is I'm focusing on the statement, and I think they are not going to change the statement, because I think the statement changes is what sparks people, and they just changed it. And I think they want to buy time to keep things where they're at. So my opinion is that they won't change the statement, and that will be hawkish. And then if Powell comes in and says what he said every other time, which in 2023 has been marginally more dovish and bullish, I think Powell is going to keep the same tone, and then discussing more about how at the next meeting, that's where they're going to look to change the language, or, you know, when he's going to say, yeah, I think we're in restrictive now, and that's why if it's confirmed by next meeting, we'll be good to pause. And I think the market will like that on the press conference, but I don't think it's going to be included in the statement. So Bloomberg and a couple of other people disagree with that. They believe the statement is going to be changed, and then Powell is going to be hawkish. So I'm actually the opposite. Tomorrow, I think the statement will be the same, and that will be read as hawkish because people want it to change, and I don't think they're going to. And then I think the speech is going to be dovish as he says the same thing, but then starts to allude to being in restrictive territory, which could warrant a pause. So that's my view on it. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't think it's. I'm surprised. I'm surprised to even see Bloomberg a little bit different. You just passed their SIE, bro. You got more. Chads are just. Congratulations, dude. Everybody, man. I hope all Chads, man. If you doing anything today, you passing a milestone, you accomplished. Good work, bro. Good work, Chad. A lot of good vibes, baby. Very happy to hear, man. So let's go. Let's finish 2023. We're almost halfway, so that's a good quarterly update. You guys are dropping some of your earnings. That's a good quarterly update. It's better than expected. Okay, it could have been a lot worse, so I think we're gonna rally now. Okay, okay, yeah, another bank is gonna fail. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Thanks for your take. I appreciate you, Mr. WSB Redditor 6969. Thank you. You know, good question. I would have thought you would have asked something else, but that was a good question. Amen. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'm curious because I thought I was pretty spot on. I didn't, but it's interesting to think that I think it's wild that even Bloomberg believes that the Powell is going to pivot the language so fast in the statement, because I feel like it took them 12 months to change the statement. If they change it after one meeting of changing it, I feel like that doesn't give Powell enough time, where I think Powell can easily keep the statement the same, not box himself in, and if the market goes down too much, just fucking talk it up, and then that's it. So I don't know. I think bring it down with words, and then with written, and then talk it up on the writing. Besides real estate and stocks, what else would you invest in? Credit. If you want to get into loaning money for the right things at the right price, you could get some good deals, or buying companies. you know, taking equity in businesses and buying up and coming companies. Tesla's flushing. Yo, Tesla's at the low right now, 159.66, 60.57, down 1.3. And then again, Meta's even at the low, 1.8% down to 239.30. And then SPY right at 411 or 410.97 with 20 minutes remaining. Would you buy a house at Redfin estimate if it's for personal potential future rental? If it's for personal use and you love the house, like I'm telling you, it has to be like your dream home to a degree. I would, but then again, and don't even go off the Redfin estimate. Just look at the neighbors and the comps and try to use that to your advantage, especially if it's been sitting on the market for a little bit. But if you're trying to justify a higher price for the property, you have to make sure that that you really love the property, because that's it. Once you live in the property, there's no investment value to that degree because you're using it. You get to write off the interest and all of that, but just at the end of the day, you have to really make sure, because whatever you use it for, if it's not going to, again, depending on the interest rate too, you may not even cash flow if you pay too much. So you got to keep in mind that the use value is the only thing that could justify it. So you better love that shit and use it. AMD. Coinbase is on the high right now too. You don't know how to comp stuff? Just go to Redfin or just go to Redfin, put it on houses sold, and then look at the houses in like a mile radius and just look at what they sold for in the last like 3 months, 6 months, and just see. I heard you cold call that seller and was blown away. Which one? Was it the Fizbos? I think we did it for Hanny, I think. But yeah, just make sure you're going to live in the property and like you really like it, and just check everything around it. Just what's sold in the last 3 to 6 months. Oil is getting molly-whopped. Like that. Tell the people that 40 water is back. Oil is at $71. That's hideous. It looks like it looks like the yen, and it looks like bonds. Honestly, everything looks too much the same. It was looking, if bonds drop, it will do. Tesla's flushing again, 159.11. Remember, 155 can lead right down to 150 flat or even 140. So that's kind of a lower level there right there. And Tesla was a leader on the day, and now they're slipping, and like Apple's not even slipping either. Yeah, it's already on danger zone right now. So keep your eyes out for that one. But they're going down. It's weird. And then AMD, they just went break even right here. Again, after hours. Yeah, Enphase is just dying too. Yeah, 150. It's not as low, but it's about to get there. I think Enphase might be actually. No, yeah. This is lower. This is lower, 157. So now they have like 150, and then I think even 150. It's like sadly down to like 130 or 120. So they either bounce or they lose a lot. This isn't good going into 10-minute rigged. I mean, today was already ugly in the bond vol. I mean, ignore today. Even then, you had a 2% day at one point. It looks like we're going to close solid 1. But no matter what, the last 2 days of bonds are just showing you the shit show we're about to enter into. I'm telling you, the MOVE index is coming back up again. You have bond volatility waking back up. So, I mean, just get ready. It's not going to, I think that alone just shows you it. Look at these last 3 days here and where the bonds are at again. And then tomorrow is Powell. Where is it? Move. Get out the way. Yeah, so that's right now. The MOVE index already breaking out again. And then this is same level of breakout from SVB, like when things really started to get bad here. Again, even in September, Where is this? December. This was Powell, but then again, volatility was a little higher. That was the December 13th Powell. Why is Bill dropping? Don't worry, Habibi. Don't worry. He's working. He's working. You have to work. Don't worry. He'll be fine. Tomorrow, you'll be good. JP Morgan sales team sees rally in stocks if Fed signals pause. This outcome is not fully priced into equities, Tyler says. One-day VIX shows trader anxiety over Fed has eased lately. While bond traders have long been betting on a dovish turn from the Federal Reserve, stock traders have fully yet to embrace this and could add fuel to an equity rally on such an outcome, according to JP Morgan's trading desk. In laying out the game plans for Wednesday's decision, the firm's team, including Andrew Tyler, said that a hike and pause scenario is the most likely, and S&P could add 0.5 to 1% in the aftermath. The JP Morgan scenarios were issued Monday, right before renewed selling in regional banks set equity indexes sharply lower and sparked a rally in treasuries. Swap markets continue to show traders are betting the Fed will raise rates by a quarter point, though expectations for rate cuts later this year have intensified. The regional bank crisis saw a fourth lender fail over the weekend when the government brokered the sale of First Republic to JP Morgan. Two other banks saw shares slide at least 20% on Tuesday as investors worried about troubles lying ahead. Estimates for how those woes will impact lending and act of the brakes of the economy, they vary, but it suggests that it will be the equivalent of at least 1 quarter point hike. The banking turmoil has helped fuel expectations for less central bank tightening. Here, the Fed could be relying on tightening of lending standards stemming from the banking crisis to act as de facto rate hikes. Any language that the market interprets as the Fed being on pause should benefit stocks, the JP Morgan team wrote. This outcome is not fully priced into equities. So here it is. Are you ready? This is JP Morgan scenarios. They say if the Fed cuts rate less than 1% probability, market goes up 2.5. They say no hike and a pause, 5% probability, market up over 1.5. Hike and pause, 55% chance, up 0.5 to 1. Hike and continue, 45, down 0.7 to 1.25. And honestly, I think all of their numbers are too low. This is weird. On 3 out of 4 scenarios, they're pricing in no more than 1.5 tomorrow, which I think is interesting. So these are signs that investor angst over macro events such as Fed policy is easing. CBO one-day VIX, a gauge of implied moves on the very short term, rose more than 7 points to 17.5 as of 1:30. A close around this level would be the lowest reading of any pre-Fed day in the last year. Data compiled by Bloomberg would show. Even with other banks potentially wobbling, traders remain laser-focused on Fed policy, especially with the tightening cycle close to an end. And while no one can forecast high confidence of how markets will react, the Fed Chair Jerome Powell's commentary, analysts like JP Morgan, provides a lens into risk-facing investors and what the team considers another high-probability outcome. The central bank could raise rates by 25 as expected and leave the door open for more tightening. Any suggestion that the Fed sees additional hikes as appropriate could prompt bond traders to ratchet up wagers of a higher terminal and spur an equity pullback that sees the S&P falling 0.7 to 1.25 in the near term. So even then, they believe hike and continue raising as opposed to pause. But they say if we pause, so even though JP Morgan is saying a hike and pause would bring the market up, they believe hike and continue is the base case. So don't let all of the theatrics fool you. That's the conclusion. U.S. has strategic relationship with Brazil. JP Morgan said this. I mean, according to what it said Andrew Tyler, but I cannot warrant the accuracy or effectiveness of any information. None of this is a recommendation. Option trading and stock trading is extremely risky. You can't lose all of most of your financial investment. Please consult with a financial advisor. This is for educational purposes only. Again, we do not have the ability to verify any accuracy or merit its worthiness. So hopefully that helps. But do your own research and due diligence, and you should be good to go. Last time I bought something from Brazil, I don't know. I haven't had guarana in a minute. That guarana hits, though. If you know, you know. It's guarana. Guarana? I thought it's guarana. Guarana. What's my name? Guarana. No? Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. 10-minute rigged. There it is. Perfect way to enter 10-minute rigged. Bond volatility going up. There it is. 4116, 4118. Small pop, 2 points. Decent. We're at least above 4,100. I can't believe we went below 4,100 today. Ahead of Powell. Crazy. Move index is slightly higher today. It's actually up a lot. Again, that's not normal. The last couple of days, dude, the fear bid leading into FRC, then selling off on supply and God knows what other reason, only to be back up today. That's as volatile as bonds get. Like I was saying, if you made even a small play, if you just bought one bond future, you lost more than 100 shares of FRC going to zero than 12 hours holding that play, which is wicked. So you're getting a lot of it. So the move index is hitting the highs of the week, and we're gonna see it's almost at the level of December Powell, and it's at the same level of just right after SVB when the demand started to go nuts. Too quiet. It's not too quiet. We were just talking. Nah. I like that. I don't know why I like. Okay, we're going up. 10-minute rigged. 2 minutes. We're going up a little bit. We're getting ready. That's actually a decent 6-point move. How can the market go up from here? Did you not witness today? Bro, today was crazy, man. That's not enough. Y'all getting mad at it. I get how we came up like almost halfway, but I'm like, did y'all not see what happened in the first hour and a half? Dude, you were just taking this was like the other 2 days. Again, I remember 2 big days down, 2 big days up. But like, bro, y'all did not see that? That shit was crazy. We just went there. We're still down a lot. We're still down 1%, even after half of the day melting up after that. Man, not one level was respected. You're like barely clawing on to hold, barely 4,100. 4,123. Give you a little bit of cushion. So 41.24, 2 more minutes till final 5. What's my name? What time is the AMD earnings? I think right after the bell. I hope, because I'm not, if it's too long, man, I don't like waiting. I do not like waiting for those. But then you'll have Ford. You'll have a couple. Yeah, financials are down 2.2. I mean, I don't even want to look at the regionals. I think they recovered a lot, though. 6.5. I guess it was down 7.9 at one point. I think AMD is about 8% priced in. What is it? AM Dizzle. So 5.9. Yeah, just, I mean, 890 will be 10%. Looks like $6. It's actually like it's like 6% or something. So really not that much. That's why I say you could probably play the buy shares or short shares and then hedge with the option. That's what we did last time because it was kind of cost effective. We ended up making a lot on that play, but I think you would have made more just playing it afterwards. A lot of cash in region, bro. It's a big move. Regionals, that's their lowest level since 2020. What about Uber? I'm still holding Uber. Uber is good. What happened to your energy? I'm energized. I'm energized. I promise. I'm sorry. I was just answering my phone. Here, let me dance for you. Here, quick. But someone play the music. Do I have a? Where's my? No, man. I was just answering a message. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me, sir. We're good. We're good, man. Oh shit. We do gotta land. We do gotta land. No way. No way. That's crazy. I had to replace the batteries. I had to update to GPT-4. What? Anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 62 degrees, partly cloudy, not too bad of a day unless you thought any levels or support would be respected, because it wasn't. But fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. It's game time. Earnings after the bell. AMD. No Qualcomm. I want to say Qualcomm. You got AMD, Ford, Super Micro, Energy Transfer, Starbucks, Lumen, Livin, Match Group, Caesars, Paycom, and 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time to bring it home. You have Jerome Powell tomorrow. You have Apple earnings after that. You're dealing with debt ceiling. We're dealing with bond volatility. You're dealing with all this other stuff. Another bank. Regional banks dropped 7% today. Everybody's going crazy. Oh, my gosh. Tomorrow's a huge day. You got to wrap it up and finalize your plays. If you're playing the earnings, make your decision now. You have 10 seconds remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, GG, let's go. I need a GG, Chad. I need the GG. Caesars Entertainment earnings are already coming out. Let's go. AMD is not out yet. I need the GG till it hits. I need the GG till it hits, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that held it down, everybody that contributed. Good game. You made it to the bell. 7 hours in the books. That's what I'm talking about. Get ready for tomorrow, too. Oh, my goodness. God bless you. Good game, baby. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Yes, we did it. We made it, baby. Oh, yes. Let's go. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Why you being so shy? Drop that GG. Let's go. Let's go. You better be here tomorrow. It's Powell. We still got our name. Oh, man. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Everybody who held it down. All the donos, all the members, all the bits. Everybody in the game. Let's go. Good game. Uh-oh, Rigel Pharmaceuticals, they're coming out. Again, you already got earnings dropping. We're waiting for AMD, though. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. Pacifica Bio, good game. Let's go. Wow, regionals, lowest since November 2020. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. When they do further, you need me, let's talk. Oh, we did it, Chad. I'm just trying to taste some, so let me taste. Oh, we did it, Chatadonia. We did it. That's the day. That's the day so far. We're waiting for the earnings, but God bless you and good game to all of you. Okay, that's it. Good game and all of y'all, man. Let's go. It's game time, baby. At 4:15, I'm not waiting that long. I'm going to bed. I'm sorry. I'm sleeping, Chad. Goodbye then. I'll see you later. See, I'm just kidding. I guess we'll wait. Who else was there? I think Starbucks is the other one. Starbucks hasn't came out yet, but Starbucks is moving. Again, Caesars Entertainment, same store, adjusted EBITDA beats estimate. So let's see. Pack B is something just came out with Pack B. I think. Nothing on Starbucks or waiting on AMD. Is that Rite Aid? Rite Aid's filing their... I thought Rite Aid was in the morning. CZR, again, MGM. Watch the travel names there. And I think that's it. The FOMC is tomorrow at 2. So we might have 5 minutes. So in the meantime, Chatadonia, if we do have a little bit of time, if you got to get going here, you got to get going. Again, we're going to wait here for AMD earnings. I will have all those numbers right when they come out. But let me use this opportunity to tell you thank you. We hit 2,000 likes. Wow, let's go. Horna. God bless you all. Thank you. And we love you all. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. So listen, Chatadonia, for real, if you clicked on the video today, you came here, you were a part of what we had going, you were a contribution, you are just an absolute vibe, and again, you had something to contribute, or you had a genuine, sincere question that furthered the conversation, for real. God bless you and thank you for being here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here, and thank you for helping make this community what it is. I had a moment today, so I already told y'all thank you. I already had my moment earlier today, and I just got to tell y'all, thank y'all for being who you are. It's awesome that we do get to share every single one of these days. We go through so many things together, so hopefully you can reflect back on it with positivity. I know I do, and I see it in the flesh. It's beautiful what we have here, so thank you all for being a part of that and making it possible. Mwah. Chef's kiss. It's a totally beautiful, unique thing we got going, and I love to see it. And it's y'all individually. So thank you and God bless. And just shout out to everybody as a whole. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You know the vibes, baby. It's all of y'all. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Honestly, it's a blessing. So in the meantime, check out the links First link, Scream Alerts, Bootcamp, Real Estate Course, free alerts, paid alerts, whatever you're looking for in life. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel, just a free update every day. A free update. We'll even tell you when a bank is going to fail, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I still working out, bro. Do some swimmer curls. If you want biceps, what muscle group you need, bro? I got you. Don't worry. But you got to be on the watch list. Honest, I'll tell it to you on the watch list. If you ain't on the watch list, you a watch hole, bro. That don't be a watch hole, okay? But second link, nightly watch list, main channel. Third link, okay, member, okay? Shout out to all the members. You don't have to be a member, but if you did, thank you and God bless you. And honestly, y'all make the memberships look good. Y'all see the members. They don't play around. Stop playing with me. Starbucks 119. Let's go. Starbucks Ford 2 EPS 60. Oh, Ford is killing it too off of EPS. I don't have revenue yet. Hold on. They're all coming in crazy. Let's start with Ford. Starbucks looks good, so Ford reaffirms year EBITDA for Blue, Ford Model E, and Pro segments. They still see full year EBITDA 9 to 11 billion. Estimate was 9.5. They beat on EPS. I do not have revenue. For some reason, I do not have revenue, but Ford beat on EPS, and they kept guidance. So some people were worried they were going to change. That's good for now. They see full year adjusted cash flow $6 billion. Estimate was $6 billion. Starbucks comp sales 11%. Estimate was 7.3. They killed it. Net revenue 8.7 on Starbucks. Estimate 8.4. Adjusted EPS 74 cents. Estimate was 65. Comp sales 12%. Estimate 8.9. China 3. Starbucks killed it. Bro, how come Starbucks isn't mooning? Oh, I guess because they're already up a ton, but that was a good report for them. Actually, yeah, Starbucks is all the way. No, never mind. They're already at highs, but that's a good report. That was a really good report, unless they guide down right now. Man, they're coming down. But I think they're near all-time highs, though. Yeah, that's definitely already in there. But that was a very, very good one. Ford, I don't have revenue numbers on Ford for some weird, odd reason. It kind of makes sense, though. Like, again, Starbucks is doing really good, but they're already up. Dude, Starbucks is at highs of 2022. So it's not even like, I mean, they've already, that little Starbucks failure and recovery has already happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, when Starbucks was at like $80, it was cheap, but now it's not like, I mean, I think those are good reports at all-time highs. I mean, you could justify it for now. And then Ford, they see full year Blue EBITDA $7 billion. Ford Model E EBITDA loss $3 billion. Ford Pro EBITDA $6 billion. And then again, I don't have revenue numbers on Ford. Ford revenue is not I'm not seeing it yet. So Ford is dumping. Again, they did better on profits. I don't know revenue. And it just seems like all of their cost and guidance are the same. So they pretty much did as expected, or again, just beat on profitability. But I want to see what's up with it. And then again, Starbucks had a killer report. Starbucks is really good, but again, they're already very, very high. I mean, unless you're getting Starbucks much cheaper here, I don't know. It could go up though. The number, they killed it in China and they killed it in the United States. Revenue, EPS, everything beat on Starbucks really, really well. And AMD, 2 minutes. I think that's the only major earnings, right? We got Ford and then Super Micro, but Starbucks and then Caesars was good. And then Paycom, Match, and then Lumen and Super Micro are next. Okay, Ford Pro revenue, $13.2 billion. Model E revenue, $700 million. Ford Blue first quarter revenue, $25.1. I think the numbers were 24. I think their revenue came in a little higher. I don't know if Match is out yet. I haven't checked. Match, I don't see Match Group out. And then what's the other one? SMCI. Super Micro is out. Adjusted EPS missed. And net sales misses, but I don't have the other numbers. But Super Micro missed. Match isn't out yet, and then Caesar beat, I think. Starbucks seems to be the only big beat right now. But again, they're already up a lot. Okay, can I go pee? I think I'm going to go pee. Y'all need some uncle. What type of uncle are you looking for? We'll hit him with beast mode.
I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit they free throws, and back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me.
I'll be back before
take
AMD.
the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm lucky T, money ain't the motive, but it's service motivating. You ain't a hoe with love complaining into celebrating. You sell a home, you know I'd love to have a conversation. We was buying cribs before you knew about inflation. You ain't gotta give me credit, boy, the banks give me a lot of that. I meant it when I said it, we gon' take it all and give it back. I learned a couple lessons, the wisdom that came from all the bad. I learned the repetitions, I put that shit on my dad. My money ain't getting lag, I wanted, could get it now, but I cannot force the hand. I buy that shit when it's there, your homie just look around. We did it, I say it proud, we bit that shit from the ground. In the foundation they saying, y'all ain't feel it though. Nah, but we ain't need them though. I ain't being cocky, I just won't look in the mirror, bro. Doing more than talking, boy, the empire empirical. Every time I sign a dotted, boy, it still feel like a miracle. I'm just trying to taste some, so let me speak. I'm just trying to eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit their free throws, and back on D. I could hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. Market's gonna crash, but I could kick another lesson. Till the curve uninverted and I don't talk recession. Till the dollar was stronger, then I ain't really stressing. But the fact it won't crash it until the Fed admitted 15 on 50. Boy, the kid already seen this shit. Only way to get tricked off bullshit is to believe in it. 2022, like 92, you should go read this shit. Japan and how they move might really make you think they lead this shit. Inflation, hot money, boy, it sound like today. I'm not playing, it ain't funny. Even the fix was raised race. Both the problem and solution started with a central bank. Call it what you want, but that one cost a decade.
I just tryna eat some, so let me Bro, that song is short. That was short, man. I was done peeing. I thought I was gonna get some water. I was like, oh, it's already ended. We got 4 minutes though. 4 minutes till AMD. Again, y'all said Super Micro is running. That was the only bad earnings I saw just on the numbers. And yeah, they gapped up 8%. So again, they missed on sales and EPS. And they're again, this is why, so fuck AMD, bro. AMD's going to go up. It has to. Oh, they guided up though, I think. So they guided up. Yeah, they guided fourth quarter EPS to 220 to 270. Estimate was 176. Ah, there it is. No, so they guided up by a shit ton. And then they reaffirmed full year adjusted EPS. But they guided up a lot. And then they said fourth quarter net sales to be 1.7 billion to 1.9. Estimate was 1.6. So yeah, I think AMD might do very good now. Again, every chip maker, even if they do bad you could do bad this quarter. So you could do bad. It really comes down to your guidance. Very interesting. AMD is moving a little bit. Oh, Match. Did they come out? Oh, Match Group. I'm seeing a headline. I see them on the low ticker too. Okay, screw you, Ford. Match announces 1 billion share buyback revenue. They see second quarter revenue 800 to 815 million. Estimate was 825. First quarter revenue 787 million. Estimate was 790, and EPS was 42 cents a share. So they missed and guided lower. AMD moving. It always does that with earnings. I mean, you just kind of tweak out ahead. We got about like 2 minutes, a minute and a half. Ford is just, and nothing got worse with Ford. That's the only good thing I think on Ford. Otherwise, they kept guidance the same. EPS beat by a lot. And then I think revenue kind of barely beat, but then guidance, spending, losses on EVs, all pretty much the same as last quarter. And that was a pretty poor quarter. AMD. I think AMD is going to be very easy to beat. I know they did good on the last earnings, so maybe they already burned it, but I don't know, man. I have not seen a chip maker do bad yet, but maybe, I don't know. Lisa Su kind of the homie, so let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Casino, well, Caesars came out. They did good. I'm not playing AMD. I got no plays on AMD. I might play it afterwards, but then again, we'll see, though. Last time I tried it with Micron, they Micron my face. So we'll find out. Well, AI, no, because AI doesn't really, AMD, if anything, AI is kind of like limited them in some spaces. That's what they said. It's not like AI and AMD don't really go the same hand in hand. And then I think NVIDIA benefits off of it more. Match still sees full year revenue growth at low end of 5 to 10% range. Bought up, pop, pop, pop. Let's see what happens on the next episode. Well, it should be coming out. It's 1:15. Wait for it. I don't see it. I don't think it's out. Should be right now. Could just surprise us. I kind of like the element of surprise. Up there it is. Revenue $5.4 billion. Estimate $5.3. Adjusted EPS 60 cents. Estimate was 57. CapEx 158. Estimate was 101. So they spent 50 million more. That's the bad part. Adjusted operating margin 21. Estimate was 19.5. They expect second quarter to be 5.3 billion plus or minus. I don't know what that is expected to be. I think CapEx is the worst part. Small beat on there, and they expect non-GAAP gross margins to be 50%. So hold on. That doesn't seem too bad. Now, they might be able to come back up on some of that. And then $1 billion buyback. No. Again, revenue $5.5 billion of 5.6. Estimate was 5.5. Oof. That's weird. So they guided 100 million above, but then 50 billion or 500 million below the estimate. But I think it's popping up on the margin comment. They said they remain confident in growth in second half of the year. So optimistic on growth. Second quarter revenue, they guided slightly higher, but bigger to the down end. And then adjusted margins, they came in 50%, estimate 50.4. So the margins was good. They beat by 1% on this quarter on margins. Revenue barely beat. EPS beat. The only bad part was CapEx going up by 50 million. So they spent more money. They made a little bit more here, and then they kept guidance the same. Adjusted operating income, 1.1. Estimate was 1.0. But R&D expenses, 1.4. Estimate was 1.3. So they're spending more money, but not too much. But I think that's the only downside you have here. So they're spending a little bit more, but they're confident in growth, guiding a little bit up on operating margin, and their spending is not affecting their margin estimates too much. I think flat, I mean, again, it's kind of, the earnings so far, even if you did good, I mean, look at even Starbucks too, though. It's someone said this is the earnings season of priced in. So we'll see. It's practically unchanged right now. Again, it was decent. That's it. So again, slight revenue beat, slight EPS beat on this quarter, but you spent slightly more, and then now you're expecting that. But then next quarter guidance doesn't look like spending is gonna affect you, and then but then again, the guidance is all expected except for how much you're gonna spend, and then $440 million more operating income. But that's tiny. The buyback was decent. Would they say $1 billion or 5? No. What was it? What was 5 million non-GAAP? Wait, where is the buy? I think the buyback was Match.com. Because the buyback headline just disappeared. I thought we read a buyback headline. Starbucks was good. Starbucks was really good. I don't know, AMD, you might have to wait till the conference call, but yeah, I think I read, didn't I say $1 billion? I don't see the headline's not, I'm looking for, I don't see it. They beat beat operating income. I think it was operating income, but no, I don't see if there was a buyback, I don't see it anymore. I think there was one for Match.com, though. Match was $1 billion buyback. No, Starbucks is too I like Starbucks, but it's too expensive. We should have bought it at $60, $80. We had all last year to buy it. So they were going through that little takeover with Howard Schultz or the save the company, and it worked. But that's it. Starbucks is near all-time highs, and your dividend's like 1%. Super Micro guided up. Yeah, AMD, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of Micron. They have a good margin for next quarter, but it was slightly below expectations. Operating income a little up, but then R&D, that's the only, again, their spending is the only thing that came in unexpected, and then everything else was just good. AMD sees additional gross margin expansion in second half 2023. Match is giving updates on free cash flow. They said $800 million in free cash flow this year. All right, there's AMD dropping. It's still down 2.9. Again, remember, it's already moved up a decent amount. It was pricing in like 6 or 7%. But now it's only moved like 2% after barely moving even today. Yesterday had a bigger move. Yeah, Apple's on Thursday. Apple trash. Starbucks coming down. Match is surprisingly the one going up. It is a pretty muted response. Honestly, it's not really that crazy. This is like the highs of last earnings. A lot of it's just like the same as last earnings. SMC and Paycom are up. And AMD is just tweaking out at the bottom again. OPEX flattish quarterly until demand improves. That's what AMD says about CapEx and spending money. This is live right now. Yes, sir. We are going over the earnings. Match is the only one doing good. Starbucks all came out. Good guidance. There's one more. Ford came out today. I think they're down. Yeah, Starbucks was great, but it's flushing because Starbucks, it makes sense. I was going to buy Starbucks until I zoomed the chart out. Like, Starbucks is at all-time highs. Like, great fucking earnings, but fuck you. It's 2023, man. Interest rates are high, and we got to deal with a lot. I'm not buying you at $120. What do you mean, bro? It's great earnings and all, but let's do it again. That's it. But no, I think they're priced for it effectively, and they've already ran up into it. I mean, again, it's moved up 10% even into the earnings move. NerdWallet, they have earnings, $20 million buyback too. The AMD call, I don't think it starts till another like hour or so. AMD, I kind of want to play AMD, but it's annoying. Do you think Chipotle will split? I think Chipotle will split when they're ready to get to the next stage as a company. Because now, I mean, they're still in growth mode. You know, don't forget, Chipotle kind of seems like it's new to you or like it's old to you, but they're still one of the only growing restaurants. Or like if you think about like a restaurant of their size and scale and scope, they're one of the only ones still going up. So, and they're growing at a crazy pace, and they still have a lot more. So I think whenever they're really ready to shift into, you know, from growth to just being a giant whale in value, then I think they'll do it. But until then, I don't know. And they still got a lot of time to grow. Apple could be priced in, but I feel like we've been getting different numbers out of different companies as far as China. Because even Starbucks China just did really good, and they were supposed to do really bad. And then China's going to be a very big spot for Apple this quarter. Not to mention their general guidance, but I don't know. Apple, I think a little volatile. But even then, I think Apple, just like Starbucks, kind of in a way, it's too high. Now that I think without Powell, again, thankfully we have Powell first. So Powell will bless it, but in a weird way, after seeing some of these, I think Apple's just way too high. It doesn't even matter. Even if you have a good earnings, you have to you got to have like the best earnings. Like you got to bring back some real growth. So that's a difference. Like, Meta, Netflix, they had some pretty crazy runs, even though they already ran up a lot. But just don't forget, like, those companies aren't up here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Meta's not at $3 and $340. Like, Netflix is not at $340 or it's not at $600. So, even Google. So, we will see. But I think Apple, if they do good, they'll hold up. But if they do bad, they'll probably go down. Or maybe it does nothing. Take a look at AMD. Berkshire Appleway. As if Berkshire says, bro, the market's closed. You guys know that? That's it. I was looking, I was like, wait a minute. It kind of feels like the market's open, but I was like, I just keep seeing all these news headlines. And I was like, wait a minute, nothing's moving. We're closed, you guys. That's it, yeah. Outlet. We're closed, man. So there it is. There, AMD, another dollar, another percent. Where is this? 86. This is the low of Friday. Well, it's big levels for them. Was this some AI shit that popped them up there? Please pull up Ford. They're not doing much. Well, we're going to see. I might want to trade AMD, but I'm going to let it sit there for a little. But Chattadonia, very wild day. Very wild day. Tomorrow is going to get even crazier. It's Jerome Powell. I hope I see you here. Thank you again for being here today. I hope you checked out everything. I hope you followed the Instagram. I hope you filled out the prayer request wall. Send me some blessings. I'm praying for all of y'all too, man. You already got a PHILO today. So now, man, all you got to do is go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. But ladies and gentlemen, that is your day. And don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going, why we in the game, why we don't back down, why we focus on the maintenance, because who we are comes out in what we do no matter what, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Beautiful day. Beautiful day. Chattadonia. That is it. God bless you all. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you again for being here. I'll see you on the watch list tonight. We'll go over a little bit of Powell. We'll go over the bonds too, because that's just been volatile. But, yo, man, there's some movement in bond land, so we'll see what we could do. But, Chad, that is everything. I'll see you tonight. I'll see you in the morning. Peace out. What about me? Huh? What about money? Come on, I got. Let me give you my hair. We're gonna do it live right now, huh? Hey, come on. That's fine. Whatever. I'm gonna do what I do. I have to do it. I'll see you in the morning for Jeremy Powell. He's gonna be great. I love Jeremy. Jeremy Pippin. He's gonna be the Federal Reserve. He's a Federal Reserve bench. All right, I love you. I don't know where. I forgot where I am. Seriously, I mean it. Come on. I'm serious. I mean it. Okay, I'll leave you alone. I'm going to get going, all right? All right, I'll see you later. Hello.